Here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. We got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep, dark void. Never to be seen again. Well, lovely to see you all here on this Friday evening. So much to talk about, but first some shoutouts. Styx Dragon, Mozart, and Randy Terpstra. 123 in the YouTube chat. Young Chris, Closforth, Hermit Horologist also here. Goku SF. Edward Thornton, Christy, and Rafika Loud. Rafika Loud over on the vertical chat. Megastar Ducky on Twitch. Beautiful, beautiful to see all of you folks here. Sorry for the late start on tonight's stream. When will things get easier, eh, Space Fams? I can't wait. I can't for the day where I go live. I say, hey, nothing to talk about. Everything's great. Unfortunately, this week has been especially fucked. A lot to talk about. Hopefully, we'll be able to navigate our way through it all this evening. From Trump's rehashing of the 2020 election fraud claims, and last night's strange address to the nation, and seemingly the world. Climate, of course, collapsing. Republicans and Democrats freaking out about the existence of an alternative. God damn it. We need more music. There we go. Okay. What was I saying? Right. Existing political powers that be not liking the current climate in these midterms. Trump renewing threats and attacks against journalists, leftists, and otherwise generally people he doesn't like. Like I said, climate collapsing in front of our very eyes. Oceans warming, fires burning. Big news in the UK elections-wise. Talk about that. And of course, Bridge and Power Plant Day, which has finally come. I'm not even gonna. We'll get to that. I can't even get started on that, or we'll be talking about for the rest of the intro. All right. Where better to start than America? The United States, the place where some of us are feeling more sort of less welcome. And things are getting a little weird, not gonna lie. Last night's speech was horrifying. Why he felt it necessary to do what he did, hard to say for sure, or nail down a specific reason, but we can postulate. These guys were on the ball first-ish. Technically, I think we were, since we were live streaming it. So second on the ball, Zateo. Why don't I have any sound? What's happening? Oh, I think it's this. This is it, isn't it? Yeah, that's me. That's that's my levels. Your levels.
Welcome to a Zateo live stream. I'm Mehdi Hassan. I'm joined by Zateo senior political correspondent Swin Soupsang. Good evening, Swin.
Good to see you. And only you, not the president.
Well, we're also going to be joined by Congressman Jamie Raskin of Maryland shortly to give his take on what's been going on tonight. We're doing this live stream because Donald Trump, the president of the United States, has given a national address from the White House, a very sober speech, read from a prompter, not like one of his rally speeches. He spoke at 9 o'clock for half an hour, and he gave this big speech in which he alleged that the 2020 election, you'll be shocked to hear, was stolen, was rigged against him. He made a series of outlandish, unsubstantiated, conspiratorial, and self-serving claims about the 2020 election. The Mad King, who's never accepted his own defeat at the hands of Joe Biden in 2020. In fact, he's never accepted defeat at the hands of Ted Cruz in the Iowa caucuses. He says those were rigged too. A man who's never accepted defeat tonight came out and claimed that the Chinese government interfered in the 2020 election to help Joe Biden get elected and to defeat him. Which is weird, Swin, because number one, he didn't provide any evidence for this big claim. He talked a lot about intelligence, stuck a bunch of documents on the White House website, but none of them actually showed any evidence of hacking or vote rigging or vote manipulation. In fact, the opposite, and we'll talk about those documents.
Honestly, I don't know whether to be dismayed or horrified by what we witnessed last night. And follow my logic on this, because I really am torn. I am both, and in fact, maybe it's both. I can be both, I think. But to some degree, I'm almost thrilled by his decision to bring this back up. You know, this is one of those issues that the country has broadly decided, right? The country has broadly decided is not good, right? Basically anybody who wants to rehash 2020 is a fucking lunatic, right? Even Scott Jennings is Jan 6 was bad, right? And if his decision to trot this back out right as the midterms are getting underway, we're just wrapping up the primaries, we got 12 or so left or something like that. We get those done, then it's the fucking, and then we just this guy is still stuck on 2020. This guy's still talking about, this guy's getting ready for another Jan 6th. You're gonna vote for that? You're gonna vote for the Republicans who are the Republicans, in my opinion, I think the Republicans are pissed off to some degree that he did this last night. They're not gonna publicly say it. I think they're pissed because this is gonna fuck their election chances. Right? In places that are even conceivably purple-ish, right? Places that have been consistently going redder and redder in recent elections, but have some element of doubt in them. This is a disaster, and we've seen some of the early results, right? In some places, in some very red districts, losing 30 points, still going red. We saw a number of them over the last year go down, where in plus 35, plus 40 Trump districts, it coming down to 2 or 3 points. That's a huge thing. And then you add in Trump's rehashing the 2020 election and going Jan 6 2.0 over here. That's the easy, that is some fucking, that's a gold mine politically for Democrats. Actually, hold on. I'm going to let them do the intro a little bit, but then we're going to go looking into... Actually, hold on. You know what? I forgot how this one goes. Let's do that.
He didn't provide any evidence for this big claim. He talked a lot about intelligence, stuck a bunch of documents on the White House website, but none of them actually showed any evidence of hacking or vote rigging or vote manipulation. In fact, the opposite, and we'll talk about those documents. Number two, if Xi Jinping, the Chinese government, Chinese dictator, pulled this off, why does Trump constantly say he's best friends with him and he likes him so much, if he's this nefarious actor, as Trump claimed tonight? And number three, of course, the most important point of all, is that the US intelligence community under Donald Trump in January 2021 went to Trump and said, it's our conclusion, and this was the hand-picked director of national intelligence, wasn't it, Swin? John Ratcliffe. And this report concluded, and I quote, and you can read it online, everyone watching, and you're watching on Substack and YouTube, we appreciate you all. This is the quote. We have no indications that any foreign actor attempted to alter any technical aspect of the voting process in the 2020 US election, including voter registration, casting ballots, vote tabulation, or reporting results. We assess that China did not deploy interference efforts and considered, but did not deploy influence efforts to change the outcome of the US presidential election. That
This is like, for those of you who were here yesterday when we were watching that speech, Trump made all of these insane claims, even brought up Russia at one point, and like, but like was claiming that China had meddled in the elections. It's truly incredible that he wants to rehash the 2020 election, something that everybody on the thumbnail like saw some level of like legal problems over, from Roger Stone to fucking Rudy Giuliani, everybody in between, including himself. All these people face like court battles, some people actual jail time. The only reason like what's her face Sidney Powell isn't still in jail is because Trump pressured the governor of Colorado. Like, this shit is fucking insane. They want to rehash this. I can't even understand to some degree. I see it, but it's hard for me to grasp how stupid you have to fucking be to think that this is the best avenue with which to win in the midterms. Right? Like they're using this as justification for voter suppression, right? Federal voter suppression, which is unconstitutional, on everything that they're trying to do is effectively unconstitutional. Like this, like, we're gonna get into too, because that's the thing. Things have been developing throughout the day. We're gonna go to one guy who's apparently gonna be instrumental in this plan. Yeah, but prepare yourselves for that one.
the intelligence has always said. So what was the point of this address tonight?
It was one of the most pathetic excuses for any presidential act I've seen in my entire life. I know we've been saying that a lot over the past year and a half. That doesn't make it any less true. And also, all of your points, obviously, very good, very true. Ultimately, the reason for Donald Trump and his administration coming out to do this is not for it to make coherent sense to people with relatively normal brains, like you and I, or I'm sure all of our legions of Zateo fans.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Obviously, we're going to be doing a good bit of fact-checking here, because that's our responsibility as journalists, but to some extent, them trotting out this alleged intelligence, these declassified whatevers, these bold claims, they're not made to actually be fact-checked. They're made to kind of throw a shiny object out there, get people to chase it, and at some point you're chasing your own tail if you're doing that, because they're just putting out a whole bunch of bullshit that one way or the other Donald Trump is going to use to continuously justify his and the Republican Party's crackdowns.
Yeah, and I think this is actually the thing that to me makes the most sense for why they're doing this, right? Laying a groundwork for the future, some sort of 2025-esque playbook for the elections here is just sow doubt in the elections ahead of time when you know you're going to lose, and then question every result that you don't like when they come in November. But here's the thing about this that truly worries me, because I want to not take this seriously, right? Like, I'm begging to not take this seriously. Like, we are 6 years down the road from this fucking 2020 election fraud bullshit. We all know that America has secure elections that have not been affected by voter fraud, right? There's no... there was no proof that Trump won the election in 2020. And the U.S. voter election, like the elections are being in any way affected by undocumented immigrants, non-citizen voting, by election interference from outside sources. Like none of these things are happening, right? And honestly, the most problematic thing in our fucking elections is the money, right? It's all the moneyed groups, the interest groups. Those are the things, right? Like the PACs, the 501c3s. These are the things that are in our elections, baked into the system, that are actively, causing issue. But it's not this. It's not this nonsense. I don't want to take it seriously, but I remember what happened last time they did this. And around here, we're taking these elections pretty seriously. And if it's their intention to do some sort of fuckery with these midterms, we have to take that threat seriously. And I'm weighing what that means. I've been actively weighing what that means today in the wake of all of this. It's been on my mind. What in the fuck was that sound?
Elections, efforts to steal not just the 2026 midterm elections, but other elections going forward, even when Donald Trump is off the political field. That's the point. They're just sort of grasping for any sort of patina they can to do this. And look, another way that you know it's complete bullshit is because of the way the speech was written. We have reporting at Zateo to this effect. We haven't written it yet, so whatever. I'm just going to say it here, and we're going to give it to the ears of our listeners and subscribers right now. Trump and his White House senior staff have been repeatedly briefed that his administration, this time around, the Trump-Vance administration, in their eyes, the good one, not the lazier one of Trump 1.0, whatever they want to claim, have not been able to find the smoking gun that China actually managed to flip votes in Joe Biden's direction in 2020. This is after Donald Trump and his White House sicked the Bill Pulte's, the John Solomons of the world, all these guys, the truest of hardcore election deniers, pro-Trump election deniers, to go about the federal government, shamble about all of these classified documents to try to find a smoking gun that Donald Trump has been insisting for years has been there, that China and maybe other nefarious actors flipped votes, hacked voting machines to make Joe Biden the anointed leader in 2020, to stick the screws to Donald Trump. Even these guys, the most internet brain-cooked people on the planet, who Donald Trump put in highly sensitive position and powers, could not find that actual smoking gun, even though they were supposedly given everything.
Exactly. He was in power back in 2020. He directed everybody he could think of at this thing to prove his claims. Then they had years in court to prove their claims once again. Right? Because it's not just that. Like, I mean, he's like, he got us halfway down the road, but we can't forget that after the fact, people like Todd Blanche and all of his other lawyers, Bam Bondi and all the other people who are working on the sidelines trying to put together these election fraud claims of theirs, could not do it. They couldn't manage to prove it in court. They were in court for years. And now some of them owe millions because of the lies that they peddled about the people involved in these, like fucking Rudy Giuliani. He still owes like tens of millions of dollars to those two elections officials. It's, like, it just, to me, it's crazy. It really is fucking Nutburger's crazy town to want to do something like this. But if it is, in fact, like, what's his name? I forget this kid's name. Forget this guy's name. But, like, if he is right, and honestly, like, this is a salient theory, in my opinion. if their plan is to just sow doubt about the election so that they can question after the fact once they lose, knowing what we know. I mean, they see the same polls that we are seeing. They know that they're heading into just a massive calamity and that they're about to lose power in a significant way, right? Like, Trump will still be in office, but you'll have potentially a flipped House and Senate if things go well for Democrats here. And all of a sudden, he'll be completely neutered in what he can do. And then him and everybody else in this administration, including the Republicans who helped make this happen, are going to face accountability potentially. They don't want that. They don't want to lose power and face accountability. Those are their two least favorite fucking, like, what are you kidding me? These people are deranged. These are people deranged and mad with power and with facing no accountability. Right? Like, it almost feels like, to some degree, like their entire lives are built up on never facing accountability for anything. So the concept of losing power and facing accountability simultaneously has got to be terrifying to people like Donald Trump, some of these other people around him.
That they so desire. So that is why when he went out there tonight, you and other eagle-eared or eagle-eyed listeners may have noticed that the speech was written in this kind of way that was just jack full of innuendo.
Yes.
They talk about attempts, they talk about intelligence, but they would never talk about that we found a smoking gun that showed the election was stolen by China in Joe Biden's favor in 2020. That's why Donald Trump would say all these different asides where he'd say, like, oh, we know a lot of bad stuff happened. Oh, we can never have another stolen election again. He never actually connected the two thoughts in his speechwriter written speech tonight. And that is because even these conspiratorial crackpots who he's employing right now could not find the smoking gun.
So on the smoking gun point, what's so interesting is, as you say, innuendo, but he also claims to have all these documents, right? He begins the speech saying, we're putting all these documents online, and people have gone through already the documents online, and they found one document on the White House website that the White House released, which is supposed to be part of the smoking gun that doesn't exist. This is a document that they put out from intelligence, which specifically says, the intelligence community, this is from the 2020 campaign, the intelligence community assesses that China does not currently intend to covertly interfere to try to sway the outcome of the election, although this activity could enable such operations if Beijing made a decision to do so. Oh, that's strange, because that completely undermines the entire speech. Listening to the speech tonight, Swin, you and I are old enough.
You know, it is so annoying that we have to fact check this guy anymore. Like, it's just because it's so much easier just to assume that everything he's saying is false or based on a false premise, right? Like, and therefore vicariously also false, right? It just the whole thing. It's just like, you might as well just, you know. But and yet, to some degree, it's still important. It's still important to, like, fact check the man. It's just so tiresome because everything he says is false. It's just like literally everything he says is false. And I know that there's like a whole group of people for whom that strategy just lulls them into a false sense of security. It's like he can't possibly, everything he's saying can't possibly be a lie. No, it is. I promise, it's all a lie. He is a liar.
To remember 2002, 2003, the run-up to the Iraq War. I feel like Donald Trump has gone full George W. Bush this.
Where is Gary? Chat needs to know. Chat, what? What do you mean, where is Gary? Gary exists. Gary and Space Garys don't exist, but regular Gary still exists. You can't, it's Gary, you don't spell Gary though. It's G-A-R, not G-A-R-Y. Gare. I don't know why YouTube's so informal with Gary.
The bombing of Iran, the embrace of the neocons, and now standing up and giving addresses to the nation, claiming to be citing U.S. intelligence, which isn't really U.S. intelligence, claiming to be quoting the CIA, which hasn't really been vetted by the CIA, and then insisting on finding a smoking gun, that they're so incompetent they can't even find the smoking gun. Remember, George Bush, they could have planted WMDs. I always think about the Iraq war.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once.
They got so exposed, and today you have Donald Trump doing this address, and now we're going through all the
Shame on
information.
you.
He's being mocked again, rightly so, tonight, because he hasn't got anything. And by the way, I want to read one quote to you. This was the quote that jumped out to me. And we've got Congressman Raskin joining shortly. Also, for you, those of you watching on YouTube and Substack, stick your questions, your comments in the comments, and we will try and put them to Swin. I'll try and put them to the Congressman. I'll try and deal with them. We'll come to as many as we can. We know you're watching live, and you've got a lot of questions. But this line, Swin, jumped out to me. I'm going to read it to you. This is my favorite line from Donald Trump tonight. Raw intelligence obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. So this statement is so good because it says that even this statement says they attempted to manufacture illegal. It doesn't say that ballots were changed. It doesn't say that Joe Biden got any fake votes. And the favorite part is raw intelligence obtained by the FBI. Do we know what raw intelligence is? It means it's unvetted. It means it could be a tip. It could be anything randomly that the FBI got hold of. That's why it's called raw. That's why it doesn't go to the president directly.
Post on X.
And by the way, Donald Trump, if we are now accepting raw intelligence from the FBI, I would remind you that the FBI in the Epstein files claims to have lots of unverified intelligence about Donald Trump abusing children, which we all rightly, responsibly as journalists say, you know what, Donald Trump denies that, and it's not been verified. These are just things in the files that the FBI were looking into. Well, if we're going to start playing the raw intelligence game, does Donald Trump now accept the raw intelligence in the Epstein files, Swin?
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Yes, raw intelligence. There's a lot of raw intelligence. FBI did a bunch of interviews, if I recall correctly, with a bunch of possible victims. Maybe we should just assume all that to be true. I'm sure the president would love that. I'm sure he'd love that. Yeah, I bet it was like an X post or like a truth social or something. Raw intelligence. Raw intelligence. I've got raw intelligence that says I'm not gonna say the thing I was about to say. Okay, there's something wrong with me. I'm not gonna say that. Yes, Jeffrey Epstein, the financier. Exactly. Oh. Yeah. Thing is most normal-brained humans found this Trump speech to be either alarming or ridiculous, or some combination of the two. Here's BBC from 20 hours ago.
We start with breaking news, and that is that President Trump has accused China of extensive interference in the 2020 US elections, and also alleged that US intelligence had covered up attempts by Beijing to damage him electorally. In an address to the nation, the US president, who lost that election to Joe Biden, repeated his claims it had been rigged against him. Dozens of investigations, audits, and court proceedings at all levels have failed to find any evidence of fraud. Opposition Democrats had warned ahead of this speech that Mr. Trump was laying the ground to interfere in November's midterm elections, in which the Republicans risk losing control of Congress.
U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden.
Yeah, like we just said, that voter data is literally for sale. Legally. Now, if we want to stop that, we can stop that. We can talk about stopping that. You know, we can also we can talk about, tech companies like the one Trump owns selling data as well. That's like another thing we could talk about. Of course, Trump provided zero evidence for any of the hacking that he talked about. No evidence for any of that.
Speaking just a short time ago. Let's speak to our correspondents now. And joined me from Washington and Beijing, we have Nick Johnson and Steve McDonnell, who's going to be taking us through reaction to those comments by President Trump. Let's start first with reaction from the United States. Nick, there had been expectation about the comments that we heard from President Trump, but what sort of reaction has there been since those comments were made?
Well, a lot of Democrats, as you might imagine, have described what President Trump says as completely bogus, as repeating false information, misinformation. But going back to the contents of this speech, I mean, this is safe territory for Donald Trump. In a world that he hasn't been able to control, a narrative he hasn't been able to control over the Iran war over the past few months, this is going over safe ground for him. A claim that he's repeated over the past 6 years, that election in 2020 was stolen from him. And as you heard there, he said this time it was, he laid the target at China, who said that he said that they'd been interfering. He said that they'd managed.
Yeah, in my opinion, this is like fascist, nationalist, sort of like scrambling, right? Shambling, shambolic, furious attempts at maintaining power. He continues to fail and continues to lose support from his own voters, most especially independents, of course. Republicans are still mostly on board for a lot of this shit. But the huge number of independents in this country have basically completely abandoned him. He knows how unpopular he is. Everything he's done has not been met with the sort of excitement that I think he's hoped for, from Liberation Day to the Epstein situation to ICE to Operation Epstein Fury, right? Like all of these things, he thought it was gonna go really good, and it's gone bad. His numbers have imploded on all of these things, and this is just now this is the last attempt to to hold on to and seize what power is left to seize as he becomes more and more unpopular, right? Because democracy is no longer something that he can count on to get to keep power. So now it's just authoritarianism. Now it's just fascist nationalist propaganda intended to confuse the masses surrounding democracy and the elections. Cast doubt on it so that he can make some kind of grab, some kind of power grab.
Get hold of hundreds of thousands of US voter details, but he didn't go into any explanation as to how the possession of those voter details, personal information, phone numbers, what sort of impact those would have had on that election in 2020. There was an investigation that was carried out in 2021 by John Ratcliffe. He's now the director of the CIA, that found that there was no foreign interference in that election whatsoever. I think the reason that Donald Trump is doing this now is, I've already mentioned the fact that he hasn't been able to control the narrative with Iran. This is a narrative he feels he can control. He also wants to get his Save America Act through Congress. Now, that's a bill that he wants to pass whereby voters turning up to the polls here in the US will have to show voter ID, but also proof of citizenship, which Donald Trump and some Republicans think will shore up the integrity of the voting system in the US. But also, I think he's making these claims now because...
Yeah, but this is like, this whole thing is based upon a false premise. There is no evidence. There is zero evidence that non-citizens are voting. So it is completely superfluous and unnecessary. And all this will do is disenfranchise people who happen to not have the necessary fucking documents, right? And even Republicans know that this is a bad idea. Because it's going to disenfranchise Republicans, too. This whole thing is a psychotic fucking plan. It's just based upon lies that they've told themselves. Racist lies. It's because it's all based in racism, right? They're like, brown people are coming here and they're voting in our elections. What's interesting is that he doesn't want to talk about the 2024 election and whether or not that was secure, right? No, they still want to claim that he won that hands down, which to me is pretty strange when you think about it. It's like only certain elections were fraudulent. Some of them were perfect, like the one that I won. And honestly, anybody defending this kind of talk is a fascist. They just are. They're fascist insurrectionists. Write that down.
3 takeaways, nothing shocking, right? I was actually hoping there was. I kind of got baited into wanting to see what new information that was out there, and obviously we didn't really hear anything new. The only thing missing was Sidney Powell and Rudy Giuliani not sitting on his flanks. The 3 things I learned was that there's elections are vulnerable, China hates us, and voting machines could be attacked by cyber attacks. Those are the 3 things that I took away from the speech. I think we knew those going into that.
Did we?
Did anyone else?
Yeah, I was shocked.
You were shocked.
The election machines are not under threat. People who are pretending like they are playing into the same insurrectionist propaganda that Trump put out in 2020. This dude's a Jan 6er, all right? Everybody who gets on board, we just call them Jan 6ers because that's what they are. All right? They've gotten back on board the train that got us there. Okay?
Donald Trump is laying the groundwork for this election, and I think that is what should be disturbing to everyone. Part of the reason why he gave this sort of speech is similar to the tactic that he used in 2020 that Jack Smith actually prosecuted him for or had charges against him, which was that he was told by his advisors over and over and over that fraud was not a thing in the 2020 election, and that the 2020 election was actually safe and secure. And we had known for quite some time that there were attempts by the Chinese and the Russians, and yet that Donald Trump tried as much as he could in certain states to ensure that and to sow doubt in our 2020 election so that they would not certify the results in the election. And now he is laying that groundwork so that he can take some sort of action, whether it be the National Guard, whether it be ICE, whatever it is, ahead of the election in 2026. And I think that is the takeaway and should be shocking to everybody.
You don't think, the average
That is absolutely the thing that I think is the next step that they are planning. And this cannot be allowed to go forward. If that is in fact, they haven't said it, they haven't repeated that claim since all of this talk, but they already mentioned it earlier this year and last year too.
American might find it shocking that China is said to have hacked into our systems.
They didn't. They didn't hack our systems.
Information.
I would suggest it in a press release at
I'm
DOJ.
asking you if the American public, who
here's another Jan 6er. First off, China didn't hack the elections. Trump said it and then provided no evidence for it. There's no evidence that they hacked our elections. They didn't hack a single one. Jan 6er.
don't think are talking about this or even knew about any of this. I think that's a little bit of a failure on the part of the administration, current and past, to put that information out there. But also, I think the media hasn't really focused that much on this particular aspect.
They actually have, and actually Marco
Are you
Rubio
kidding
and
me?
the Intelligence Committee.
Is this guy is fucking like imploding into his own fucking face right now with stupidity. What in the shit is this guy? The media didn't assess any of this, didn't pay attention. Are you kidding me? How many clips did Fox News or OAN or News Nation or like any of these other sort of like right wing, even CNN and like other mainstream outlets like back then, during this time when this was all going down, everyone was talking about this kind of shit. And for him to be like, oh, this hasn't really been litigated in the media. Bullshit, dude. Are you kidding? It's been more litigated than practically anything else.
Have done that, and if we had a president who actually cared about it in 2020, he would have raised the alarm about China and Russia and others trying to interfere in our election.
Was that he wasn't getting the information.
Well, maybe he should read the presidential daily briefing. That's the problem. He does not read his intelligence briefings.
Sorry, but part of this speech was.
That's not the problem. Anyway, I mean, Trump, like we were just saying, mobilized a fuckload of people to try and investigate this back in 2020. They found nothing. Then they went to court. They were found to have committed crimes, election crimes. The people in his orbit. Like, I mean, it's fucking insane that these turds want to defend this. But maybe they all think the insurrection was good. Maybe they think Jan 6 was good. Maybe they think that the election was stolen. Maybe they think we should give $1 million apiece to the Jan 6ers for the inconvenience we caused them. Right? Right? I mean, if this is the game we're playing right now. This is the game we're playing right now. Everybody needs to understand this is the game in the media that's being played right now. Like these I was watching these CNN clips. They're endlessly frustrating. Because honestly, nobody wants, from what I can tell, nobody wants to tie them in this way to these arguments. But this is all that there is. This is all that there is. You listen to these fuckbags defending these arguments. These are the same arguments they tried to make 6 years ago that were turned down by juries and courts. And they're just coming up with you know, like, with new ways to justify this, and it's insane to me. It is insane.
I think a big distinction you have to draw is between election interference and election influence, right? Sure. Interference is about actually changing votes. The Jan 6 committee talked exactly about this. Right. There was not interference, and Donald Trump today did not allege there was interference. Correct. The election results were appropriate. Joe Biden won fair and square. Election influence is done all the time. It's done in every election. That's not remarkable. Is it important for our government to be aware of it, take action to protect our elections, even from influence? That's correct. But to your point, Yeah, but that's not what the president alleged tonight. He
talked specifically about
He did not
that.
allege that our elections were hacked in a way that impacted the result. And to your point, I think it's ironic that the president here is focused about election integrity, where the person that has been the biggest threat to attacking our election integrity, the security and the comfort we have in our elections, and trying to overturn the votes of American citizens is the president. He is the one who is taking action through challenging court decisions, to undermining Department of Justice, to undermining congressional action, and leading to a violent insurrection that led to deaths. That is an actual threat, and I think it's ironic that he now would suggest that he could play the role of defender of election integrity with the past that he has.
The administration continues to try to have these numbers about non-citizen voting. They've tried to say it around the SAVE Act, and this has been a thing that they have orchestrated in some sense. One, I think, major point here is that if there is voter fraud that is happening all across this country, why isn't the Department of Justice prosecuting it? Donald Trump had the White House for 4 years. If there was voter fraud that happened after the 2016 election, I worked at the Justice Department. I do not recall them. I have not seen press releases of them prosecuting voter fraud.
Yeah. Why aren't they? I don't know why this smarmy, smug douchebag here is smirking like this right now. But why? This is what I keep saying. Trump just won an election in a landslide here, according to him, right? Here in 2024. No claims of fraud here. We're still just talking about 2020, the one that he lost. He didn't investigate into any of the fraud, supposed fraud, for 4 years between 2016 and 2020. But now we're just hearing it pre-midterm. Now we're just bringing it all back up pre-midterm. An election that he is looking to lose is weird. It's a little convenient.
Blanche does whatever the president wants, and so did Pam Bondi. Still have not seen that. In my home state of Texas, show me the proof. Why has Ken Paxton actually?
Like, honestly, maybe it's blue stop the steal time. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here. but like, these guys want to play this game, like this election fraud game. Militarize election sites with ICE. Bring back poll taxes. And then claim that the election's being stolen from them when people vote against them. That's the steal. That's the fucking steal right there. That is an out in the open steal.
Prosecuted, instances of voter fraud. They claim there's all this voter fraud, but where are the prosecutions is my question.
You know I love you, so I'm going to say this gently. That was brilliant sleight of hand, because that's not what the clip was about. It was about getting registered. Now, we agree that
But they
should
do
not,
say
hold
it's
on, hold
voter
on.
fraud. At least they're saying it's leading
But
to voter fraud.
who gives that sleight of hand? This fucking smarmy fuckbag. Honestly, I wish he would just slap him. Are you kidding me right now? Like, the registering, it doesn't matter. We could register dogs, right? Like, just follow me here. We could register all dogs and cats in the country. Unless they start voting, we don't have a fucking problem, do we? Right? There's no real fraud going on there, right? Like ministerially, they might have the opportunity to vote, but right now, we don't got any fucking dogs walking into polling sites. And there's no evidence that undocumented people are voting. And in fact, the 300,000 number has been already looked through and is at most 10,000. So 30 times less than what the president claimed. So 10,000. How did that affect the presidential election across the country? Not just one locality. 10,000 across the country. How did those 10,000 votes affect any fucking election? It didn't. It didn't. And once again, not even votes registered. And the collection of even those 10,000 is under serious scrutiny right now, because the collection methods of these numbers there's a lot of doubt being cast on how they figured these numbers out. Sounds, if anything, it sounds like they used AI or something stupid like that to like try and figure this out. But like, this is nonsense. This is a fucking nonsense argument. Doesn't matter who's registered to vote if they're not fucking voting. And there is no evidence that anyone, any undocumented people are voting in elections, that they are causing any elections to be flipped in one way or another. And it's insane that these psychos are even on the fucking air right now. Like, the people who are defending this stuff from the president right now need to be shamed off of the internet. I am not kidding. These people want to do another insurrection. Okay? If that's the vibes of the political climate that they want, then we have a whole other discussion to be having. Oh, okay, let's go here. Democracy Now! For more on this ridiculous election integrity plan.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. President Trump used a primetime address Thursday night to accuse China of interfering with the 2020 election, despite a U.S. intelligence assessment finding no evidence to support his claim. A Chinese foreign ministry spokesperson said Trump's accusations were, quote, totally fabricated and a malicious smear, unquote. During the speech, Trump announced he was declassifying documents that show what he called shocking vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure. But Trump offered no evidence that China or any other nation had directly interfered with the recent elections, including in 2020, when President Trump lost to Joe Biden. This is part of what Trump said last night.
Put together, these disclosures reveal an election system so broken and so vulnerable that no one can possibly defend it. It is not defensible. Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people are listed and active on the voter rolls, and yet we still have elections with no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail.
After the speech, all 24 Democratic governors in the United States issued a joint statement saying, quote, it's deeply alarming President Trump continues to try to undermine free and fair elections. No amount of lies and conspiracy theories can change the fact that our country's elections have repeatedly been proven to be safe and secure. These attacks are intended to intimidate and silence voters, the governors wrote. President Trump ended his speech by urging lawmakers to pass the Save America Act.
But most importantly, addressing this crisis of election security demands that Congress must pass the Save America Act. How easy is that to do unless you want to cheat? The only reason you wouldn't do it is you want to cheat because your policies are so bad and your candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way.
Voting.
Him from him is just so wild. He is literally looking to face a massive fucking defeat in Congress in the midterms. He's like, why? Unless you think you're gonna lose, why would you cheat? It's like, dude, you're literally about trying to cheat because you're about to lose, and like it's like every single accusation out of these people is always a confession. It is crazy. I mean, look at his poll numbers. Look at the poll numbers on who people will vote for right now. Among independents, it's 70-20. Democrats to Republicans. It's a huge voting block. It's, you know, and Trump needed to get himself to where he is now. He's lost them. He's completely lost them. He's still got the cultists, but the idiots who voted for him last time have given up on him. This whole thing is insanity. Like, it is, honestly, it's bothering me. Because what have we been doing around here? We're staying focused on electoral politics, right? Trying to not let emotions cloud our judgment. Stay focused on the prize. Do the democracy. And Trump's over here just like brazenly, blatantly undermining it. Oh, I hate this fucking guy. He's endlessly frustrating. When did Ari? Oh, he comes in immediately. Okay, hold on. Wait, what?
Immediately, if not sooner.
How did that color get changed?
Activists have warned the Save America Act could disenfranchise millions of eligible voters. We're joined now by Ari Berman, the national voting rights correspondent for Mother Jones, author of the book Minority Rule, The Right-Wing Attack on the Will of the People and the Fight to Resist It. Ari, what were your takeaways from last night's primetime address? Fascinatingly, a number of news outlets did not run it live or pulled away from it to counter what they said were President Trump's lies, that they weren't just going to give him a platform for them.
Hi, Amy. Well, thank you for having me back on the show. It's an honor to be on twice in 1 week. But I have to say that Trump's speech was shockingly weak. It had no new evidence, despite him claiming that there would be really big news. No new evidence about the 2020 election. No evidence that votes were tampered in some kind of way, that election equipment was accessed in some kind of way. The classified documents did not show what Trump claimed they purported to show. And so really, if Trump was trying to build another case, because he's been making this argument for 6 years, but was trying to build a smoking gun case that the 2020 election was stolen, he failed miserably.
Yeah. And I started going through the website yesterday. It wasn't even posted, but while we were live, we were watching it, and I was trying to find the documents, couldn't find them. Today, I managed to find some of them, and it's like worse than the Epstein files. All right, no, it's equal to it's like a fucking, what's it called? It's like a deja vu. You know, like I've seen this before. Like, it's, like, half redacted, like, totally like, anything that is unredacted to some degree is, like, non-revelatory or, like, needs more information, probably from the redacted portions of but it's, like, lacking all context because you don't have sender, recipient, like all of these other sorts of like these pieces involved, and if you think that this is the smoking gun, like Ari is absolutely freaking right. Fucking failure, dude. Fucking failure. This is what the big bombshell news Caroline was telling us about earlier this week. Come on.
Come on! That said, I am still very concerned that this speech is intended to lay the groundwork for the administration to interfere in the midterms, and that his speech is going to ratchet up pressure to interfere in the midterms. And he's going to point to all the things he's done, all the intelligence he's disclassified, and say, now I have evidence, even though he doesn't have the evidence, but he's going to claim he has the evidence to do things like attempt to seize voting machines, stop mail voting, require proof of citizenship to register to vote. And so even though the speech itself was very underwhelming, the threats to fair elections remain, and if anything, have gotten more dire in the wake of the speech.
Aria, I'm wondering if you'd comment on two things. One, this whole issue of this president talking about interference in elections when he's directly tried to influence or interfere elections in recently in Argentina, in Colombia, in Honduras.
Yeah, and let's not forget that he literally, in a perfect phone call, asked for, what was it, 10,380 votes? That's all I need. 10,380 votes. The perfect phone call. Like, it's fucking absurd. The dude hates democracy. He's claiming to be the bastion of it. You gotta be shitting me. You've got to be fucking kidding me. As DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen would say,
give me a joke.
Petty narcissist who can't get over his defeat, but B, because he wants to create the predicate to interfere in the midterms. And I believe that's what this speech was ultimately all about.
Let's go to Trump threatening NBC and ABC for not fully airing the speech.
In a rare move, NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They knew what it was about because of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is, and they don't want to reveal it. They and others in the media are part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going. They want to protect the rap.
he's so hard to take seriously, but it's incumbent upon me to continue to take him seriously, because I know people out there do, but holy fuck. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. ABC and NBC are involved in an election-stealing plot? Really? And that plot involves not covering a Trump speech? Really? Really, dude? This is the most deluded conspiracy fucking theory. Oh, my God. Oh, I'm trying to think of a worse one than this. Harp?
The left, they can't have a great country, and that's true. You can't have a great country without free and fair elections. Fraud like this should mean a revocation of their licenses. They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways.
Our multi-billion-dollar in value airways.
They pay nothing.
Very nasty.
That was President Trump last night, threatening the licenses once again.
He's a sick, sick man. They're registering the cats. They're registering the dogs. They're registering the pets. That's right. But once again, does it matter? Can the pets vote? Are the pets walking into the local polling station, waiting in line, getting up to the table, and then vocalizing what party that they vote for? Like, I'm just trying to imagine it, you know? Just trying to imagine the whole process of the cat. I guess you'd have to, like, jump up onto the table and maybe point to your preferred party, at least in the primary. I guess in the general, that's not involved. But people are like, yes, right this way, Snowball. Here's the booth. Follow the instructions on the, like, dude, like, come on, dude. The fact that there's just as much evidence for that happening as there is evidence for undocumented immigrants going to elections and voting. They're not doing it.
This time of NBC and ABC, the significance of this, and also he keeps talking about the voter rolls being for sale and foreign countries taking them, though the documents he declassified do not reveal this. But the fact is, voting rolls are for sale. Is that right, Ari? People have access to them.
Yeah, Amy. So first, I'll just talk about the media. I mean, it's chilling that Trump threatened the broadcast licenses of networks that did not show this speech. However, it was heartening that so many networks chose not to show this speech. Trump has tried to intimidate the media in so many different ways, and it felt like finally some elements of the corporate funded media have said, we've had enough. We've had enough of Trump. We've had enough of Trump's lies. And obviously that's going to drive Trump crazy, but it was ultimately good for democracy that they didn't show his.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm with Ari on that. I will take it. And it's just hilarious to me how personally Trump has taken this this editorial decision at two major networks. You know, by now he's got to have made a call to Larry Ellison and be like, "You think you can buy ABC and NBC? How much do you think it? How much do you think it'll cost? I'll allow it." Oh my god! That doesn't even kind of sound out of the realm of possibility. In fact, I'm fairly certain that's happened already. Am I the only one that thinks that that's already happened? Because you know that's the out. Is like, rather than just trying to shut them down with the federal government, is allow some sort of hostile takeover by not Comcast, whatever it is. Paramount, CBS, whatever, Viacom, HBO, Time Warner, I don't know, Halliburton, what company don't they own now again? I can't remember. I'm getting lost in the corporate ether, I suppose. I'm getting all confused. I'm kidding about Viacom. I don't think they own Viacom. I was just throwing random companies into the mix as a joke. Let's see how BBC Global News Podcast is reacting to this news.
Welcome to the Global News Podcast from the BBC. I'm Celie Hatton, and today I'm joined by our North America correspondent, Anthony Zerker. Anthony, we're looking at the wide-ranging claims of election fraud that were laid out by President Trump in a rare national address, from meddling by China to allegations of a deep state cover-up. I know the BBC's been reviewing documents that have been newly released by the Trump administration into these claims. Has there been any proof that's been revealed?
Well, Donald Trump has declassified a range of different documents going over the past 5 or 6 years. And he, in his speech to the public, cited those documents. We've had a chance to look a little deeper into them. And some of the information is new, but it doesn't contain any big surprises. There were things that we already knew, some documents that had already been released out into the public domain, some which had been a concern for American governments going back more than 10 years. So the validity of these documents, these are findings, sometimes temporary findings or preliminary findings, but Donald Trump has been grouping all of them together, and in the speech was trying to present it as a clear threat to American elections and warning that things had to be done to secure them or the United States democracy would be in peril.
Okay, so Donald...
Yes. An overarching narrative that holds no water, containing no new revelations. And really nothing of substance. That is the lesson from all this. Unfortunately, there are real life consequences to the president of the United States spouting off on all of this shit and saying and mobilizing the federal government to do any of the things that he's talking about. Let's go here. I'm gonna skip one just because I'm sick. I don't even want to listen to these fucking. Maybe we should listen to this. I'm skipping this first part of it. We don't need this. I'm just sick of listening to these morons already. Like any of these people that are here to justify this shit. It's insanity. But I guess we'll listen to a little bit of CNN. Brian Tyler Cohen is going Hassan Piker with the beard over here.
These sound like reheated conspiracy theories that we've been hearing for years and years and years. The reality is Donald Trump is looking for any thin predicate to be able to claim election fraud so that he can exercise what he thinks are some grandiose presidential powers so that he can do the thing that he's claiming to want to avoid, which is actually interfere in the next election. Because the only number really that's new here is his sinking approval ratings.
Mark, let me ask you, Mark, about the idea that this speech was very much about voter fraud and interference in elections, although there was not a claim that it had changed the outcome of elections, which I think is kind of the first time he's talked about this without saying that I won 2020. But obviously the inference is, well, this is happening and it makes you think that maybe it could. So is this about the Save America?
It's pretty clear he's talking about he doesn't have to say 2020, right? He's not claiming the 2024 election was stolen or the 2016 election was stolen. So which one could have possibly been stolen? Huh. It's 2016. It's 24. Is there another election in between there? Oh, that's right. 2020. Also, we got to talk about this fucking guy. Give me a second. This shit is what
has been hammering, trying to get Republicans to come together. They don't have the numbers in the Senate, but trying to get them to pass it. And this was one of the messages he was sending to the country and to the senators.
I don't think the president left any gray area or area.
What is this guy doing here? And she's like, Mark, can we get your opinion? Why are we getting Mark's opinion? Who the fuck is Mark? I've been trying to figure it out, and I haven't had enough time to go through it. This is just some Wall Street fuckbag. He's literally just a Wall Street guy. He doesn't have a Wikipedia page. It's not clear to me that he has any involvement in politics. He was, I assume, considering the suit, a Trump donor or something like that. But aside, why is he here? And why do we care what he has to say? It's just some Wall Street tool. Look. All that comes up, this is a guy whose LinkedIn comes up first, right? That's who this guy is. Mark Lepresti. Hey. Mark, 25 years Wall Street veteran. Microcap conference. Money. Why is he here?
Interpretation, this was about get, save, pass. That was the last thing he said. But let me just address some of what you said, Brian. It is a different era now than it was in 18 or in 20. This massively different. I sit on the advisory board of 2 quantum cybersecurity companies. I know something about this. AI and the threat.
I'm a rich guy that I sit on the board of 2 companies that do security. Like he knows anything about cybersecurity. To pretend like being on the board of a company makes you an expert in something is fucking hilarious. That shit is always so funny to me when people say things like that. It's like, what? You showing up to vote once a month or whatever? Your no-show job makes you an expert in a field? Really? Fascinating. Tell me more about cybersecurity. I'm sorry, I can't listen to this fuckbag any longer. I'm afraid. We're going to have to skip it because everything he says is super dumb. I don't know why he's here. Like, I at least understand why Brian Tyler Cohen's here, right? Mark, not clear. Not clear why he's here. All right, I can listen to any more of that. I can't do it. Okay. That was unhinged, okay? Let's go to a much more hinged place. Place of thoughts and thinking. Of words and wisdom. Wait, no, I take that back. I'm sorry. Sorry, I must have been looking at the wrong video. Let's go here to the White House press briefing room. AKA the Ministry of Truth. Caroline Levitt here in a bright pink suit and a teeny little cross. Let us know the latest truths that we must hold dear.
Dasha, go ahead. Nice to see you back. You too. 2 questions, one on tonight and one on immigration. It strikes me listening to the conversation in this room about Iran, given the questions that folks on both sides of the aisle have about strategy and endgame, given that the United States has intensified strikes on Iran, typically in a time of conflict, when the president gives an address to the nation, you would expect him to address this conflict. Number one, will he talk about Iran? And why is that not the major topic of his speech? Does he believe that the SAVE Act and the 2020 election integrity are more important right now?
Well, no, it's not a matter of importance. It's just a matter of timing. The president will be making a very important announcement with respect to the integrity of our...
I'm sorry. I'm trying to take her seriously. Sorry, Caroline. Please continue.
2020 election integrity are more important right now.
Well, no, it's not a matter of importance. It's just a matter of timing. The president will be making a very important announcement with respect to the integrity of our elections. However, it is also very possible at the top of the speech he will mention the current situation with Iran and also the economy as well. As you all know, President Trump is a man of his own word, and he sometimes is thinking about these things up until he walks out. But we have had conversations about him addressing a range of topics, and that could very well be possible tonight. Again, this is all more reason for all of you to carry the speech live and for the
Look at Caroline go over here. She is spinning. She is back on top of her game. She popped out that baby. She's back here to do propaganda like nobody's business. She's like, look, does Trump care about the SAVE Act in the 2020 election more than the Iran war? It's not about that. It's not about importance to the president. It's just a matter of timing. You know, when he does things has nothing to do. Timing has no relevance to importance, right? Which is honestly, like, I can't even get to the rest of this. I have to stick on that. That's got to be a problem. Right? Follow me on this, but how is that not like a huge that's a red flag. I mean, we got plenty of those, but that's a real problem. If in fact that were true, and to some degree it does sometimes feel like this. But is everybody hearing the problem in that sentence? Like, saying that the importance of something has nothing to do with the timing in which you address it, that seems like a real problem, no? Like, you just sort of battlefield, sort of triage type of, mind, like, you see what I'm saying here? Like, you want to actually be, especially from the executive branch. That's almost literally the reason we have an executive branch. Like, I feel like that's, to some, if I recall correctly, it's been a while since I read any of this shit. If I recall correctly, I could have sworn the founders, that was the reason why they thought we needed the executive branch, the ones who were for it, because there was also some distinction in because not everybody was for it, but people thought we need somebody who can adequately assess quickly these, you know, like faster than perhaps the entire body could, right? You know, but they're literally, she's making like, look, Trump doesn't necessarily address things on importance, okay? He's just shooting from the hip. But then she follows it up with, and once again, like I said, she's a pro. So, but look, this is why you should all be good little propagandists and just put the speech on your platforms, as if people at NBC can't watch it somewhere else. Like, I love that argument from Caroline. Maybe it'll help you understand, but maybe you'll know more about what the president says if you happen to live stream it from your platform. That makes perfect sense, Caroline. Thank you. If I hadn't without her, I would have thought people from NBC, ABC, they would have been fine figuring out what Trump had to say at this by watching C-SPAN's feed or Forbes's feed or Fox's feed or anybody else's feed, but no. Live streaming it, putting it on the airwaves yourself, the act of putting it on the airwaves increases understanding. See? This is what people aren't grasping. That's why we need Caroline.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, Caroline. She's already back to saying some of the darndest things, that Caroline. She's a special one. Does she alarm you? She should alarm you. She's a problematic person. Deeply problematic person. She's a real believer, too. I've been saying it for a while now, but she's a true believer. You know, like, she's the right woman for the job. You know, if you want to do an Orwellian style fascist takeover of the United States, she's your gal. She believes in it. She believes in the takeover itself. Now, in the wake of the speech, people are going through these documents and finding that they do not support Trump's claims. Here's CNN with one more clip before we move on to Secretary of DHS Markwayne Mullins.
So what do President Trump's newly declassified documents actually say about threats to U.S. elections? CNN's Marshall Cohen is part of the team reviewing hundreds of pages of documents, and he's joining us right now. All right, Marshall, what are we learning?
Hey, Fred, good morning. We were going through these hundreds of pages last night while the White House was releasing these declassified documents. Look, we're journalists. We like it when the government declassifies intel reports so that we can learn what's going on behind the scenes. But with the Trump administration and with this White House, we have seen that sometimes when they put out a claim, there is a lot of context that needs to be added to give the full picture. So let me tick through three big buckets here of what we learned and what you need to know to really understand what's going on. So as Betsy just mentioned, there were vulnerabilities that the White House highlighted about voting machines and claimed that there are weaknesses that foreign adversaries could exploit. And that is what the documents do show, that there are weaknesses in the system that could be taken advantage of. But the documents do not even assert that foreign adversaries ever actually took that final step. hacked any machines and changed any results, which is a very key distinction. Moving on to the topic of non-citizens voting in U.S. elections, which is one of the president's fixations, even though there is no evidence of it occurring on a widespread basis. The documents do discuss allegations of non-citizens on the voter rolls at a far higher number than we've already known, something to the tune of 250,000.
It's not even proof. Just allegations of non-citizens on vote is not even proof of non-citizens. Not only does it not provide proof of non-citizens on voter rolls, it doesn't provide evidence of illegal voting happening in elections. Shock of shocks.
Citizens, non-citizens on the rolls in some key states. But number one, there are some issues with how that data was collected, which could lead to a lot of false positives. And the documents released last night, importantly, do not provide any evidence of illegal voting. To be clear, there's a difference. If you're on the voter roll, that doesn't mean you always go and vote. And
exactly, or ever. Also, I'm fairly certain, once again, they probably used like AI or something like that. I get the sense it's a very flawed process that they use to go about finding any of the stuff that they've found so far. They are very lazy but very ideological. You know, you're really not supposed to do these sorts of things with a conclusion already having been drawn, but that's how they're going about it. That's why we're getting such ridiculous fucking sorts of inconsistencies here. The process itself is flawed. Now, I'm afraid this guy is apparently going to be deeply involved, potentially, if we don't manage to prevent it somehow, in election security, according to him. I don't want reality, Mark Wayne Mullins.
I don't want reality.
That guy.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. You know, President Trump is correct when he said that election security is national security. And one of the greatest privileges I have is being Secretary of the Department of Homeland, and part of that is that we secure our elections. It surprised me when we first started getting in.
Now, I gotta tell Mark Wayne to shut the fuck up real quick. Just to clarify already some of the claims he's making. Because while it is technically in the DHS charter for them to help with election security, it is not their duty. Like, there's a difference. Like, word choice is important here. And while it's DHS's you know, under the charter to help with election security and monitor these sorts of things, it is not. There's a difference between helping and monitoring and forcing states to do what you want, right? There's a huge chasm between his interpretation of the charter and I think everyone else's, and the Constitution probably too.
Into the elections, and this isn't about rehashing the 2020 election.
That's exactly what it is.
This is just exposing what took place and to make sure it never happens again. And there's some really easy steps that can be taken.
All right, that's a good point. It's not just about rehashing the 2020. It is, in fact, absolutely about rehashing the 2020 election, but it's also about doing election suppression in the future. Can't forget that part of it. Thank you. Good point, Mark Wayne.
To secure our elections. And it shouldn't be a partisan issue. This should be something that every American, regardless if you're a Republican, you're a Democrat, you're an independent, you're a libertarian, regardless if you live in a blue state or you live in a red state, everybody should know that their vote counts. And we have individuals that are voting that shouldn't be. It counts, it cancels out.
The SAVE Act, the thing that Trump is trying to get passed right now, will make it so that people, not everybody's votes count. Just by definition. There's millions of people who don't have the documents that they are saying are going to be required under the SAVE Act. If it were, if this were to be forced upon all states, this would be a fucking disaster come election time. And the government, when they talk about having government like ID, election ID, they are not talking about some sort of a national election ID program. They're not going to be sending you an election ID. They're not going to go through the voter rolls and send out election IDs to everybody. That's not happening. You're going to have to go out and find, the time and in some cases the money, right? People who have a lot of money, not going to be a problem. But other people, it's going to be a huge struggle. If you don't have your passport or some other document that proves your citizenship sufficiently to the psychos in charge of this fucking push to repress people, it's a poll tax. It's a poll tax. It's preventing poor communities from voting. They're most likely to not have the documents necessary, right?
Someone that should be. So I want to go through some things in a little bit more depth than what we were able to expose last night, because President Trump, he hit the highlights, and those should be scary for everybody. What we're going to do is dig in just a little bit deeper, and then we'll take some of your questions. So first of all, Department of Homeland Security, we've identified 250,000 non-citizens registered to vote in just 4 states.
As he doesn't name which states they are.
Mind you, we have 46 other states.
By the way, all the states that are giving over data to DHS for this nonsense are red states. So I would just like to point that out. All this data that they're talking about, this is all in red states. So red states are somehow stealing elections for Democrats with undocumented immigrants. Now, of course, that 250,000 number, we already unpacked that. It's a complete lie. I can't listen to this. I can't listen to the rest of this. We're just going to have to listen to clips. I knew this would happen at some point, so I've got a few clips. I already listened to this whole thing. It's disturbing how thrilled Mark Wayne is to be involved in election suppression and in murdering immigrants.
Yes. Go ahead. And I saw you stand up. I'll get to you next. Go ahead. Yeah.
In previous instances where you've had ICE already inquire about the registration, those have also happened in red cities like Texas or North Carolina, where you had HSI or Oklahoma making those requests. Could you talk about the scope of this investigation? It seems like it's more than actually these 4 states.
So when we start talking about enforcing, first of all, the states to work with us, and then the scope moving forward, I obviously can't force the states, but the states always look to us for reimbursement when it comes to helping with the elections. It's expensive to put on an election. I mean, think about every precinct in every county and then statewide. We are not going to spend taxpayer dollars reimbursing a state that is refusing to secure their elections.
Not gonna spend reimburse. First off, that's not even spending. First off, it's a reimbursement. There's a complete different, those are 2 different words, 2 different actions. But the word reimbursement is important because it implies owing. And the government owes the states for the money, according to the law, for their efforts. And their threats to withhold these reimbursements is borderline coup. This shit is fucking insane. These guys are deranged. They are mad with power. They think they can get away with whatever the fuck they want. This is insane. They are threatening states with this shit. I couldn't believe it when I heard it. I was like, excuse me? What did you just say? You're not going to reimburse the states with their tax dollars? If they don't do what you want? If they don't comply with the federal government, you're not going to reimburse them their taxpayer dollars? Maybe blue states should just stop paying taxes to the federal government. This shit is fucking ludicrous. But wait, there's more. Mark Wayne's not going to stop at unconstitutionally withholding reimbursement money from states for not complying. No, he'll take it multiple steps further.
Right here. I will look this way next, I promise.
Some of your numbers, we have 278,000 non-citizens going voter rolls. Any indication of how many people actually voted, or the 400,000 that are actually deceased? Any indication, total number of people that did vote, and what is your ballpark for how many of these people are actually voted?
So those that we've identified, the 278,000 non-citizens and the 400,000 deceased, we are now going through that record. We're standing up a department in DHS. Heather Honey, who is doing a great job exposing all this and working with the team together. Joe Edlow with USCIS and other teams. We are going through these files one by one. And one, identifying the individual. Two, did they vote? And three, where did they vote at? That's a hard, it's easy with states that participate. So the 28,000 that we identified with the 23 states that are working with us, that system can be very easily expose all 28,000. The problem is an activist judges now have put a hold on it, and so we're pending the case. Once it's turned back on, we'll be able to move fast. The 400,000 or the 250,000 in the just four of the blue states. Meaning, what were the states? So I got it right. California, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Nevada. Those are going to be a little bit tougher because we're going to file paperwork for FOIA, even us, to try to get that information from the states. But we will. I don't care how long it takes. We will go by this one by one, and everybody that did vote illegally, we will prosecute. We'll bring up for prosecution.
He's going to go after all the blue states. And he's going to prosecute. And honestly, I need to find this other fucking... I don't have a clip for this other one, but I need to find this spot. I need to go back because I'm pissed off at this piece of shit right now.
Yes.
Shut up, Mark Wayne.
Go ahead.
Shut your stupid face. This guy is a fucking piece of shit. Like, I could have sworn that this one had part of this in it. It did not. Like, I need this. No, this is the wrong one. Like, he makes some fucking insane threats about elections officials during this speech. I should have written down where I was. Like, I think I was just like... I was initially thinking we would watch this whole thing. I just can't. He's just pissing me off too much. I just want to punch him.
Can we ensure that the midterm elections are going to be secure? Yes, we absolutely can build confidence in the American people, but the states have to do their part. I will tell you, if the states that choose not to participate with the SAVE program and they choose not to participate in securing the elections, we will make sure that we make those states a priority to look at who voted in their states and hold then the election officials accountable. If the election officials, once we gave them the information they need to secure their elections, and they chose not to, then those individuals can also be held accountable by fines, by penalties, and even, depending on how far it goes, prison time.
That's exactly the spot. I don't know how I did it, but that's literally the spot I was looking for. This is fucking deranged. If we, the federal government, direct without authority local election officials to do specific things, and they choose not to, because in fact they do have the choice not to. And that's the fucking weird fucking line that they're skirting right now. Like they're jumping back and forth wildly from one side to the next. They're certainly not walking it. They're like, they're playing this stupid back and forth game of like, oh, like we're doing super illegal things. But actually, the law exists. It's like, yeah, it's a fucking choice. They can choose to, because that's the law. That's the Constitution. But Mark Wayne says, actually, you lawfully choosing not to comply with the orders, unlawful orders from the federal government, is enough to potentially fine you, penalize you in some way, form, or fashion. I don't know what that means. If Mark Wayne's going to come and spank you or something, I don't quite know what to expect from that, and or criminally prosecute you. These guys are fucking insane. They can't do that. They just by law cannot do that. For people who in chat saying it doesn't sound legal, it's not legal. There's no way it is legal. It's federal election meddling.
Sorry, I told this guy with a paper.
It's the federal fucking government meddling in elections and using its power to pressure. Even the act of saying that, I'm pretty sure, counts as federal election meddling. Just like pressuring officials like this, in my estimation, is unconstitutional. The federal government telling states that they're going to go after them for not complying ahead of time. It's just as coercive as the act itself, in my opinion. But let's not forget, Mark Wayne, he may think that his job entails elections in whatever way he may think, but his other job, he's got multiple jobs as DHS secretary, but one of them includes administering ICE, Border Patrol. Also, why is he carrying around this fucking stress ball? This guy needs help.
Sorry, I told this guy with a paper I'd get to him, and then this is the last question. I have to go. I'm so sorry. Yes.
I'm just wondering if the officers involved in the Houston shooting as well as the Maine shooting, are they still on administrative leave? Is that how long?
Why any investigation that is going through, I don't care which law enforcement, I don't care if you're local PD, if you're county, if you're state, or if you're federal. When there's a shooting involved, standard practice is that individual goes on administrative leave while the investigation is going through, and we do it the same way. So thank you guys so much.
Yeah. The ICE, according to Mark Wayne Mullen there, at the very end of that press conference, those ICE officers who murdered 2 men in the last week are all getting paid administrative leave right now. I thought there was more on this that I wanted to hear. Hold on, I'm just gonna go back to this. I should have just listened to this. I should have just done it. No matter how annoying Mark Wayne is, he's now incredibly powerful. It's really unfortunate. Because DHS is an agency with way too much power. This dude's in charge of FEMA, Border Patrol, ICE. What's the other? There's like, I think there's at least 2 other smaller agencies under DHS. Like This guy should never, I mean, he should never even been a fucking senator, let alone in charge of this apparatus. Honestly, we just need to shut down on DHS, the whole thing. We can do other countries do emergency management without, like, turning it into, like, a quasi-military apparatus.
State law enforcement and get illegals and criminals off our streets. 70% of our arrests are up. We're hitting single-day records every single day. But what we've done is I've turned down the temperature of the stove to try to get it correct without boiling over. We're trying to perfect our ability to work with local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and get illegals and criminals off our streets. 70% of the arrests we do daily are felons or have pending felony charges. 70%.
Bullshit.
We should all be able to work together with that. Total removals is 3 million. Total removals, 3 million. 1.4 total aliens have been, since we've been put in place, have either volunteered to be deported, yet we paid for them, or we forced them. But as I said, total removals have said, hey, we're leaving the country and did it on themselves was over 3 million. Yes.
I want to ask about foreign interference.
I'm sorry, who did you say you were?
CBS.
Well, thank you for covering it last night.
Absolutely. I want to ask about foreign interference in our elections, but just first, since you mentioned turning down the temperature, what assurances can you give Americans that ICE officers will face consequences if they violated DHS's use of force policy? And who will make that determination? And can you commit now to making that determination public to the Americans?
Let me clarify. When I say turn down the temperature, when I turn down the temperature with you guys, we're turning up the heat on the streets.
This is the spot that I needed. This is the dumbest. I mean, there's nothing, I mean, we expect really dumb things from Mark Wayne Mullen.
Give me a joke. I don't want reality.
I mean, he is a gaffe factory. But what in the fuck does that mean, Mark Wayne? He wants to turn down the temperature with the media? What does that mean? Hold on. I just got to hear that one more time, Mark Wayne.
Use of force policy. And who will make that determination? And can you commit now to making that determination public to the Americans?
Let me clarify. When I say turn down the temperature, when I turn down the temperature with you guys, we're turning up the heat on the streets. We're out there working harder than we ever have because we've empowered our law enforcement to do their job. What I'm trying to do is remove us from the headlines every single day.
When I heard this from Mark Wayne earlier, this is why I had to go back to this. I could not believe what I was hearing. I was like, wait. You're gonna try and turn up the heat in the streets. Something that's resulting in, as we fucking seen, the deaths of human beings and horrifying scenes. What he's most focused on is turning up the heat out there on the streets, where the heat is already at 100, you know? But he is trying to turn the heat down on the temperatures. He needs to turn the temperature down with the media and get the media to stop talking about it? That's his goal, is to just get the media to stop talking about all of the horrifying things that ICE is doing. That's his job. So he's just a propagandist. He's not here to answer for the atrocities. He's fine with them. He's just here to get the media off of the backs of the people doing the crimes. That's Mark's job. That's how he sees it. When I couldn't believe it when I heard him say it. I was like, wow, you're just coming out and saying it, huh? Like, okay, great. Thanks for that, Mark Wayne. What a guy. Mark Wayne's just here to get us to stop complaining about the crimes of ICE. He loves his job. He loves his job. his job of terrorizing communities. Just trying to live their lives.
I was drinking my coffee, and I heard a gunshot. I thought it was a backfire, and then I kept hearing them, and I thought it was a drive-by shooting. And so I get up and look out the window, and I see a small white car being corralled by two men, trying to stop it from losing control around the intersection. And all of a sudden, all these plainclothes, vested men started running down the street, abandoning their cars kind of everywhere with regular people behind them. And I didn't see him, the white car that's in front of his vehicle. He just came and slowly just wedged it closed. Like, the car wasn't out of control that I saw. And that's what I saw until EMS arrived pretty late, and the bus then pulled up to the side street there, and that's when they kind of shut everything down.
Learning what happened, what goes through your mind, especially living right where it happened, right in front of where it happened.
It shatters the illusion that Maine is safe. This is my home of 34 years. And with Lewiston happening, and you hear about the violence that happens everywhere else, and you're ignorant to think that it can't happen here. And it's really upsetting that, you don't think about it until it does happen here. I don't know what he did, but he didn't deserve to be executed in the street. I didn't hear anything until the gunshots, so I don't know anything other than that he's dead.
Yep. This is what Mark Wayne is presiding over, that he's fine with, that he wants the temperature to be turned down in the media. The acts, the things that we're seeing in the street, he's proud of. The numbers. He's hitting that quota that Trump and Stephen Miller have put out for him. He's pleased with himself. Just a reminder, everybody, oh, Jesus. Wow, we're 2 hours into the stream. Galactic content goal. Gotta get that completed. I'm not sure we've made any progress on that today. A lot of great ways out there for you to support the stream. Things like Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs. Cash App and PayPal donos. And, of course, Patreon memberships. All of these very helpful to us. Now, even if you don't have any money, you can still support the stream in ways like following us on Twitch, subscribing, hitting that bell icon, and like button. Of course, in the wake of these killings and the one in Maine specifically, protesters went to the office of Susan Collins this week, demanding her out. Yes, indeed. And Susan Collins was approached, not reproached, well, I suppose reproached, approached by Zateo reporter, I think Prem Tucker, asking
Hi, Senator. How are you?
Yeah.
I was wondering, do you regret giving ICE more money, given the killings, including the one in your state?
Sorry, which outlet?
Zateo.
Which outlet are you in?
Do you regret giving them more money, Senator Collins?
We gotta go.
No regrets?
The additional money for body-worn cameras and training.
They didn't wear cameras, though, did they, Senator?
Susan Collins, no regrets about her vote to fund ICE. But one guy who's fighting to get the Democratic nominee in the wake of the dropping out of Graham Plattner and the race against Susan Collins was out there with the people.
ICE, murder people all across this country, and now we have in our state, enough is enough. We need to abolish ICE. People that support having this type of rogue agency need to be replaced also.
So the reason we're here is because a young man got killed here by ICE, and we're standing in front of Susan Collins' office. She gave ICE $70 billion to continue this rogue agency.
As a state, we got to come together and say no more of this.
He's got a 3-year-old daughter left behind now, and this is not the Maine or the America I want to live in. They just killed somebody today, and that is bullshit.
And you'll notice
America I want to live in. They just killed somebody today.
Troy is holding an abolish ICE sign. And now has the Galactic endorsement, too, at this point. After a number of different things I said yesterday. I think he's the guy we got to put our support behind. But of course, we also have to put our support behind the victims' families. People like the wife of Joan Sebastian Guerrero, who spoke yesterday.
Joan Sebastián Durán Guerrero era un hombre juicioso, trabajador, entregado a su familia. Soñaba siempre en grande y tenía muchos sueños por cumplir. Siempre estaba feliz y contagiaba a los demás con su alegría. Le gustaba trabajar, no le gustaba estar quieto. Desde el momento en que nos conocimos, nunca más nos separamos. Siempre fuimos uno solo. Siempre estaba pendiente de que no me faltara nada. Hacía todo por verme feliz. Siempre decía que yo era su vida. Y soñaba vida conmigo. Siempre me decía que hasta viejitos. Fue un hombre muy detallista, entregado a nuestro amor. Siempre me hizo sentir como una reina. Nunca me hizo falta nada. Me brindó más de lo que yo soñaba. Jamás tendré palabras para expresar el hombre tan maravilloso y amoroso que Dios me dio.
Joan Sebastián Durán Guerrero, he was a responsible man, a hard worker devoted to his family. He dreamed big, and he had so many dreams left to fulfill. He was always happy, and his joy was contagious. He loved to work, and he couldn't stand sitting still. From the moment we met, we never separated again. We were always one. He was always watching over me. He did everything to see. He always had life. And
Well, I'm going to skip ahead because the beginning of this a little choppy. I know we listened to this yesterday. We're not going to listen to the whole thing today. But I think this is important. And this should be on every single... Like, this woman should be on every outlet right now. I know there's a language barrier, but still.
a few months ago, we were talking about what she would be like when she was older.
Un rato con él. Luego cada noche papá llegaba a cepillarle los dientes y abrazarla para dormir. Unos meses antes habíamos hablado de cómo sería de grande y que le daría muy duro cuando estuviera en el colegio por primera vez. Soñamos tantas cosas los tres en nuestro futuro.
He wanted to be a present father. He wanted his daughter to think Papa wasn't there or that he was too busy. Every morning, my daughter would wake up and call out to Papa to tell him she was awake and had slept well. Every day, she waited for Papa to come and have lunch with her and to play with for a while. And every night, Papa would come, brush her teeth, and hold her while she fell asleep. A few months ago, we were talking about what she would be like when she was older and how hard it would hit him when she went to school for the first time. The three of us dreamed of so many things in our future.
Días antes le compró muchas cosas a su gordita, ropa, juguetes y amaba ver cómo se colocaba feliz. Un día antes la llevó al parque y pasaron muy felices los dos. Se suponía que ese lunes en la tarde sería día de estar con papá, pero nunca llegó. Y ahora mi hija pregunta por papá y no tengo la fuerza para decirle que papá no vendrá. Y ella no lo podrá abrazar ni decirle, papi, te amo. Cada noche pregunta por él. Siempre dormían junto a él y ahora no lo puede hacer.
Days before, he bought his gordita so many things, clothes, toys, and he loved watching how happy she was in them. The day before, he took her to the park, and the two of them had such a happy time. That Monday afternoon was supposed to be her day with Papa, but he never came home. And now my daughter asks for Papa, and I don't have the strength to tell her that Papa isn't coming, that she can't hug him anymore or tell him, Papi, I love you. Every night she asks for him. She always slept next to him, and now she can't.
Solo me
How can we allow these sorts of injustices to happen in the society? That little girl's father is never coming back. She's going to have to struggle with that for the rest of her life. Oh, this disgusts me. And that Mark Wayne Mullen can say he doesn't want to turn the temperature down on the streets. He wants to turn the temperature down on the media coverage. He wants to turn the temperature down on the First Amendment. It's fucking deranged. This is when we need the First Amendment most. Thankfully, some people are out there using it. Like Mercado Media. And these people out here in Maine earlier this afternoon.
Network. I am Andrew Mercado reporting here live as protests have continued into day 5. Just down the road here from where 25-year-old Colombian national Johann Sebastian Guerrero was killed in cold blood by ICE agents on Monday evening. Status Quo News got here on the ground Tuesday and have been out here providing coverage on the ground every single day, talking to the community, trying to get answers because this ICE terror continues to ravish city by city, small towns, massive cities. It doesn't matter. We've been covering it from California, and now here we are in Maine. We were just in New Jersey. We've been all over the United States covering this ICE terror, and now it reaches Maine, and we are here on the ground. We're going to be going and talking to some people here in the protest. I would say there's, a couple hundred people behind us right now. They have various signs. We were outside the donut shop where ICE gathers this morning. There was a local protest gathered over in Scarborough, Maine. About 20, 30 people showed up. We're going to have reporting for that exclusive on Status Quo News. And again, guys, for less than $5 a month, we have been the only independent news, the only news on the ground out here.
That is true. Okay, hold on. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit.
The protest. Susan Collins has blood on her hands. Give me your tired, give me your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. And then you got an individual standing up there that says, Donnie T is a little fucking bitch. Oh, yeah. Okay. Speaking of, you got Secretary of Defense, or Secretary of War Pete Hegseth saying that we have a high T Department of War again. And, you know, as a veteran, I'm very thankful I am no longer serving in this military that we got, because it's very embarrassing to see those messages. More messages from the protesters, lawless, ICE, your money. You got more against Susan Collins, that she's complicit. Okay, you got, this is the government the founders warned us about. Okay, individuals with various fuck ICE signs. ICE out of our communities, abolish ICE, ICE out for good. We got abolish ICE, protect human rights. Over here, guys, tons of signs. Abolish ICE, no kings is standing out here. We got no kings. Don't call your racism patriotism. And then it says Republican admin, racism is not patriotism, further down the road. Okay, guys? Just
yes, indeed, people out here. Crowd seemingly growing here in Maine. Good to see all of the people gathered. Let's see what they had to say.
Of patriotism. They think they're the only ones that can be patriotic, and the only way to be patriotic is by being America first, which is essentially like a white nationalist idea. So really, I think it's up to people like us, people on the left, to reclaim some degree of patriotism. You know, I obviously have my reservations about the country. I have my reservations about everything going on in the world and our role in it. But with that said, you have to be patriotic. Otherwise, we're just giving it away. We're giving it away to the right.
I agree, especially with some of the various messages that they do say, you know, crafting about what patriotism means, you know, especially as a veteran. You know, we fight with that in the veteran community about like what's a real veteran, if you stand with the system, or if you start criticizing it, you start being viewed differently.
Yeah, I mean, I think criticism of the system is perhaps the most American thing we can do. I think we were born out of revolution. We were born by, you know, a group of individuals who decided, no, that enough is enough. We're not going to accept taxes by a foreign nation. We're going to revolt. We're going to create our own society. And I think they would be pretty upset with the way we've gone in the past 10 years in particular.
Yeah, and I mean, whether or not you feel comfortable going that far, I think what we do, in my opinion, is turning their nationalist rhetoric around on them. Trump is America last. Republicans are America last. They have funded all of the wars in the last 30 years, the trillions of dollars that have left this country, right? They are America last. Rather than giving people health care here, they're giving money to Israel so that they can have national health care. You know, they're like, we can go down the list. They're really the ones who are America last. They don't actually believe in anything America stands for.
Appreciate that, buddy. Appreciate you. Thank you for your time.
I want to show. Hold on. I don't know if I showed it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we'll be here for a couple more.
Again, guys, the sign says, don't call your racism patriotism. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I love your sign.
You want to tell us
what you want to
you're
tell
out
us?
here in the heat and just standing out?
Yep. I'm not that short.
No, it's plenty. Yeah, they can hear you. They can hear you for sure.
I've been on this bridge for like a year and a half.
Wow.
Originally up there and now down here because they're doing construction up on the train station. Anyway, so...
Did you start coming up here because of Operation Catch Up Today? Is that why you started?
No.
She said a year ago.
No, long before that. Yeah. I felt like I needed to do something, and this, you know, was something I could do. My husband and I, he's not here, but you know...
Sorry, ma'am.
What's that? Of the sign? Okay. Yeah, you good. Okay.
Sorry, ma'am. We're alive. We're an independent media, so you know how it goes.
Yes.
So your husband.
My husband would be here, but he's away right now. But he and I come out and the snow, the rain, the heat, and everything in between. And sometimes there's 10 of us,
Yeah.
and sometimes there's 40.
Yeah.
We've been here for the last couple No Kings things, and we've just got to do something to stand up against this fascist regime.
And honestly, I mean, it's pretty great to see all the people out here. When you look at a crowd like this, like in a tiny place like Biddeford, right? Because we're talking. Remember, let's not forget. This is we looked at the demographics of Biddeford earlier, Biddeford, Maine, which is where this has happened. 22,000 people, right? So like, you get like 200 people out there. That's 1% of the whole town.
Mainers are tough, resilient, and we don't want anybody bossing us around.
One more time, ma'am. What is your name?
Debbie.
Debbie. Thank you so much for your time, Debbie. Thank you. Nice to meet you, Debbie.
We'll see you around.
We'll see you. Okay, guys, you just heard from Debbie, who's a Saco resident. Very, very close. Hello, how you doing? Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Hello.
You want to talk?
You feel like talking?
No? That's all right.
It's okay. That's okay. It's fine.
They're just like fucking slaughtered somebody. That's all I have to say about it.
Point blank. That's what it is.
Talk. I mean, I could say.
Want to just talk about it? Talk about what you want.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a couple towns down from my house, and I saw Susan Collins, who was instrumental in giving ICE all that money. I saw her on a reporter interview, and she said she was bragging about how she did everything to safeguard ICE, to put all these safeguards on ICE. And then this guy's murdered. Have you seen his background? Like, he has a long history of domestic violence. He like threw boiling water on a baby. He's like a total maniac. Like, what are the safeguards that they put on ICE? That's what I want to know.
I guess there are none. You know, we've traveled across the country. They are all alike.
She seems very upset. It's good to see such emotion coming out of Mainers here. I also want to say I'm a little emotional. Thank you very much for the beautiful dono on Cash App. Sasha. Thank you for all the work you do. Thank you. Thank you. I gotta add that to the Galactic financing deficit goal. What is that? Wait, I think I did that right. We're making slow progress. Slow but steady progress on the Galactic financing of the deficit. And now we're halfway through the Galactic content goal. Very quickly. Suddenly. Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Everybody's saying it.
But you guys can see there are, a couple hundred people here.
At least.
Just down the street, just off Water Street here. Just off the General Wallace H. Nutting Memorial Bridge. You got police here that made sure they put T-walls up so that way the protests could exercise their First Amendment right peacefully. We have heard the locals praise their local police, actually, in terms of allowing them to protest, and they haven't crushed their protests like we have seen in other states and cities, unfortunately. So we're going to go into the crowd a little bit, show you guys some more of the protests. We got various signs saying ICE out. If you can look away, look within.
Oh, wow. Okay. I can't remember. Did they do a march? Oh, there were a couple of speakers. Right. Let's get a little bit of this.
day, and no one should fear for going to work, going to school, or worrying that they will be shot and never see their family again. So, abolish ICE. It's over for them. Thank you very much for standing up. Shelley Pingree, come on.
Oh, was that Shelley Pingree? I did not realize that.
So at Activate Maine, I don't mean to be a commercial, but it has a calendar. It has a calendar.
Shelley Pingree is a name we've heard before. Oh, what happened to my fucking... Oh, it was on incognito, wasn't it? She is a representative of Maine's 1st District. I believe she won her primary earlier this year.
Of events all over the state, where you can go, what you can do. There's also an ICE toolkit of actions you can take, things you can do right now. One of the things that you can do actually is speak to your neighbors. If you see a person who might be living in fear, looking around, are they a friend? Are they a friend? I don't know. Are they safe? Smile. Just fucking smile at them. Say hi. Build the community. Ask them if they need anything. Can I help you with something? That is where the change and the security in where you live.
You know, honestly, she is quite right about this. Like, we do need... I know that we are very online culture, society at this point, but we have to find a way to also be checking in with our community, being a, you know, just a little connected, you know? You don't have to be best friends, you know? Just be aware of who lives near you and make it known that you know, like, you know what I mean? Like, just little things, simple stuff of just like recognizing people verbally, or, you know, just simple shit. Like, also, like, knocking on doors when you don't know, when somebody, like, because once you create like little tiny relationships like that, like, once again, don't have to be best friends, but then you're like, if you don't see that person for a while, you might go, where are they, right? And that are they are the questions to some degree are also important, right? You don't see somebody for a few days in the normal spots, you might be the first person to have noticed that.
And come from within. And while people fight, like Shelley Pingree, Senator Markey, and our next speaker, who is also a representative of yours, Speaker Ryan Facto.
Good evening, Biddeford. Good evening, Maine. Good evening, neighbors. Look at us. This is what being a good neighbor looks like. This is what it looks like when you stand up for your neighbors, you come out and you show support for those who are expecting us to be their voice in this moment. We are the ones we have been waiting for. On Monday,
I see Ed Markey. Anybody notice that? I just noticed Ed Markey is sitting back here. Ed Markey. I gotta hear what the fuck Ed Markey's got to say over here. Wait, Status Quo didn't get... Status Quo didn't get them, but no, Status Quo, why have you forsaken me? You sons of bitches. Everything's fine. I'll just listen to these ladies with orange vests say some stuff.
We are coming to the end, and I just wanted to introduce Holly and Sandy, Bedford Saco for Racial Justice, and make one clarification. We are not all immigrants. We are on stolen land. Indigenous people have been here 13,000 years, and that's one of the mistakes we made. Another mistake is we don't have deep relationships with Presente right now, and so yes, we were in contact and asked them to come, but they would be good to be here speaking with us. And part of social justice work, social change work is, you know who doesn't make mistakes?
Who?
People who sit home and do nothing.
Ah.
So we do something, but we make mistakes. And I hope as you leave today, you take inspiration by all the bands and the people, peacekeepers.
She makes a good point. We all make mistakes. Anybody who actually makes any decisions in life, takes any action, makes mistakes. 100%. That's how we learn. To some
and
degree.
Everybody who showed up today to make a difference, and that today is not the last day anybody does this. In fact, tomorrow, National Day of Action happening, Justice for Lorenzo and Juan. Jail all killer ICE agent Saturday, July 18th in Monument Square. There's information over at the table from the group organizing this. As you leave today, know that this is not the last day. There's tomorrow and the next day and the next day, and we need to show up until there's change. Every Friday here, there are marches at 4 o'clock, rallies, and we need to see you out here. We need.
There we go. These are the people working to fight back in their communities, organizing on the ground level. Exactly what is needed in this moment. Sort of community organizing. People need to know when and where to be. That is an important aspect of all this. People went on a march, it would seem, after the speeches were done. Oh, but before we do any of that, I gotta say this. 2 more donos coming in, this time on PayPal. First one. Thank you for everything you do, young Chris. 25 bones and $10 from RD. Thank you for being here, GSL. Your work is appreciated. Wish it could be more. Every dollar counts. I always say it, and that counts. And that's enough to get us over the finish line. And then a little bit. So it's confetti time once again. We completed another galactic content goal. Here I was worried I started it late. 30 minutes later, and it's done. It's been a rough start of the month, but we're starting to bring it together a little bit. Growing more and more confident that we can complete this galactic deficit. Oh, it's weighing on me greatly, but with progress like that, hope restored. Thanks to space fams like you. Anyway, everybody, rest assured that we now have the rest of the show ahead of us. No way we get shut down on this one now, it would seem. Alright, the confetti over. But just a reminder, people, your support is always needed. Keep the Galactic News Network alive. Follow, subscribe, bell icon, like button. And every dollar of your contributions help keep this show alive. All right, back to the streets of Maine.
And then we're getting more sidewalk chalk as we speak here. I believe it's going to say you didn't deserve this. Here you got the Biddeford police came up here, as well as the sheriff.
I want to get some B-roll here, but see if this one wants to talk.
For sure.
I'm from Minnesota, and my friends are from Eastern New York. I am a
Okay, I think we got the picture on what's been going on in Maine. Let's move down now to Houston, Texas, where a public viewing was finally held after more than a week for Lorenzo Salgado Araujo. ABC 13 Houston from 12 hours ago.
Tonight, people from across the Houston area paid their respects to the man who was fatally shot by an ICE agent. And as that was happening, the U.S. attorney posted a video to social media with new details about the investigation. We point out that this was a recorded video and not a news conference, meaning we didn't have a chance to ask any questions. The U.S. attorney outlined what he says the investigation has revealed so far. And for the first time, the movements of the van that the feds claim was, quote, weaponized before an agent fired a fatal shot. ABC 13's Luke Jones is standing by for us in East Houston to break down all of this new information and also what tonight's memorial was like for people who came to show their respects.
Yeah, that memorial open to the public. Anyone was free to walk inside, but they were asked to leave their phones behind and not to take any pictures. Lorenzo Salgado's family opted for an open casket. People were able to walk up, view the body, pay their respects, and then they were greeted by his sons as they were leaving. For 4 hours this went on, and all throughout, we saw a steady stream of people arriving. Lorenzo Salgado Araujo's mourners not confined to family and friends. Complete strangers from across the Houston area joining them for a public viewing at Forest Park Lawndale Funeral Home.
You have seen the photographs, you have seen his family through the media, but it's very different being up close and the emotions just overwhelm you.
Was it emotional for you?
It's very emotional to see him. It's been emotional since it started.
This on the same day a top federal prosecutor makes his first public comments on the shooting that claims Salgado Araujo's life.
Federal officers were investigating 2 Guatemalan men known.
Yeah, and fuck these guys, by the way. This is the DOJ, right? The U.S. Attorney's Office is run by Todd Blanche. Mr. Thank you, sir.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
These people are a bunch of stooges, and they have no evidence that any vehicle was weaponized against them. They also misidentified the suspect and stalked and attacked them with the vehicle. That's what we know about this. They went after the wrong guy in 2 unmarked black SUVs early in the morning on his way to a work site. It's the wrong fucking guy, and then they murdered him. That guy had no reason to expect anything like that.
Within the same hours as President Trump giving his address, in Houston, Texas, hundreds of community members gathered Thursday evening for a public viewing of Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, the 52-year-old Mexican father of 3 U.S. citizens shot and killed by an ICE agent on July 7th. Members of the public lined up outside the chapel at Farris Park, Lawndale Funeral Home in Houston's predominantly Latino East End district before making their way inside, where the body of Lorenzo Salgado Araujo was laid in an open casket, his sons standing by their father's casket for hours, greeting mourners who wore different shades of blue at the family's request, many of them in tears. A mariachi band wearing all black stood by the casket, filling the room with music. Photos and videos of some of the family's most joyful moments were projected in the background. Several altars also adorned the chapel. One table held Salgado Araujo's construction tools, including 2 of his white hard hats, while another displayed 2 of his Mexico soccer jerseys. Democracy Now!'s Maria Inez Terracena spoke to some of the people who attended. She was outside the funeral home because recording was not permitted inside.
My name is Cesar Espinosa, and I am the executive director of Fiel. The feeling inside is it paints a picture of a man who loved his family, who loved his kids, who loved life. And his life should have never been taken away on that fateful Tuesday morning, July 7th, 3 days after our Independence Day. On the streets of Magnolia Park. He should still be alive today at this time right now. He should be having dinner at home. He should have been listening to his music, getting ready for the next workday, which he would have done regardless. I think it's the feeling, and there's one of somberness, but it's also a very peaceful kind of, atmosphere. There's a lot of people wearing blue, which apparently was his favorite color. There's jerseys, there's pictures, family pictures, shrines, things that the people have brought for the family. They're giving away these little soccer balls because just a few days before he was killed on our streets, he was watching the World Cup, and according to his sons, up until the moment where he died, he was still upset that Mexico had lost. Looking back at history, it brought back memories of Emmett Till, when his mom also let the community grieve with them, and she wanted to show the world what they had done to her son. And I think today, this family also wanted to show the world what they had done to their father.
Ruby Powers, you are the attorney for Victor Salgado, Lorenzo Salgado Araujo's younger brother, who witnessed the fatal shooting. We were just at the public viewing with the family, with community members. Earlier today, you were visiting Victor in an ICE jail here in Texas, about an hour from Houston.
I went there to work on our paperwork, but also to check in with him because I'd been a few days and wanting to make sure he was doing well. But yes, to see him and know that he's wanting to be here, but he's only here in spirit at the moment. Earlier in the week, we requested that Victor be able to come to his brother's visitation to pay his last respects, and we heard that ICE granted that request. We weren't given the when or where or the details, but we're hoping that it happens soon. And so, he was looking forward to that. But I know that it's hard for him because even if he is allowed, it'll be very brief encounter, and he won't be able to interact with a lot of his family.
And also, if he's allowed to come to the public viewing, it'll be with the presence of law enforcement, of ICE agents.
Well, my understanding is that if and when it happens, it'll be very private, and so. But yes, there's definitely conditions on that visit. But having practiced for 18 years, I've never heard of someone being released for a situation like this. But this is a very unique situation. But you're right. It's challenging. But I think that he'd rather be here, even if it's with those conditions, than not having the chance.
Hi, my name is Hai Bui. I'm the founder of We the People Organize. When I walked in, the families are on both sides, full, amazing, big family. And of course, they told me, go in the front to give respect. And I, as a Buddhist, I pray for his, good wishes, and we're here to help to fight justice for him. And we'll do whatever it takes to stick with this case. Every week, we always pray that this wouldn't happen. To be honest with you, we knew that the numbers, because our city has the highest immigrant, and we just knew that we just prayed it won't happen, and it did happen.
That was Haibui, Ruby Powers, and Cesar Espinosa, who attended the public viewing of the body of Lorenzo Salgado Araujo in Houston Thursday evening. Special thanks to our team at Democracy Now! Maria.
What a fucking tragedy. Completely preventable. We could have just had a non-militarized immigration force. None of this would have happened. Instead of having a bunch of roided up idiots running around. Acting like they're playing Call of Duty or something on the streets, chasing people down, wrong guys. You make the mistake in these sorts of things, people die. And that's exactly what we've seen this week. You turn up the heat, like Mark Wayne Mullins said. You throw a bunch of untrained morons with a bunch of equipment, but no idea how to follow the law or respect people's civil rights or whatever else. Bunch of racist, and we've heard all sorts of claims about who they're hiring. People with fascinating criminal records. And by fascinating, I do mean troubling. Especially if you're going to give these people guns and federal capacity. Just seems like a bad mix. It's a bad cocktail. All of it. They're doing it intentionally. The cruelty is the point. The cruelty is the point in all of this. Just go back to having INS, like in the the 90s, before they created this nonsense organization. Like, let's not forget, DHS was created in the wake of 9/11 by the Bush administration to insert the nation intelligence state into normal civilian shit, like immigration and emergency management. That's what we have now. Because everything's a terrorist.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, "Fool me once, shame on you." If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
That guy, remember him? Anyway, one more clip on the immigration situation before we move on to other things. And we do have other things to talk. It might not feel like it. Because this has been a big topic lately. But we do have other things going on right now. Just feels like the sky is falling. Literally. All of this shit is just... for me, it is, oh God. And I hate to complain. I'm the one who set this up. I'm the one who tried to tackle all news 5 days a week, like some sort of sick masochist. But when I first started this, it wasn't actually that hard. I remember it wasn't that long ago where I was looking for stories. Right? Yeah. Back in the old Biden administration,
I'm staying in the race.
It was pretty easy to know what I was going to cover from one day to the next. There were days where I was I don't have enough for a show tonight. That's never my problem. That's never my problem for the last 2 years. At least, year and a half to 2 years, I've had nothing but stories. Too many of them. Back in the day, we sit there and consider things. for actual extended periods of time and be like, is this the show that I want today? These days, I'm like, this is the show that we have today. I have no joys. It's all horrible. Well, let's see this interaction between CBP and a young teen sitting in a vehicle in the passenger side of a vehicle who decided to document their interaction.
Sir, if I identify him and he's illegal, I'm going to have to take it. All right?
This is a Facebook Live posted by a 20-year-old this week. The Border Patrol agent that you see is talking about his 13-year-old stepbrother who was sitting in the passenger's seat. The driver's name is Alan Laureano, and I interviewed him yesterday. He told me that he started the Facebook Live when he saw the agent approaching his car because he wanted to make sure that other people could see what happens during these traffic stops. He said he and his stepbrother had just left a work site in Slidell on Wednesday morning when they saw this agent parked on the side of the road. He started following them, he pulled into this racetrack gas station, and then the agent came in behind him and turned his lights on. Then the agent approached the car and said this.
You got white lights on the back of your vehicle. Your reverse lights are on the whole time. Uh-huh. So that's illegal. Okay. All right. What's your citizenship?
When I showed this video to an immigration attorney in our area, he said this.
That was an illegal detention. Yeah, that was an unconstitutional Fourth Amendment violation. That was an illegal detention. They detained those kids under no reasonable suspicion of a crime.
He told me that Border Patrol agents can't pull people over for a traffic violation like a police officer or a state police trooper could. It's outside of their jurisdiction, basically. And Alan Laureano knew that.
You got any idea on you?
That's the reason you stopped me, because of my weight?
Now I'm talking to you about immigration. Would you like to hand me your ID?
Well,
okay, look.
You're not a cop. You can't stop me because of the light. I don't see a Slidell Police Department or a sheriff.
All right. Do you want to be difficult about this? Just hand me your ID so I can see who you are.
I didn't do nothing wrong.
Then the agent goes to the other side of the car, to the 13-year-old passenger's side.
What country are you a citizen of?
United States.
Huh?
United States.
United States.
The agent says, okay, I'll go check it. He leaves for a minute, comes back, and then the live stream cuts out.
People are playing so many fucking games with the Constitution. It is sick. Also, this part gives me like Predator vibes, like child Predator vibes. Like, like what kind of sick freak does this and thinks this is okay? I don't know who's telling this piece of garbage that this is okay, but this is unconstitutional on so many grounds. Like, this guy creeps me the fuck out. Like, this, we need to investigate this guy. Okay, like, what in the fuck is going on with him? All right, because what in the fuck is this shit? You can't question a child without a guardian or a lawyer present, right? I mean, they just can't they can't even constitutionally give up their rights to be questioned. And this guy is trying to play this game with a fucking 12-year-old child, 13-year-old child. Are you shitting me? This is sick. This is sick.
Laureano said after that, he'd let them go. He did tell me that his stepbrother was shaken after this encounter, and this is what he told him as they were driving away.
I was like, no, it's fine. Like, nothing's gonna happen. Like, we're both, like, from here. We both, like, have the right to, like, we didn't do nothing wrong, so I know he's not gonna take you. And then I was there, so obviously I wasn't gonna let nothing happen to him.
No, I did reach out to Border Patrol and to the DHS, as I always do with stories like this. Sent them the video, asked them a few specific questions about it, including what the probable cause was that the agent had to pull Laureano over. I just got a statement from a Border Patrol spokesperson. It's Friday afternoon. They told me that an agent in the New Orleans sector conducted a vehicle stop based on reasonable suspicion or probable cause of federal law violations. They also said that because one person in the car was identified as a minor, they questioned him
because they identified somebody as a minor, they violated the Constitution and started interrogating them without a guardian present. Fascinating. Because here's the thing. They couldn't identify, just like follow me on the logic here. Since they couldn't identify the the driver of the vehicle, they don't know that that's the guardian of the child, right? And in fact, it's not. technically. It's his brother. I'm fairly certain his parents are the legal guardians of that child. His brother cannot give up his younger brother's constitutional rights for him, right? Not that he did either, but my point is that like these people are playing fucking games with the law because they know that most people don't understand the law. You know, like ever seen that fucking making a, what's it called? Making a Killer, or what's it called? I can't remember the name of the fucking those. But like people just too many people. Thankfully, not those two people, but too many people assume law enforcement are there to be their friends. They're not. Okay, they're not. Even if you called them, they're not there to be your friend. And you know, like they're always trying to play games. These guys, though, are going above and beyond because they're playing cop. Like they're playing games with the Constitution itself. Technically, cops are allowed to play games, but these guys aren't cops. But they're playing cop, and then they're playing cop games that they're not allowed to play. And then they're also violating the very law, like the laws that the cops are supposed to follow. So they're violating all of the possible laws, right? And we're not getting any accountability in this fucking agency. Shut it down. Done. I'm done. We've seen enough. We have seen a fucking enough. I don't need to see another fucking murder. I worried too much that we're going to have to see another one before this is all said and done. It's one of those grim predictions I hate fucking even saying out loud. But what do you expect from me? Like, I am just looking at the facts here. How many people have died since Trump came to office and started using ICE in the way that he has? It's like approaching 20 at this point. It's like one a month. I think it's 18. I think it's literally 18. I think that's the number that I heard. That is literally one a month. You're telling me something tragic isn't going to happen between now and the time that if we ever manage to get there, abolish this fucking farce of an agency? Bullshit. Bullshit. This is why it needs to get shut down. This is my point. This is the whole point of this discussion. It's because it's inevitable something bad's going to happen when we militarized immigration enforcement in this way. Really, in any way. Bro, home and promise bloodshed. Yeah, were you here like 30 minutes ago when we were listening to the DHS Secretary, Mark Wade Mullen?
I don't want reality.
Who said that he wants to turn the temperature up, the heat. No, he wants to turn the heat up in the streets. This is after these two fucking murders we just watched. He was out there in front of a podium saying he wants to turn up the heat in the streets and keep going after these quota numbers, but turn down the temperature in the media. Basically telling the media to shut the fuck up while they do this shit. Like, yeah, like Tom Homan, Mark Wayne, these guys, they're no better than Bovine and Gnome, right? Like, they're no different. It's been a fascinating week. It's a Friday. It's only Friday. Technically, the week's not over. Okay. Oh, I need hydration. Uh-oh. I'm getting low on tea over here. It's a problem. All right, let's quickly talk about the elections. Something I'm still working on in the background. Not as fast as I'd like to, but hopefully big progress is going to get made there here soon. on my end. Let's start here. In Michigan. Of course, Abdul El-Sayed, he's been out there. He's been working his butt off in the election, crushing it. Doing events, rallies, debates, media appearances. And all the things you would expect out of a candidate looking to win in a big Senate election. In the latest polls we looked at, he's ahead of Haley Stevens big. Although, as I said earlier, it really is it's a much closer race than any one poll will show you. But somehow he's out here also taking care of his family.
I'm still scared of heights, though.
When I was a kid, I had like a super panic response as well. Like I'd get scared, and then all of a sudden, it would overwhelm me. All right, guys, you good, Emily?
Can you use up from the other side?
And so it's like training her to be able to be like, okay, so what do you know? What can you control? And then just focus on those things.
That one is hard to grab onto.
You got it. There you go. You growing up, at some point, you start to just sort of confront the things that you make it part of your personality to confront the things that scare you on purpose. See that sign? It says, "Did you clip in?"
I'll go all the way up to there.
I want you to touch that sign.
Okay, I will touch that, and then I'll come back down.
That's fine. Come back down.
Okay.
As a sense of like, I'm going to conquer this thing's control over me. You're almost there, buddy. Like, it's not even that high. You're almost there.
I know, it's not high.
You set your goal and you're gonna go get it. Because that's the thing that anxiety does to you, right? It's like, it controls what you do now out of fear of future pain. So you're like, no, actually, I'm gonna deal with this, and I am going to make it part of myself to learn how to confront that so that it can't control me. Yes! Yes! Yes!
Yes, indeed. Look at him go. I mean, he's not only out there crushing it in the polls, the political trenches, he's bringing up a future generation, teaching them to tackle life's challenges. I mean, come on.
Come on!
What else do you want out of a candidate? Wants to give you health care. And, wants to give his own family the tools they need to thrive and survive in this world. And he's doing it. See him? He's out there. Literally climbing the walls of oppression. Okay, let's go to Tennessee, where apparently early voting has already begun. Just making me remember that I have to get these primary lists filled out and finished. Boy, oh boy, is it reminding me of that right now. People already out there voting. The great state of Tennessee.
Well, are you making plans for the weekend? Well, maybe add early voting to your to-do list. Megan Scarano joins us now. She is live this morning with all you need to know when it comes to casting your vote, as we do have early voting kicking off today. Megan, what do people need to know?
Well, Eugene, like you said, registered voters can cast their ballots during early voting, which starts today and lasts through August 1st. And with the redistricting here in Tennessee, you may actually live in a different congressional district than you did from the last election. For the first time in decades, Nashville is not in the 5th congressional district. Instead, it's split across the 4th, the 6th, and the 7th.
Yeah. Shocking. State of Tennessee deciding to crack a black district. Formerly, the 5th formerly encompassed almost all of Nashville, from my understanding. Now they split it into 3 different ones. I wonder why they would do that in the biggest city, the biggest urban center in the state of Tennessee. That's a really weird choice. Mid-district. Mid-decade redistricting. I'm sure it's not a completely racialized gerrymander intended to repress the voters.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
What's that? It is? Oh. Anyways, people will still be voting, though. And you still got to do it. Regardless of the efforts of Republicans to repress the vote. Of course, Republicans have to do everything they can right now to hold on to power as they are plummeting in the polls. Kyle Kalinske with the numbers.
You guys support the show from the ground up, man. It's your support and the default ads on YouTube. That's all we do. We also have, of course, Crystal Kyle and Friends. You could sign up for that at have him gain a couple thousand subscribers. I'm sure that'll make his day if you do that. But all right, let's go ahead and jump right in, y'all. So take a look at this. Strength in Numbers and Verisight released a poll, and it's double haters, okay? I actually kind of love this term. It's basically like when you talk to people and they say, yeah, I hate the Democrats and I hate the Republicans. They both are pieces of shit. But then you ask them like, okay, well, who are you gonna actually vote for though when push comes to shove? And the result is 55% supporting Democrats and only 29% supporting Republicans. Now, I'm no mathematician, but I believe that's a 26-point lead among the double haters, which is absolutely catastrophic. And naturally, MAGA is going to freak out over this fact. So I also wanted to show you, apparently this is a group that has always been, to one extent or another, sort of pro-democratic, but now the number is just way more extreme than it was before. So here, let me read this to you. Americans have never liked their political parties less. Pew found in May that 26% of adults now hold an unfavorable view of both parties, the highest share in more than 3 decades of asking the question, and more than 4 times the comparable percentage in 1994. Damn. So that means everybody feels like the system is more broken today than it was in 1994. The averages at 50 plus 1 show both parties sitting around 15 points underwater on favorability, and neither has been above water in years.
Yeah, I think this is a important poll for us to talk about, because as I think we all have sort of a sense, subconsciously, like, a lot of America hate both parties. Think both parties is like the uniparty, like the idea of the uniparty. Like, some people might not even like be able to vocalize that concept because they're so like tuned out from politics, but have the same sort of feeling like both parties have failed them, like both parties don't actually care or do anything, or that they're the same. Like, these are all kind of the same ideas. I think a lot of normies feel that way. Then to some degree, that's why I think a lot of people have pulled back, disengaged from politics to some degree, like just feeling unserved, or underserved, right? Not spoken to by the people asking for their votes, whatever else.
For the last few election cycles, analysts have become obsessed with how these double haters vote. In 2016 and 2024, Donald Trump won voters who had an unfavorable opinion of both him and his opponent by double digits. So Trump beat Hillary and Trump beat Kamala by double digits, with people who said, I don't really like both of them, but they broke overwhelmingly for Trump in those instances. This is according to exit polls. He also won them in 2020, but the group was a much smaller slice of the electorate then. So now in 2026, in their June poll, strength in numbers and Verisight. They asked 2,000 Americans to rate both parties on a 0 to 100 feeling thermometer. 0 is cold and 100 is warm towards the party, okay? About 1 in 5 registered voters put both parties below 50.
Like, the fact is, like, is of course it's not just normies, right? Like, and I'm just saying, like, the sort of, like, the vague concept of just, like, kind of, like, just hating both parties is, like, held by normies, but I know it's also held by people around here, including myself. Like, I think a lot of people have, like, serious, just what I'm saying is, like, a lot of people have disengaged from this or become sort of, like, fluid, like, you know what I mean? Like, fluid voters, like the undecided idiots that we were always making fun of. Like, that's kind of that person to some degree, right? That's the independent, at least some slice of the independent voter, right? Like, I think a lot of people, like, have criticisms of both parties. And that is a huge number of people. There's like a huge number of people. And if they are moving in 26 points in the direction of Democrats for these, I mean, think about that. There are so many places where with just a little effort, you're talking about huge, like, landslides, like, losses for Republicans. You know, big, like, red districts all of a sudden not going red in those kinds of cases. Like, we're adding up all sorts of things, right? Because it's not just them. Because you gotta look at all the different dynamics. Republicans are being, like, whether or not they're, like, falling by the wayside, right? Like, or like actually, like, leaving the Trump train is almost irrelevant because they are being discouraged by Trump to some degree. A lot of them are. Like, they're not happy about the way things are going. There's, like, a few things that they're, like, still clinging to. Like, you look at the numbers, but, like, everything when it comes to Republicans, like, Trump is losing on, like, time and time again. They still have this, like, cultish loyalty to him, but psychologically, in my opinion, I think that if you don't have something to sell those people to get them off the couch, a bunch of them just aren't going to, because you don't actually have, like, it's not an actual, like it's a cult, but, like, they don't, everybody doesn't live in the same compound, right? Like, you can't force everybody to the polls. I guess you could, maybe that's what he'll do. Maybe he'll just force everybody to the polls by gunpoint. I don't know. But my point is like, there is still the couch when it comes to Republicans, and Democrats are fucking pissed. You know, like, Democrats are way pissed off and mobilized, prepared to vote in the general right now. Right? Like, I've been saying, like, well, I've been trying my very best, but we keep getting closer and closer to it. I've been trying to avoid talking about the midterms because the primary, in my opinion, is still the most important thing until the very last one's done. But it is coming up. And the blue wave thing is real. Like, I'm going to switch from being, like, get the most democratic socialist, like, candidate that we can get in there. I don't care what the polls say, to being blue no matter who guy in November or October, I guess. Late September. I think the last election is like September 15th or something like that. And then I'm going to be annoyingly blue no matter who, because at that point, we've done the work, okay? And there's going to be some shitty ones in there, but we got to shut it down. Yeah, shut this shit down. Like, to some degree, like, the neo-lib Dems are on the run internally. And by then, I expect them to be even more so on the run. And we are going to drag them in the directions that we have been clearly making heard in these elections, right? All of these, it's like there's at least, from what I can tell, there's at least 3-4 things that almost every single candidate we've talked about supports or doesn't support, right? It's abolishing ICE, some form of nationalized healthcare, whether it be universal healthcare, single payer, Medicaid for all, right? Like the form of it varies slightly between candidates. And ending of aid to Israel and for the genocide, right? There's other stuff in there, but like those are the 3 things that we gotta like be pulling for most to get the Democrats moving in this direction. That's what the primaries, all this work we're doing right now is for. By general time, it's just shut it down. It's going to be easy, though. It's going to be fucking easy because we have the last 2 years of evidence. Like anybody with any memory for the last 2 years could make the case for why voting Republican is a trash idea. And like honestly, like this is the reason that they don't talk about the primaries in the mainstream media is because this is when all the real democracy happens. Okay, let's go to C-SPAN, where they were talking democratic socialism.
So Don, how are Democrats dealing with this? Where does this sit inside of the Democratic Party in the large tent?
Some of these more far-reaching reform ideas are not helpful, especially in the districts and in the states that are going to actually make the difference in who controls Congress. Reform ideas.
Why? Why is this guy here? This is my question. C-SPAN put this up. Is this guy doing... Hold on. I'm just going to make sure. Who's the other guy? Okay. Who's the other guy?
Are not helpful, especially in the districts and in the states that are going to actually make the difference in who controls Congress this fall, or for that matter, how you elect a president. Some of them, they sound good as sort of college term paper ideas, but they are not really workable in the context of contemporary America. And
I don't know who this guy... I'm trying to figure out who this fucking guy is. According to C-SPAN, he's a Democratic strategist. This is not Mark Short. Mark Short is this fucking dickbag over here on the left, who appears on CNN and other places from time to time with some of the worst possible opinions you could come up with. He's a real turd. But this guy, he's supposedly a Democratic strategist. He's here to comment on what was being said before him by the guest who we saw briefly at the very beginning but didn't speak. It was the Democratic Socialist, the DSA spokesman. I forget his fucking name right now. But Don Bayer. That's his name. Don Bayer. Why does that name sound so familiar? That's right. He was a senior advisor to Bill Clinton. So we got a former senior advisor to Bill Clinton here with this ridiculous fucking... It's not even a take. Like, this is so washed. He can't even vocalize a single policy because even Don here knows that actually verbalizing any one of the policies set out by the DSA and then saying the things that he's following it up with right now would be like a death knell.
Actually get things.
It's like a death knell. Like they know that they're done. These guys are fucking done. They can't even go toe to toe on policy anymore. Not even kind of. And it's becoming so awesome. Like it's this moment I'm watching all of them just sort of crumble on networks like C-SPAN, just like sort of vaguely going, oh, these policies they're not compatible. Compatible with what? Mac? Windows? What are you talking about? Not compatible with your donors?
Some of them, they sound good as sort of college term paper ideas, but they are not really workable in the context of contemporary America and how we actually get things done on behalf of the people in this country who need things done for them. So to my mind, it's not helpful. It's playing into the hand of Republicans who do want to make the Democrats appear to be radical.
You see what I mean? These people are so washed. They are so fucking done. It's crazy. They're just crying. They're making us seem radical by saying words. They're making us seem radical by saying words and espousing policy ideas that we think are not helpful. Like they can't get it out. They can't get it out. They can't say, look, it's not helpful to us to have people saying things like Medicare for all when a ton of our donations come from the pharmaceutical and medical insurance industries. We find it unhelpful when we're trying to collaborate with Republicans on continuing to have a for-profit healthcare system, to have people saying we need a people-focused healthcare system. We don't need them poo-pooing us on funds for Israel when we're trying to collaborate with Republicans on it, okay? We're trying to get things done, like send bombs for genocide. It's very unhelpful that you're all here saying these words that are contradictory to what we want. Like, the thing is the establishment itself is now at war with the people. This is where it has come. You've got a former Bill Clinton communications director and Don Baer here on C-SPAN, Ceasefire, talking about how they're being put into a very uncomfortable position by the voters. The voters are voting in candidates that Don and the people at the DNC and the DCCC and DMFI don't like. But they're not the people. They're the establishment. They're the establishment that's clinging to power and to money and influence and their little dinner parties. And they're trying to keep the people out. They're trying to keep the doors locked while the champagne clinks inside. But the people have spoken. They have put the candidates forward, and now they're crying. They're on mainstream media crying about it. Like, this is very unhelpful to everything we're working on over here.
And unsafe in leadership. And they're, for the most part, Democrats who are running for office, who are in office, who have the opportunity, could have the opportunity to actually lead the country and move us forward, are in fact moderate in the center and are not particularly happy about these kinds of proposals.
All right, Mark, we have about 30 seconds, but you've been making a lot of faces,
Look,
so I want to let you jump in.
Look, this is dangerous and it's crazy. It doesn't even...
This is dangerous and it's crazy. Oh, is it dangerous and it's crazy? Okay, thanks.
These people are fucking lunatics. They are, their time is past. They're clinging to power. The world is changing. They don't like it. They don't like it one bit that the world is changing around them. It's very inconvenient. Their whole lives are set up in this world.
This is not a game. Everybody needs to understand these crazy little mini Mamdanis who are popping up all around the country. They are a danger to you and your family. This is not a game. If they
Yeah, it's devastating. These mini Mamdanis, dude. Let 1,000 Zorons bloom, baby. I told you what I said at the New York City DSA Slate rally. When I said, by the time we're done with this, we are going to make Zoran Kwame Mamdani seem unremarkable. This is what I meant. And we're getting there slowly but surely, and we're going to keep pushing. Okay?
Immediately,
Will
it's not
Kane, the
sooner.
DSA wants total, radical, and fundamental change. By the way, at this point, if you ever miss out on like a DSA roll call, you know, any sort of convention, any sort of like Zoom call that they're putting out there, you can just tune into Fox News the next day because they'll summarize it for you. It's pretty awesome. I know that like they're...
We've done it, people. We've hit the mountaintop. Now we just have to build a castle up here, okay? A castle for everyone. Aside from these dickbags. Oh my god. It is hilarious. It is fucking hilarious. Like, how much... Like... how things have shifted. All you had to do was get like 8 or so leftists elected in some slightly high profile House and or Senate elections. These people lose their freaking minds. They start screaming communism. Like, and it is wild how focused in they are on it, because they've been screaming communism. Like, I've been saying this since like the new Red Scare started on Fox News, but like they've been claiming like Obama and Hillary Clinton are communists, and like Kamala, like Donald Trump literally called Kamala Harris Kamala Harris because he was suggesting that she was a communist, right? Like, these people have been claiming that everything Democrats do is communism. But now, oh, no, we have real wolves this time. I swear.
Probably doing this because they want to portray the Democratic Party as radicals. Look at these radicals in the DSA. But I think that there is going to be an unintentional positive feedback loop that they create while they're trying to negatively polarize people against the DSA. I don't know.
All right, as socialism takes root now in the Democrat Party, are voters taking to socialism? We may not have an answer yet, but we are getting a pretty clear...
Well, I don't know. Maybe putting this image side by side is probably part of the reason why young people are taking to socialism, because this is the only thing that our productive output moves in the direction of.
A picture of what democratic socialists have in mind for a...
Yeah, why are they playing the CENTCOM Iran strikes in this video? The whole screen is taken up by it. How are these two connected? What, the socialists will reduce the military budget and use that for healthcare?
America. Total, fundamental, radical change to pretty much every area of government. The DSA underscoring that plan for upheaval in a new platform just released. Let's walk through it together. We have it up on the wall. It's no less radical than starting with replacing the president and the Supreme Court of the United States. But we're just now getting started, because the DSA would also abolish the United States Senate, expand the House of Representatives, and move to ranked choice voting, the likes of which you see.
I love this list. This list is fucking hilarious. First off, replace the president and SCOTUS. These are just normal government things, okay? We replace the president every time, well, technically every 4 years we have an election, right? To replace the president, in theory. It doesn't happen every time. Sometimes we keep the president for 2 terms. But this is a fairly regular ass sentence. Like, this is the dangerous Dangerous DSA policy. Replace the president. Happens literally every election cycle. You fucking weirdo. We also expand the House of Representatives. I can't remember the exact timing of this one, but this is another thing that we do that has been done on a bunch of occasions because the country grows. Because we have a growing country. So we need more representation. I know that's shocking to people. But like some of these things are just like super normal as fuck. Allowing Washington D.C. to vote. Oh, that is so radical. How dare we allow Washington D.C. to have the same sort of representation as everyone else? Like, first off, does everybody know why Washington D.C. doesn't have statehood? Does anybody here know the premise? Because Trump has made that premise completely irrelevant. Okay? The reason why there is no statehood for Washington, D.C. is because the framers of the Constitution thought that it was possible that a corrupt president might be able to sway voters in his home district, right? In right, like in untoward ways by favoring Washington D.C. for like special government projects. I mean, are we being like? I mean, really? Is that yeah? Is that how's that working? How is that working out exactly? Washington D.C. is covered in gold shit. Like, do we have to? Do we have to do this right now? Because really, Trump has made it very clear that this was never going to be adequate in preventing something like that. I think they might as well just let them be a state. It's a little ridiculous they're not. Also, who is a fan of the $1.5 trillion budget that Trump wants? Or I guess it's actually slightly less. I think Republicans scorned him. I almost forgot about this. I think Republicans scorned him by asking for $1.1 trillion. I can't remember the exact number, but if we don't need $1.1 trillion, of course we should defund it. A lot less funds. Like, so many of these things are just so reasonable. I think like everybody can get on board with. Of course, I'm for every single one of these things, but some of these things are just so like simply, like obviously, just like reasonable shit that even your most racist bigot must understand. It's just normal. It's not even radical. This is just like the normal functioning of government, or should be at least.
Expand the House of Representatives and move to ranked choice voting, the likes of which you see in California.
California? Huh? I'm sorry, what? We don't got ranked choice voting? I think he meant New York, and he fucked it up. I think he meant New York, and he said California instead. But I mean, his viewers don't know anything, so it's fine. Wait, why would they want to abolish the Senate? What do you mean? It's literally an insane system where a state that is an economic powerhouse like California or even Texas, right, with a ton of people, have the same number of senators as like numerous states that like 4 other states that are combined get. California is massive. California has a lot of economic power. California gets the same number of senators as Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota. Here, I'll use a word that Republicans understand is.
Yeah, and I mean, you do the math here, right? You're talking about 11 to 0.2. That ratio is 22 to 1. Or like 20 to 1, whatever that is. It's like, it's wild. Actually, no, it's more than that. I take it back. Wait, 5. That's 50 to 1. Sorry, I did the math wrong. That's 50 to 1. Right? Because 23, 4, yeah, it's like close to 50 to 1. Wyoming voters get a lot more representation than people in Texas. You're being tread on, Texas. Wyoming is treading all over your ass. Alaska, too. Wyoming, Montana, both the Dakotas.
Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota. Here, I'll use a word that Republicans understand is DEI for small states. The Senate is DEI for small states, oftentimes red states.
Still working to transform America, the DSA proposes, like many Democrats, to make Washington, D.C. a state, to defund the Department of War, end ICE detention and deportation, and grant amnesty to all illegal immigrants. Now, these are the radical, transformational things.
Now, what I love is, like, they really dug deep because they don't want to talk about any of the other stuff that's in there, like healthcare for everybody, childcare, making things more affordable for Americans, housing-wise. They don't want to talk about any of that. So they have to get to that. They have to, like, get down to this like institution, like the most boring possible shit. Like, this list is supposed to be scary. Most of it is some of the most boring things you can imagine because they can't bring out the stuff that's supposed to be actually scary, like the socialism stuff. Because none of this is, most of this stuff isn't socialism, right? Like, they're like, has anybody noticed that about this list? Like, none of this stuff is socialism. This is just government shit and a little bit of immigration in there. Like, Marx, like, wasn't like really he was focused on class, not immigration as much, right? And like they refused to engage on any of those kinds of things, you know, like inequality, affordability, healthcare, groceries, gas, housing. Like, no, look, the horrors of ranked choice voting. And brown people.
Proposed by the Democratic Socialist of America. Some of these we've heard already from establishment Democrats. They've opened the door, and the DSA has simply walked through the door.
Would you like to abolish the Senate?
That's part of our platform, and we don't think that's extreme. We think it's a change that would help make this country more democratic.
We have criminal illegal aliens in the country. Don't they need to be removed? We believe that demilitarizing the border, that violent oppression of working class immigrants.
Look, I love all the speakers for DSA. I have a different method of dealing with these kinds of conversations, but, you know, they're still great. I just don't think that they speak Haganese. You know what I mean? They don't speak Haganese. They're too kind. Not that they're doing a bad job. They're not. They're doing a great job.
Honestly, Hassan is right about this, and I listened to these myself. Hassan is right about this, and the reason that this is the reason why Hassan doesn't get brought onto Fox News, because Fox can make most of the DSA people look like they subsist solely on vegan burgers and, you know, like they're all too polite, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like, it's a bunch of very polite, like, nice people who don't, like, Hassan is a little less polite. And I guess that's my point. It's like Fox is afraid of Hassan. They are not afraid of a lot of the other representatives of the DSA in the same way, which is why, even though Hassan has already said he would debate Hannity, and even Hannity talked about debating Hassan on his show, like, that has not come to fruition. Because they're terrified of a guy who speaks Haganese, who can come out there and just humiliate them in a way that their audiences will appreciate. Right? Like, as we all know, it's not, things happening over at Fox News aren't really based on ideas.
they're honest, they have integrity. But, you know, sometimes just like tuning the dial a little bit to be a little to speak a little Haganese is not the worst thing. You know what I mean? Like with the Senate thing, you could just immediately be like, the current way, as it stands currently, Maine has the same number of senators as the state of Texas. Do you or your viewers think that's appropriate? Boom. That's a dialect and a frequency that you can tune into to get the hogs to recognize how ridiculous the system in the Senate is, right? You want Delaware to have the same number of senators as the state of Texas, the beautiful state of Texas, which I admire. And then in the whole, like, what do you think about deportation stuff? It's just like to simply say, like, look, if someone has done a crime, documented or undocumented, if they've done a crime, if they've harmed people on U.S. soil, I think they should be punished to the full extent of the law. They shouldn't get a free ticket home. What are we doing? And that's currently the way.
Yeah, Hassan's making a fair point. Maybe people who do crimes should be punished for crimes? That's radical communism. I'm pretty sure that's the communism everybody's been warning me about. People going to jail for crimes.
The communist. Hassan Parker.
Pretty sure that's the communisms. Sorry, I love Hassan. I hate Hassan clips because he has all of his goddamn little social media tags in the bottom of his stream, which make it impossible for me to scoop through these adequately.
The far left, full stream ahead into the future, knocking the Democrat establishment off its feet in the process. So the big tent we've heard about, well, it's hard to really know if they're
beast mode. They're awesome. They're wonderful. They're telegenic. They're charismatic. They got bold ideas. They look good. That matters a little bit, I think. They're young.
Winning the hearts and minds, the DSA. Are they winning the hearts and minds of Democrats? It's hard to know. Just know they're running against this.
I request 30 more seconds because I rise before you adorning
The
these
gentleman
intense
from Maryland
gloves
is recognized.
Not for personal tension, not for personal tension, but to encourage you to take
Gentleman,
this debate seriously. I rise for every American.
Why is she wearing gloves? What is going on here? How old is Haley Stevens? Why is Haley Stevens dressed like she's 80 years old? Got the largest string of pearls on the planet. And these weird ass pink gloves. I don't understand what's going on. She's 40, but she's dressing like she's 80.
Because I rise before you adorning
The
these
gentleman
intense
from Maryland
gloves
is recognized.
Not for personal tension, not for personal tension, but to encourage you to take
Gentleman,
this debate seriously. I rise for every American
I'm going to give you more time.
I think we got to stop making fun of Haley Stevens' lack of riz. It's just, I don't know. Now that the Republicans are doing it, it's just like annoying me a little bit. I feel dirty. I
am not. I mean, I don't know how much Hassan. I can't speak to Hassan. Maybe this is a him thing. I don't feel like we've done enough around here. We've sure, have we gone after her for her lack of riz? Yeah. Look at that face. I mean, wow. But too much? No. No, we still have a long way to go on this thing. August 4th, that's weeks from now.
Appreciate Haley Stevens. I really do. I'm not being insincere. I'm not being coy. I mean it seriously. I actually like the way she speaks.
August 5th. Did he just say what I think he just said? I'm moving past what Hassan just said, which can't possibly be true. August 5th, I will, ceasefire. August 5th, ceasefire day. I will no longer shit on Haley Stevens after that, so long as she loses. Okay? I promise. That is a promise.
It's important for you guys to understand that. I like the lack of charisma. I think it's
And unlike Israel, I will stick to the ceasefire. Okay, that's the thing about me. Take that to the bank. Sincerity. Remember that.
And there are questions surrounding Israel's sincerity.
It's probably the only redeemable quality of Haley Stevens. What I don't like about Haley Stevens is not how she says things, but what she says. Like,
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
that is what I don't like about Haley Stevens, is the policies, is the fact that she is a corporate stooge, is the fact that she is an assassin for AIPAC. That's what I don't like. I just want to let my position be known.
I am going to be working on our behalf. I am going to be telling the stories on our behalf. And you better believe I'm going to be doing it with a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to them.
A little bit of stick it to him, okay? Everybody, you gotta remember the Michigan fist.
I want the Michigan fist. I want you all to unite. Fist. I want the Michigan fist. I want you to punch a hole in
the stories on our behalf. And you better believe I'm going to be doing it with a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to them. Because that's the Michigan way.
That's the Michigan
That
way.
is Democratic establishment candidate Haley Stevens, who's running against socialist candidate Abdul El Sayed for Senate in Michigan.
There's something so enjoyable about Fox News trying to defend the most rizless Democrats. Like, they've spent so much time demonizing all Democrats as socialist, communist, Marxist, Antifa, China. I can't think of. I've run out of CCP. And now they're like, actually, this is one of the good ones, and then they whip out Haley Stevens. There's something about that. The arc, something about the arc, is truly so satisfying to me. I don't know what it is about it. I think it's just because it's like full circle. It's like they finally completed the circle. The neo-centric circle, if you will. And they're like, we have to circle the wagons around the real ones. Oh, it's fascinating.
Somebody clever.
That's the Michigan way.
On X said, the Democrats said we need new voices. And here's Haley Stevens to offer you a 1930s baseball manager. But can't we...
Oh, shut the fuck up, Will Kane. You don't get to make fun of Haley Stevens. Only we get to make fun of Haley Stevens. Fuck you.
The workers deserve more.
Dude, this is crazy. They're doing all around coverage on this shit. By the way, I mean, a big chunk of my community is already dues-paying members in the Democratic Socials.
I hope everybody's enjoying our coverage tonight. I know we've taken something of a left turn here, if you will. But I needed this one today. And without Hassan, I probably wouldn't have watched all of this. I've been kind of overwhelmed lately. And he really found some gems over here. Fox has been getting into some weird shit lately.
America, but this is part of the reason why you guys have to, remind yourselves that, everything that you're communicating is being watched and will be mass blasted and mass disseminated, which is why caucus drama can turn into a real national story, and it's not a good thing, right? We got to avoid that. We got to avoid that sort of stuff, especially now more than ever before. Because if you remember, one of the biggest hits that DSA ever took was the whole, was it at the convention where, they were doing the the snaps and the calling on privilege and demanding no one clap because of, you know, audio sensory issues, stuff like that. Point of privilege drama at the 2019 Atlanta Convention. Yes, it's good to want to make sure that everyone is taken care of. But, you know, moments like that can be highlighted and milked by outsiders. Who's we, Mr. Unaffiliated? True. I mean, I'm not a part of, yeah, we got to be strong. Optically, we must be strong. We must be disciplined. We must exercise messaging discipline at all points. I'm just saying we as a, you know, random guy on the outside looking in, okay, from the outside.
Sounds 100% right. I've been saying it since the beginning. They're going to do this. They're going to target Hassan. I'm sorry, not Hassan. Why did I just say Hassan? Zohran Mamdani. Jesus Christ.
Zohran Mamdani.
And use him. They're going to try and use him as an example. That's why we got to... I don't think I used the term message discipline, but that's why we got to stick by him and do everything we can to help.
Well, it's pushing extreme policies, such as abolishing the U.S. Senate, amnesty for all immigrants, no matter how they get here, deportations, and more. Reparations and more. Do away with one, keep the other.
Do you see what I mean, though? Every one of these infographics, like, some of them are definitely redistributive, don't get me wrong, but, like, they're trying to, their very best to either make it, like about immigrants and or brown people, right? Or black people. You see reparations at the far left. But like they refuse to actually, they only got one here. Public ownership of the largest corporations. You notice that I don't think she said that there. But like, they don't want to talk about any of the policies that are actually like just the baseline policies that we all know to be in there. Abolish ICE is one of the most like of all of these things. Abolish ICE is the thing that people said the most in their campaigns, right? Like a lot of this stuff was not said by anybody in their actual like campaigns. Some people did on like prosecuting Israeli leaders, but it's mostly just defunding the genocide. But they're just doing they're doing weird shit. Like what I'm trying to get at is that they're doing some weird shit with these infographics so that they can avoid talking about things like healthcare, things like all of the issues of affordability across America that people are trying, that people in DSA or like leftist like candidates are talking about addressing. Like they are trying their very best to demonize it, but they can't even address it. Which is why they refuse to have people like Hassan come on, who, in my estimation, probably wouldn't let them play the game that they're playing right now.
And they're suggesting replacing the presidency in the U.S. Supreme Court.
We could call it the head honcho of whatever, you know, like it's like we might not have a president, but what we should have.
Oh shit, is that Emma Vigeland? Almost didn't notice her in there.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
That's true. I should have noticed faster.
An executive that's actually chosen democratically and is accountable to the representatives of the people.
Here we say very clearly, like, abolish ICE.
We have a feminism section that is trans-liberatory and also socialist feminist.
I think it sounds so radical, like abolish the Senate, abolish the Supreme Court, like et cetera, but it's not.
Why do we have a Senate? Like a lot of people are going to see that and they'll be like, wait a second, why do I have a Senate? Like, what's so great about the Senate?
Okay, I feel dumber having watched that. It comes on the heels of far.
Look at these women, these nasty women.
You couldn't get much dumber than Harris.
_9505 just cheered 100 bits.
Basically, phone news is providing half-truths to avoid showing our left-wing policies. And the things they are already showing sound
Exactly.
awesome already.
Exactly. That's the thing. Is like a lot of these things are already fairly popular broadly in America. And these are the worst things that they can find. The most convenient stuff for them to talk about because they don't have it in them to even Fox News is afraid of being like they want to give you health care.
About abolishing the Senate.
Oh, but what was I was gonna say something else. Oh, right. Oh, well, I mean, whatever.
Left insurgents winning key races, many of them backed by the Democrat Socialists of America, DSA.
By the way, Harris Faulkner just said that she feels a little dumber by having to listen to that. Let's not forget, Harris said this to Donald Trump back in the 2024 election.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing. So far, at least 27 candidates nationwide. House Speaker Mike Johnson here.
This is not a game. Everybody needs to understand these crazy little mini Mamdanis who are popping up all around the country. They are a danger to you and your family. This is not a game. If they
Yeah, it's devastating. These mini Mamdanis, dude. Let 1,000 Zorons bloom, baby. I told you when I said what I said at the New York City DSA Slate rally. When I said, by the time we're done with this, we are going to make Zoran Kwame Mamdani seem unremarkable. This is what I meant. And we're getting there slowly but surely, and we're going to keep pushing, okay?
promise you free stuff, there is far more beneath those promises that even some of these people do not understand.
Yeah, step one, free stuff.
I gotta say, I like the way Hassan's talking here. We can make Zoran Mamdani seem remarkable. We'll have a very effective government. If we look around and we see, you know, like Zoran being just the average politician, I think we'll have a great country.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Step two, death and destruction.
Power panel now. Luke Ball, Republican strategist. Megan Hayes, former Biden White House director of messaging.
So many former Biden people. I mean, I wonder what she's going to say. Sometimes they are defensive of the DSA. So I'm gonna hold out on my judgment here. But so far, a lot of the former Biden people are unbelievably hostile to DSA.
Planning. So, Luke, a feminism section so that men who identify as women can feel what? More like they are part of women's issues?
Harris, this is not a policy platform that the Democratic Socialists have given us. This is the abolition of America. It's the roadmap to getting rid of the United States as we know it. And I have maintained this position for a while. I feel like the Democrats are...
The abolition of America. No more America. That's it. It will now be separated into 6 different countries. Mamdanistan. I'm trying to... The United Territories of Bernieville, AOC Town, and a concentration camp where all the Republicans will be forced to go. It will be horrible, and you're going to hate it.
This is the abolition of America.
2 elections away from strapping Karl Marx to a defibrillator, waking him up and running him at the top of the ballot. And the moderates, the centrists, the legacy Democrats have by and large been nowhere to be found. Listen, Harris, to these 2 juxtaposed policy positions and tell me which one's going to win out. Because the Democrat Socialists want, as you just listed, extending voting rights.
Imagine taking a day off from work in a future without capitalism. Oh God, taking a day off from work. No, please. Not a day off from work.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Oh God. Not working?
going to win out, because the Democrat socialists want, as you just listed, extending voting rights to criminals, illegals, abolishing the Senate, eliminating SCOTUS, eliminating the presidency. But Hakeem Jeffries' response to these DSA members winning elections in his party's primary is the path is different, but the work is the same. Which one of those do you think is going to win out? I would submit, lastly, that the Democrat Party's conscience has been seared. They are numb to this, and they have allowed this weed to fester in their garden.
Oh, did they?
Megan, can you turn it around?
Can you turn it
I
around,
sure
Megan?
hope so, but I would like to say that Democrat socialists of America are not Democrats. Democrats believe deeply.
Hey, Megan, can you turn it around? Do you see what I mean? The Republicans and Democrats, they're coming together to defend the Democrats from ideas and progress. Like the neo-centrist wagons have been drawn.
Capitalism, they believe deeply in the Constitution. They believe deeply in
let
our
me stop you right there, because I've heard you say this before. And
Jesus Christ, dude. Great panel. Just two people that both hate the platform that you're talking about. One Republican, one Democrat. Nice. That's cool. Boomer Coco Melon at work. Yeah, it's awesome.
so you're not concerned?
I mean, of course, I am always concerned, but I am concerned that we're making a lot out of very few candidates. There have been like 4 or 5 of them that have won in the last
Did you see the scroll? There are 27 names on that.
There's 27 out of 435 members of the House. That is a very small percentage that they have not won into their general elections yet, and may not win in their general elections. This is an anti-incumbent.
Yeah, they're gonna lose in. Chris Rabb is gonna lose in Philadelphia. Actually, bro, that's.
Do you hear them right now? Because that's not even important. What Hassan's saying is not even important. And we've talked about what Hassan's about to say. But did you hear her? You have to listen to that one more time. This is where we're going to end this discussion. But did you hear her?
I mean, of course, I am always concerned, but I am concerned that we're making a lot out of very few candidates. There have been like 4 or 5 of them that have won in the last
Did you see the scroll? There are 27 names on that.
There's 27 out of 435 members of the House. That is a very small percentage that they have not won into their general elections yet, and may not win in their general elections. This is an anti-incumbent.
Yeah, it may not. They are hoping that they lose in the general. These are people who have won in Democratic primaries.
These are people who haven't won in their primaries.
I mean, they haven't even won their general yet. And it's like, dude, like, this shit is insane. Like, I cannot believe. They are... The Democrats are so obsessed. And by Democrats, I mean the Democratic establishment are so obsessed with maintaining power and preventing change in the party, preventing the will of the voters from happening. They're willing to lose again. These people are insane. They're willing to lose again. The way she's talking about it is the mindset of a person who's willing to lose again for an ideological reason. Like saying, look, they haven't, like, in defense of, like, the way, like, I'm trying to, how do you put this? Like, in defense of her argument, she is saying, look, they're probably not even going to win. People who are Democrats, they won in Democrat primaries. And she's basically wishing them the worst. She's like, look, they might not even going to win. They're probably not even going to win. Who gives a shit? These people are irrelevant. Democrats. Can you imagine them saying something about, like, Chuck Schumer? Or Hakeem Jeffries? Or Haley Stevens? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if they win. Like, it doesn't matter if they lose. Excuse me. Sorry. It doesn't. Like, I'm sorry, but it's just so. It's so backwards from the way that they have talked for so long. It is incredible. They've been screaming blue no matter who at people for a long time. And now they're like, who cares? Like I could not believe that. What a thing to say. From blue no matter who to who cares. And you wonder why we have Donald Trump right now. Or ICE murdering people on the streets. Or Israel still committing a genocide. Or no health care. All right. We're 4 hours into the stream. Still got more to talk about here tonight. But I'm gonna take a quick break. Alright, hope everyone's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Bell icon, like button, also helpful. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, because we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal donos. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream, that is. We have Throne, too, if you want to help with physical products, drinks, snacks, other things like that. Help me out in real life that'll eventually arrive at my doorstep down on Earth. Of course, the very best way to get the most paid benefits for your dollars, still Patreon. $3 a month. A lot of great space benefits await. Alright, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. All right, Space Fams. The break is over, and the stream is about to get going once again. So you'd better get yourselves back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. I got so much to talk about. I'll do that. All right, Space Fams, break is over. Wobegon. Sorry, trying to readjust myself over here. Okay, here we are. Back again with the news. Earth and space alike. And I'm afraid we're still stuck in the United States right now. Moving much slower than I was yesterday. Still got a bunch of stuff here in the United States to get through, I'm afraid. It's been a crazy week. Now, while we're working on the elections, trying to prevent the president from doing any more damage to our country, democracy, communities, and or otherwise Americans more broadly. We do still have some problems. People in the government right now who can't vote out. People like Todd Blanche, who was giving testimony in the Senate earlier this week. This was him 2 days ago. Chris Coons asked, not my favorite guy, but asking him a couple of questions here.
If you're confirmed and you're asked to take an action you believe to be illegal or unethical, would you resign?
That will never happen, but yes, if it were to happen, I'm not going to violate my oath to the Constitution.
Did you ever say no to the president on the slush fund, the anti-weaponization fund? Did you advise him against this?
Will not talk about communications I have with the president. I served as his lawyer for a couple years before he was elected. I'm the Deputy Attorney General and the Acting Attorney General. So I'm not going to talk about communications that I have with him. But Senator, I will say that President Trump trusts me to give him counsel. Counsel does not mean yes,
I recognize
man. And so that's true in my case, like it should be in any Attorney General's case.
Are you in?
There's Todd Blanche claiming not to be a yes man for the president. Same guy who said this.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Hard to believe that dude's not a yes man, but if you say so. Former lawyer of Donald Trump, Todd Blanche. I don't know how much Donald Trump has paid Todd for his services as a lawyer. Todd's represented him in a number of things, including on the election fraud stuff last year, or not last year, a number of years ago, if I recall correctly. What about all the other money Donald Trump has been funneling around all over the place? For instance, like to himself and to his other buddies, business friends and associates. I mean, they completely hijacked a privately funded America 250 event for America and turned it into the Freedom 250 event for Trump. And maybe we should follow the money a little bit behind that grift. It's easy to forget. I know it's been a whole 12 days since this happened.
Happy birthday, America. It's been 250 years, and President Trump has a big gift for you. It's a giant arch with what is very definitely not a Nazi Iron Eagle on it. It's a refurbished reflecting pool that immediately filled up with algae thanks to saboteurs who hate America. He gave us a UFC fight on the White House lawn that just so happened to coincide with his own 80th birthday. He slapped his name on the Kennedy Center, although me and Judge made him take it back. He filled the skies of D.C. with hours and hours of overflights, followed by a gonzo display of fireworks that filled the air with acrid smoke for 24 hours, and he gave us the Great American State Fair on the National Mall, which is just like every state fair you went to in your own hometown, minus all the rides and games and crazy fried food and people. But that just made it easier for the true patriots who showed up to get right up close and enjoy all the AI-generated attractions. Okay, to be fair, it does have one Ferris wheel, which was even working most of the time, and it was pretty packed on July 4th itself. Luckily, D.C. was a balmy 102 degrees for the first week of festivities, and then it rained. But you know what they say, it's not the heat, it's the humidity that makes an outdoor event amazing. But this is a law channel, so we're not here to just crack jokes about the latest administration debacle, although we're definitely not above it. For the last year, Trump's allies inside and outside of government have been quietly building this grifting machine to turn a birthday party for America into a celebration of the president himself. It involved a shadow company buried inside a national park charity, selling private access to the president for millions of dollars, lying to donors about where their money was going, allegedly, and paying Trump's own political operatives to run the whole thing. They tried to take over America's official 250th birthday commission first, and when that didn't work, they looted it and built their own. They called it Freedom 250, and it may be the most expensive vanity project and potential federal crime in American history. In normal times, America's 250th birthday would be a nonpartisan event that people...
Okay, we can't watch this whole thing, but yeah, it's pretty disturbing how they just sort of grabbed this money for themselves to do this extended weeks-long birthday party for the president rather than celebrating America, enriching Trump allies, and doing it in quite a fashion. And then getting the results that we got, of course. Can't forget those with the 40 states. I can't remember exactly how many states actually participated in this ridiculous show.
Your own case.
But you had only some of the 50 states participating. These ridiculous boxes people were shoved into to get food or other things in there. No air conditioning in any of those places. And like all these like fake, what do you call them? Like accents to the buildings just like taped on, stapled on, glued on. Like, what did they spend all the money on? It's of course enriching themselves. That is like the whole point of this thing. Aside from there's the abject cruelty, it's the blatant self-enrichment. Now, they've apparently drained the pool. You know which pool. The Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool, of course. Yes, it's been drained. And shock of shocks, no 300-foot long gash to be found. Just a really, really dirty and what do you call it? Depreciate is the wrong word. I can't think of it right now. Just a disaster, okay? That's what we found.
Truth or Fake means Vedeka Bell. Over by the big board here in the studios. Vedeka, great to see you as always.
Hi, Mark.
The saga of Donald Trump's reflecting pool project continues. The pool was drained earlier this week as Trump doubles down that the pool's floor was vandalized last month, but there was some inconsistencies in the US president's latest statement. Tell us more.
Well, it's getting difficult to keep up as of late with the amount of times the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool has been drained. But this week, US President Donald Trump announced that the latest drainage project had taken place. Now, he took to Truth Social on Monday to say that the pool had been drained again to fix what he called the scars and damage that was done to it. He also doubled down on his so far unsubstantiated claims that the pool had been vandalized with a box cutter or a knife. Now, he reiterated that he feels those responsible should be punished and that the pool will soon be refilled and put back into service. But it's this number here that is bewildering, 300 yards long. That's how long he says the gash in the bottom of the pool is. Now, just a few weeks ago, let's just recap to the numbers given by Donald Trump. Just a few weeks ago, he said that the alleged gash.
I really appreciate France24 for doing this for us. It went from 250, 300 feet, 350 feet, and now 300 yards, which is, of course, 3 times as long. Oh, he is such a fucking idiot. Oh, God, it's so painful. It is so painful to be represented by such a painfully stupid person. Why is he in charge? Why is this guy in charge? It's like he doesn't think that anybody's paying attention. He just keeps making it longer and longer. I bet he's done that before.
When the pool was 250 foot long. A couple of days later, he said that it was 300 foot long. And then after that, he reached this number, which is 350 foot long, allegedly the gash at the bottom of the pool. So we can see how, according to Donald Trump, the size of this alleged cut keeps growing at the bottom of the Lincoln Memorial pool. But this new number of 300 yards, well, that is an entirely new number, actually, because if we convert it into feet, which is the unit of measurement that he's been using up until this point, 300 yards is, in fact, 900 feet. So that's...
Yes, thank you, France24. For all of us confused by freedom units. I'm sure this isn't the first time Trump has exaggerated the length of something. But wow. Well, this is what it looks like now drained. Deteriorated. Formerly American flag blue, now covered in mostly, I assume, duck shit. Duck and or goose shit. You can see it peeling in a lot of different spots. Like, it's hard to pick out between the shit. But you can notice some spots in here where it's clearly peeling. It doesn't appear to have been cut, but it does appear to be peeling. And there's no evidence of this 300-yard gash Donald Trump is talking about. Just a shitty pool. God. Now, of course, Donald Trump didn't spend any, well, that's not true. Trump spent, I think, like $1 billion refitting his Qatari gifted Boeing jet. But it did not get all of the same upgrades as a normal Air Force One. That much was very apparent when he left, where was it? Turkey. Last week in the old Air Force One instead of the new one, which was also there. Trump was very upset that people found out about his cowardice, his decision to get onto the old Air Force One. And apparently ordered the FBI to, and this is real, collect all the phones of White House officials, believing there to be some sort of internal White House leak.
Exclusive CNN reporting tonight on the investigation into leaks about security shortcomings of the new Air Force One. Last week, you'll remember, the president flew the old plane instead of the new one when he left the NATO summit. The White House claims it was so that U.S. service members could tour the new one. The New York Times said it was because the Qatari gifted plane lacked key defense systems, and the president was incensed by that reporting. Now we've learned some government officials have been asked to turn over their phones at the White House as part of a leak probe. CNN's Evan Perez joins us now with more. Evan, what more have you learned about this White House probe?
Yeah, this was an extraordinary scene at the White House last Friday where Kash Patel, the FBI director, and Susie Wiles, the chief of staff, essentially helped orchestrate what was hours-long numbers of people from the White House, people who may have known.
Can you imagine? I need people to imagine this. In the West Wing, a line of Trump appointees and officials waiting their turn, head some heads hung, others looking around, waiting to have their phones inspected by the dictator. Next, Caroline Levitt says. Like, I mean, really, this shit is wild. We got a full-on internal struggle happening over this plane. Honestly, anybody could have deduced this. What I love about this is literally anybody could have deduced this for themselves that was in Turkey or saw the footage. There was press footage, a bunch of it. You know, the press was at that Turkey summit, the NATO summit. It's shocking to know, but they were there, and everybody caught him walking over to the. We watched the footage of him going over there. But no, now they have an internal struggle happening in the White House. Everybody's phone. Everybody give me your phones. That's it. Nobody's leaving until I get all the phones. Who did it? Who told the New York Times that nasty lie? I just wanted the troops to see the plane. All right. Let's move on to the environmental news. I gotta skip like two. I'm too beat right now. I'm too beat. America is making me too sad. We got the bulk of the stream left to go through here. I'm getting dragged down. Let's do the environmental news. That'll be cheery. That'll lift me up. That's right. Unfortunately, it's not uplifting over here. also bad. Also bad. Sorry, Space Sams. I'm just moving really slow tonight. Really, really slow. I got like the bulk, like the vast majority of the clips still in front of me. All right, let's talk about all the storms that have been happening in the Midwest and the South. Texas, all the way up. There's sort of like a column of storms that hit, causing some seriously horrifying conditions for people this week.
Video shows power flashes and debris swirling as a tornado was seen crossing a busy highway in San Antonio, Texas, early Wednesday morning. The San Antonio Fire Department is assessing damage after the tornado touched down. The tornado comes as the region faces slow-moving storms with the threat of flooding and excessive rainfall Wednesday, with flash flood warnings issued in the area.
Yep. Very slow-moving storms. I mean, they were persistent for days. Flooding still been moving throughout the area, even though rains have slowed down. These are some of the scenes we saw yesterday. People's entire yards turned into ponds. Never good when there's a current in your yard.
Now to the dangerous weather across the country. Central Texas has had flash flooding 3 days in a row, and it caused the Guadalupe River to rise, and dozens of people have been rescued.
I hope there's not too much damage, because this is insane. I mean, this is a lot of rain.
This is ridiculous!
It doesn't deter me from living here, but I don't know what to make of it yet.
CBS News correspondent Jason Allen is in the flood zone north of San Antonio with much more.
It's a dangerous situation again in Kerrville in the Texas Hill Country this morning, and the conditions here continuing to change. The Guadalupe River, which I know it looks like it is raging back here, it has actually come down significantly in the spot where we are standing. It was up in this area completely covered with water at one point this morning. It's gone down.
Yeah. However, as was learned yesterday, it was expected to come back up. That it would seem to have done.
But first,
here's one of these storm chaser guys, Reed Timmer, on YouTube. I don't know if this is the Guadalupe River. This is on top of some bridge in Sonora, Texas.
Here it comes! Gonna hit the fence! Over top of the bridge. Get ready to run! Look at it right here! The canoe in the trees. Basketball. Here comes the debris. It's gonna be a problem here.
Yeah, shit's pretty crazy. I don't know what river this is, but you can see massive debris coming down the river, getting stuck on the bridge, and this creates a serious problem. Right? As debris piles up, it will become heavy enough at some point to take down the bridge. Now, hopefully that didn't happen here, but this is the exact conditions that we've seen this kind of thing happen before on this stream. And these are the exact conditions for something like that happen. Debris just piles up and piles up and piles up. The forces eventually overwhelm it. You can see how deep the water is. At the height of street signs. In fact, as water is moving through the river systems down in Texas. And it's hitting people, some people unexpectedly. Hopefully people are staying safe, but yeah. Crazy fucking storms there this week. Meanwhile, north, Canada. Fires. Fires that have been getting a lot of attention this week because of how much smoke has been coming down to the United States. But let's get started in British Columbia. This is global news. 7 hours ago, Pemberton residents ready to evacuate. A scary blaze looms near town.
A local bed and breakfast owner in Pemberton is ready to leave as flames inch closer to the village.
I did pack up. I made a list of what I need to bring in case we have to go.
Margaret DeHaan says most residents who live at the base of Signal Hill have already evacuated. Her friend was one of those residents. She moved 20 horses to a safer area.
It makes you realize what's valuable to you and what's not. But I'm just really sad to see the town in such a state and to know that people have to worry.
Thursday night, part of the village also lost power, but DeHaan managed to keep the inn's lights on and housed a handful of community members.
The power was supposedly out all the way to Anderson Lake, to Darcy. I did discourage people from staying, but some of them, they were not that concerned.
More than 1,300 homes remain under an evacuation alert in the village. An evacuation order is in effect for 1 Mile Lake Park, where aerial crews are set up for firefighting operations. BC's premier says he expects wildfires to be top of mind at next week's First Minister's meeting on the East Coast.
Given where we are, the amount of investment we put in training, specialty research, and preparation, I would be reluctant in handing over significant authority to a centralized group because BC is well ahead of other provinces in responding to this, unfortunately because we were affected sooner.
Wildfire officials are warning there could be a potential spike in fire activity in the next few days with lightning strikes as well as warm and dry conditions in the.
The thing about this right now is Canada is on extreme alert conditions. Fires, some of the fires are subsiding because they're running out of fuel, but there's other spots that haven't burned that are still super dry. It's still super hot. And it could lead to bad things in the near future. There's so many fires all going right now. Like, I don't even know I don't know the exact number in Canada, but it's ridiculous. Now, let's just go to the middle of the United States really quickly. Because Minnesota is also dealing with wildfires, which are on the, what is that, Minnesota-Manitoba border? Saskatchewan? Whatever it is over there. That's causing people in northern communities a lot of concerns.
As fires continue to burn in the Boundary Waters, the National Guard is stepping in to help. Over the past week, they've been fighting the fires from the air whenever needed. This is some of the video the Guard shared with us. They have 4 aircraft in the area that they are using to help drop water on the fires from above. The big issue has been the smoke.
There's a lot of smoke in the air. We can't launch. And then if we can launch with smoke in the air, it's hard to see the fire.
35 soldiers and airmen are currently stationed in Orr, Minnesota to help with the wildfires. Our Connor White has been following the latest for us from Ely. He joins us now with more on outfitters there and how they're handling the fires and closures. Connor.
Well, Shayla, by summer standards, it's a bit of a ghost town here in Ely. The Ely Outfitting Company is empty at the moment. Look around. Normally they...
Yeah, and that's sort of the thrust of this video, is that a lot of these northern Minnesota communities depend on tourism because they're in like beautiful sort of like woods, lakes and forest stuff, whatever, right? Camping, tourism, big, really big here, but no one's around because of the fires and the smoke. Not exactly the sort of vacation I think you want. Be under threat of death and or health negative health effects. The fact is, you don't have to go too far for negative health effects. If you look out your door and it looks like this. Locals in Detroit, Michigan, staying inside as much as they can.
Because we got to think about the people who have asthma and bad lungs, and this air quality could possibly do something to them. We have a friend of mine now that's in urgent care because of the smoke.
Last year, actually, right around the same time, I remember we had an elevated, I don't know what they call it, whatever the national service is that measures the air quality. And it was like around 150, 160. Right now, when I woke up, I checked it, it was 389 when I woke up today. So that was the worst that I've ever seen.
I would say stay inside, especially if you have asthma. My dog has a doctor's appointment tomorrow, and we actually canceled it because my ride is my aunt, and she's got asthma.
I mean, look at it. It looks like a war zone. Everything is just covered in smog and smoke. Horrifying. I guess it's technically not smog, is it? I think there's a distinction between those two things. But yeah, and the fact is the winds have shifted slightly. I've been looking at the map, trying to track where the smoke is moving. And from what I can tell, it's shifted slightly southeast now. It was originally sort of tracking straight through New York, and now has shifted downwards, hitting Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and Washington. But the winds are doing some weird stuff, moving the smoke around, but these still horrifying. Fires still happening up north in Ontario. Evacuations continuing in that province. Oh wait, this
could potentially overtake us here. This is getting a little scary.
Terrifying videos showing CN workers trapped inside a freight train as wildfire flames close in around them in northwestern Ontario.
Hold on, this is the one. There we go.
Wildfires continue to devastate parts of northwestern Ontario, forcing more communities to evacuate and putting emergency crews to the test. Thunder Bay has become the command center for much of the response, coordinating support and evacuees and firefighters on the front lines. That's where we find our Vasilios Bellos right now. Vasilios, what's the latest on the wildfire situation today?
So based on the communities we've been following, they're saying yesterday was actually a fairly good day for the fires, but that doesn't mean this isn't still a very dangerous situation. One community about an hour and a half west of Thunder Bay, where we are, Uppsala, held an emergency meeting last night telling residents if they don't need to be there, that they need to get out. They're not under an evacuation order, but based on the situation, we're seeing more areas be a little more proactive.
What are some of the bigger challenges then that rescue crews are facing right now, and do they have enough resources?
So, as always with forest fires, it's that heavy smoke. They rely heavily on these water bombers to really make an impact. In terms of resources, if you ask some of the communities that have been evacuated, they would tell you that there have not been enough. So one community we talked to yesterday that had been evacuated said the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry did not act until it was too late, and they had to tell members to get out, and now they're looking for more government support.
The wildfire season has gotten off to a horrifying start, and now we're in the thick of things. And we're just... like, I'm in a state of, like, sort of shock and horror at, like, just how much we're seeing. Millions of acres have already burned. I think it's like 3.5 or 4 million acres have burned in Canada already. It's June. It's June, and fire season goes straight through fall since, you know, the earth is so hot. I mean, this thing's going to break records in all the worst possible ways. People's entire lives are being decimated. Entire communities, ecosystems are just being flattened. And to some degree, of course, wildfires are natural, but not at this scale. This is all happening because of climate change. This is all happening because we are on a planet that is rapidly deteriorating as a result of our bad stewardship of it. As I briefly mentioned yesterday, an entire First Nations community in Canada burned to the ground. The Namayagusisagogun, I don't know if I'm saying that right. Here is CBC on that from 10 hours ago.
With the CBC's Michelle Song in Thunder Bay, Michelle, Ontario's Premier Doug Ford just finished speaking about the wildfires, and he talked about how the community of Thunder Bay is housing many evacuees.
Right. Arthi, I want to go through some of the numbers that the Premier has shared today. Nearly 200 active fires now. 81 are considered out of control, 11 under control. 10 communities have been evacuated, 4 are under a warning, and over 100 fire crews are on the ground. He says he has deployed water bombers and helicopters, and he is making investments in more resources to deal with the fires. And he's also gotten confirmation from the federal government that supports will be in place. They will be coming soon. He reiterated, though, a sticking point for him was that the criticism he faced, he wanted to defend that criticism again, that he may have underfunded firefighters. He says that he didn't once again.
What I find despicable and disgusting, that opposite.
I don't got time for Doug Ford's bullshit. This is not what we're here for.
Communities in the northwestern part of the province narrowly missed the fires, they say, when they were trying to flee in the last couple of days. One community, Namegusisagagan First Nation, narrowly missed the fires. They said that they were fleeing in a matter of minutes, and their community has completely burned down now. The Ministry of Natural Resources faced questions of why there were no supports in place. Why didn't they call an evacuation order sooner?
Right. Sorry, it's July. You're right. It's July. Did I say June? I'm still living in last month right now. It's mid-July. You're right. I misspoke. But that is in fact still straight in dead center in the middle of fire season. Point still stands. But yeah, I may have said something wrong. Like, I'm not perfect. I talk for hours. Sometimes I accidentally say the wrong word. I beg for your forgiveness, Space Fabs. By the way, how does everybody think you say this word? The Namegusisagagun? I'm trying my best with this one. It's rough. There's like 30 letters in that word.
But they said that the fires were just so out of control. They've never seen fires of this nature before, and they did their best.
Michelle, what are you also hearing from evacuees where you are right now?
Well, we spoke to one evacuee from Armstrong, Ontario. He says that he packed up his van with his kids and wife and brought only the essentials. And he tells us a little bit about how he was feeling when he was driving 3 hours down to Thunder Bay.
It was a... Hey, I'll be right back. I gotta use the Galactic bathroom.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Drive, and it always is a long drive. It's a 3-hour drive, and we do it every couple of weeks to get groceries anyway, but just trying not to think about what we forgot and what we should have grabbed, and trying not to remember everything that could be gone.
Arthi, again, Premier Doug Ford says that 4 communities are under evacuation watch. So more evacuees could be coming to areas like Thunder Bay, Toronto, Niagara. Thunder Bay, though, says that their hotels are fully booked. They are reaching capacity here in the city. So they will be likely heading more towards Toronto. The evacuee that we spoke to, that you just heard from, says that he's heading down south all the way to London, Ontario, to stay with family as well.
Michelle, thank you for this. That is the CBC's Michelle Song in Thunder Bay. And for a closer look at the situation on the ground in Northern Ontario, we're joined now by Paul Surratt. He is...
Okay, I'm back. So we got more clips on this situation. 8 hours ago, Global News saying that wildfire smoke set to return to Toronto as Environment Canada issues a dire warning.
Friday marks the 3rd day in a row that northwestern Ontario wildfire smoke is impacting the Greater Toronto Area, which remains under an orange warning for air quality. Improvement could be seen throughout the morning, but experts say it may be temporary.
From hour to hour, we can see real shifts in what we're experiencing because of the waves and how the air mass is moving around. So right now, Toronto is looking kind of just at that northern tip of a big plume that's coming down.
It is still recommended that people limit their time outdoors, but if you are outside, there are some common symptoms to look out for. Eye, nose, and throat irritation, headaches, or a mild cough could occur, and more serious but less common symptoms may include wheezing, chest pains, or severe cough. There will be no lifeguards at city beaches, city-run camps will stay inside, and outdoor pools remain closed, but Friday morning's break from the smoky conditions was welcomed.
Yeah, brief break from winds. I mean, well, winds moving the smoke out of the way for a short period of time, but experts saying it's coming back immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
By the way, I think I saw somebody in chat talking about how they were driving to Michigan. It wasn't relevant at the time, so I didn't chime in on it, but I'm glad you made it there safe through the smoke. I think it was Emily S. 1,200 miles or something. That's crazy. Things are getting so dire that bush planes are being turned into evacuation lifelines. Get people away from these blazes. Here's CBS News from earlier this evening.
Okay, wildfires have turned what should be the busiest time of the year for the tourism operators in these communities into a mission to protect those communities, the properties, and people's livelihoods. So joining us now for more on this, we've got Alan Cheeseman. He's the co-owner of Wilderness North, a fly-in fishing lodge that welcomes visitors from around the world for remote adventures in Northern Ontario. And alongside him is Joe Pringle. He's a pilot with Wilderness North. Joe, Alan, thanks so much for making time for us in what must be a pretty hectic time for you guys.
Yeah, it's busy right now. We're up at the base here at Mackenzie. We're here to put water on it to preserve it from fire.
Alan, walk me through how you all have gone from your regular responsibilities to now assisting in the firefighting efforts.
I think it was on Monday that we started to, sometime during the middle of the day, it started to get changed from regular to an evac. And I think the OPP was involved. Joe was one of the pilots that was busy with the evacs on Monday.
This is a man of few words. Alan is terrible at explaining what's going on here. But to help, I will try and explain. These guys who usually do wilderness tours out here in the middle of fucking nowhere, Ontario, rather than flying people around to see the beauty, are helping put out fires, helping evacuate people from the region, you know, like community people, tourists. They're just loading them up on their little prop planes, little seaplanes intended to like jump from lake. I'm not even sure they're going from lake to lake with these things, but they are just evacuating people.
And the sky is gone. The lake is gone. All we see is gray smoke, and we can see some of the structures that have burnt down to the ground. So, Joe, walk me through as a pilot what you've physically done, what you've had to do in these past few days.
Okay. Yeah, flying conditions are definitely subpar. Definitely testing our skills. We're just making do with what we can here. Visibility is very bad. And flying over flames is not ideal and creates very turbulent air, and just challenging all around. So,
are you helping get evacuees out of the area?
I believe we counted, I don't know, 40 or so people that we retrieved amongst 4 airplanes.
These guys are like, they insist on not. They're so Canadian. They can't even take. They can't even take the W's or the what's the word? The praise. He's like, I guess we evacuated like 40 people, but he says 40. Like he almost doesn't even say the word properly. It's like, dude, you guys saved like dozens of lives potentially. Like, good job. like take the credit, okay? Stop being so goddamn Canadian. Sometimes it's okay to celebrate, Canada. Or not even celebrate, but just like do the bare minimum, like just accept credit for something you did. Exactly. Sorry, we only got 40, eh? It's like, yeah, dude. Like, what are you talking? Isn't that the whole population of the community? Like, you evacuated everyone. Good job. Okay. We can't watch that whole thing. It was a painful interview, but I went through the whole thing for all of you, so you didn't have to. Honestly, though, people are doing everything they can, you know, to save their communities. But all the way, basically, I think this is the furthest east province of Canada, all the way in Nova Scotia, on the coast of the Atlantic. They are experiencing more out of control wildfires. It's all of Canada now. It's just the whole thing.
Come on! Wildfires are also burning on the east coast of the country. Nova Scotia officials say the out-of-control Mooseland Road fire has grown significantly to about 17 square kilometers. A mandatory evacuation order has been issued and people are being told to avoid the area. 2 evacuation centers have now been activated. Helicopters and water bombers are tackling the fire, which is burning about 100 kilometers east of Halifax. Provincial officials say the fire began on Wednesday and that dry and hot conditions helped it to spread. CBC's Brett Ruskin is in Halifax with the latest.
Nova Scotia here is seeing its first wildfire that has caused mandatory evacuations, located along the province's eastern shore, about 100 kilometers from where I am here in Halifax. That's the Mooseland Road fire. And crews had an estimate of the fire's size from last night, around 300 hectares in size. It has now grown to...
Yeah, you're right. I was just thinking about it. I realized Newfoundland is further east, but in my mind, it's further... Probably because I forget. Like, I forget about... There's also St. John's, too. Right? Isn't that a different... Or is it not? Well, maybe that's part of Newfoundland. I take it back. But, like, I forget about that. The part that nobody lives in. I forget about the Arctic sometimes, okay? Is that really my fault? Forgetting about the Arctic. It's basically what Newfoundland is. Right? I mean, it's almost in Greenland.
Around 1,700 hectares. That is kind of mostly in a wooded area. There are some homes nearby, not too close to the edge of the fire, but there is still that mandatory evacuation in a 22-kilometer long stretch of Mooseland Road. I looked at the map, counted the number of homes and cottages in the area, around 190 or so residential properties there. Many of them have evacuated. Some people are still choosing to remain in their homes, and crews are trying to get this fire under control.
Mm-hmm. Now, apparently, at least like 5,000 acres are burning in this fire that they're talking about. This next story couldn't be funnier to me. Honestly, can't wait to talk about this one. Buckle up, space fams. Buckle up. The smoke has made it down to DC, and one man is very upset about it. Can you guess who?
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Oh, here we go.
More than 100 million people across the Great Lakes, Northeast, and Mid-Atlantic are feeling the effects of the dense wildfire smoke that is coming down from Canada. The thick orange haze causing the air quality to spike to levels so hazardous that some states are warning that healthy adults may be affected. The National Weather Service is also advising people to limit their outdoor activities and keep their windows closed overnight. CNN's Brian Todd is right here in Washington, where the air quality right now is not great, to say the least. Brian, you've been out there all day for us. How long can we expect this to last, and how's it been out there?
Well, Casey, as far as how long it can last, I can update you on that in a second. We think it'll last probably at least through this time tomorrow. We may get a break after that. But as for the way it feels out here now and the way it looks, it's pretty miserable. And I can show you that just by stepping aside. Our photojournalist, Jay McMichael, is going to go past me, and you can visibly see the smoke and haze. This is always a position here of some depth where you can get a good view here. We're near the Iwo Jima Memorial, where we're standing right now. That's across the Potomac River in Arlington, Virginia, from those monuments. And on a normal day, take a look at the view. On a normal day, you can see the Lincoln Memorial. You can clearly see the monument behind that and the Capitol behind the monument. Well, now, as you can see, the Washington Monument and the Capitol are barely visible through the haze. You can see the monument.
Yeah, it's incredibly hazy. You live in the Arctic? Yes, I know you live in the Arctic. Look, guys, why is the Arctic rising up against me? Okay, I love all you guys. But sometimes I forget there's a lot of land up there, but not as many people, and so it's easy to forget. Just comparing you to the rest of the land. That's all that's happening. And there's less people on that land than there is in the non-Arctic land, okay? Because it's inhospitable. Look, you choose to live there, and that's fine, and I support you. But, I mean, granted, with climate change, maybe it's going to warm up a little bit, but, I mean, come on. Anyway, as you can see, like I was saying earlier, DC has been seeing a fair share of this smoke since this wind shifted, pushing it from New York to slightly further south. Excuse me, my maternal grandmother was from Newfoundland. Okay, once again, file this under, I love all of you people in the Arctic. I don't know why you're rising up against me. All right, now to the reaction of the president.
That and how good the air quality was going to be for the players and the fans out there, and whether these kinds of conditions would persist. It looks like they're going to get a break as well. That area should see some rain on Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening, so the air quality for that World Cup final on Sunday should be a lot better. Casey?
All right, fingers crossed. Brian Todd for us. Brian, stay safe out there. Thank you very much for all of your reporting here and all day long. And of course, like everything here in Washington, the poor air quality is political. President Trump just moments ago blaming Canada, writing on Truth Social this, quote, "The United States."
Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. I think we need to go over here for this one. Oh, shit. I forgot to fix it. God damn it. I'll do this later. Okay. We are holding Canada responsible for the fact that they are not properly maintaining their forests and brush therein. And the United States is being unnecessarily invaded by filthy, polluted, and unhealthy air, the quality of which is dangerous and totally unacceptable. I will call the Prime Minister during the day to find out what they are going to do about it. The cost is incalculable. Canada has refused to engage in basic forest management and debris removal. There's too much debris, okay? Way too much debris. Knowing that such refusal will lead to exactly this result. This is willful negligence and becoming a yearly occurrence, costing the United States billions of dollars, which cost of this pollution must of necessity be added to the tariffs Canada is currently paying. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. He is a fucking moron. He's a fucking idiot.
You're a moron.
Oh, I love this tweet. I really hope he calls Mark Carney. I really hope he calls Mark Carney. Although I wish it was someone other than Mark Carney. I wish it was some, like, someone else. But honestly, I hope he calls Mark. I really do. What's up with all the debris in your forests, Mark? I don't get it. Why are you doing this? Like, the reason why I say I wish it wasn't Mark is because Mark Carney is too much of like a neo-lib. Like, at least he believes in climate change, and I feel like maybe he would say something in the case of a Trump phone call about that. But this is like one of those deeply misguided tweets of the president's where he's identified a problem, but is too stupid and or ideological to figure out the actual solution, and is not debris removal or forest management. It's solving climate change. And I love that in the middle of this tweet, he actually recognizes that this is something that didn't used to happen, that is now becoming a frequent occurrence. It's like he's getting all of he's like so close. He's so goddamn close in this thing. And then he just takes a hard left turn to raking. And I just need somebody to tell him he's a fucking deranged lunatic. But like, he gets so much of it right. We are being invaded by filthy, polluted, and unhealthy air. But it is not because of a lack of raking or debris removal. It's because of climate change. It's becoming a yearly occurrence because of that. And it is costing the United States billions of dollars. But the fact that he wants to, like, the guy who is literally spending billions of dollars to dismantle renewable energy projects, right? Like, we talked about this. He literally paid energy companies that were in the middle of building solar panels and wind turbines, like big energy projects intended to like hook up to the grid, places like California, New York, New Jersey. He paid them billions of dollars to shut it down. But he's complaining about the effects of climate change. But tariffing Canada is not going to solve that. This is one of those painful. These are so painfully stupid and like self-contradictory that I struggle to even get through it, get past it. Like I don't know what to do. Like I'm lost in this sentence. Like all of it. I just want to break it down word by word. Everything about this is fucking utter. It's just pure, unadulterated fever dream of a man who doesn't understand the very basics of science. We're tariffing Canada for the smoke. Very nasty, not enough raking or debris management. This is what happens when you don't believe in science. You just become a crazy person. Why aren't you raking your forests better, Canada? Oh, God. It's crazy. really hope Mark Carney tells him to start doing something about climate change. I know he won't, but I just want someone to tell him that. Like, publicly. In fact, somebody check Mark Carney's Twitter for me. I need I need Mark Carney to tweet at Trump. Tell him he's a stupid moron. That he's making climate change worse. The thing that he's complaining about. The thing that if it were not for, we would not have these extreme fire situations. Alright, let's go down south. To Mexico. Where a 7.3 magnitude earthquake off of the coast triggered a tsunami threat in both Mexico and Guatemala. As well as some effects on the land.
A tsunami warning has been issued following a magnitude 7.3 earthquake off the coast of southern Mexico. According to the United States Geological Survey, hazardous tsunami waves are possible for coasts located within 300 kilometers of the epicenter, about 70 kilometers southwest of Puerto Madero. The powerful earthquake struck just after 10:30 a.m. local time, impacting parts of Mexico, Guatemala, and El Salvador. The extent of the damage and possible injuries remains unknown.
Hasta ahorita no presentan daños estructurales más que este edificio que están viendo aquí a mis espaldas. Aparentemente presenta algunas grietas. Físicamente, pues es lo que podemos visualizar. Ahorita se acaba de venir.
Anyways, Mexican personnel, government personnel working fast, trying to assess the damage, help people on the ground, and brace for a potential tsunami, although I don't think it ever came, from my understanding. Although there was, like I said, there was some damage seen on the ground, walls coming down, things like that. Certainly nothing like we saw in Venezuela. It was also out in the middle of the ocean, not on the land. All the way across the Atlantic. Some horrifying scenes in Spain in the last 24 hours. Over the last week, there have been a number of different fires to have popped up in the wake of the weeks-long heat wave, which dried out Spain, left it vulnerable, and now this.
Battling the elements as firefighters in northeastern Spain are dispatched to tackle this inferno. Wildfires like this have been gaining ground for days, and in some parts, weeks. There are summer camps in the region that have been evacuated, with children brought to safety. Walls of flames dominate the skyline.
As of today, there's a high risk of spread as we've had a change in wind direction towards the north.
These photos are horrifying. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
Yeah, look at this. Look how much area that covers right there. Can you imagine trying to fight a fire? A wall of fire? Because that's what you got there. A literal wall of fire. Tens of, maybe hundreds of feet. It's hard to tell, actually. There's so much of it.
Until yesterday, there were parts which had cooled down, but logically, with a change in wind direction, there is risk. Until yesterday, the wind was blowing towards the east. We're alert to make sure there aren't any problems in these towns, and if it came to it, we would evacuate.
Hey, Sticks. What are you counting down to, pal? I've noticed you've been counting down to something. I don't know what you're counting down to. I'm realizing, it has been getting shorter and shorter. I'm starting to worry. What happens in 2 minutes?
From above, the plumes of smoke make it difficult to see what the true scale of the destruction is. Scorched earth is left behind as rings of fire destroys whatever is in its path. Extreme summer heats, dry vegetation and strong winds are making this fireball difficult to contain. It's a similar story across Europe, including in neighbouring France.
The main goal for us today for my unit was actually to protect the road, to avoid that the fire is jumping to the other side and spread again. As you can see, if I'm going a bit under it, it's still kind of burning, it's still really hot. Then we have to pour a lot of water to drown it actually. So from the roots, the tree is gonna burn from inside, like a chimney actually. And once it's gonna fall on the rest, which is actually clean, and then it's gonna spread the fire.
Wildfires aren't new, but the increasing summer temperatures as a result of climate change is making these scenes much more common. People have lost their homes, some their lives. Spanish officials are bringing in extra support, with the country's military emergency units helping to try to put out these flames.
We're gonna tariff Spain for all the smoke. I mean, people should tariff the United States. That's the thing about that. Like that claim from Donald Trump. It should be the reverse. People should be tariffing the United States for all the damage that we're doing environmentally. Like, it's a premise I don't think Trump really wants to investigate, right? People tariffing countries for their environmental damage. The United States has got a terrible track record on this. We're the #1 polluter per person on the planet. We've also done a bunch of horrifying shit, like with, military operations. Not counting all the things we've funded militarily and whatever else. I mean, that is the terrible premise for the United States. I mean, I welcome it, but I don't think Trump understands what he's getting into by even opening that door. Speaking of environmental damage, I wonder who's to blame for this situation in the Netherlands. Severe drought, leaving riverbeds dry.
Nou ja, normaal staat het water tot daar zo'n beetje.
Well, normally the water comes up to about there, and of course a few times a year we also get high water, and then it floods right over the top, so we have that as well. In summer we always go through a period of low water, and the sandbank out in front appears. It changes every year because the water shifts back and forth and flows in and out, so it's impossible to predict in advance exactly what it will look like. A few years ago, they dredged everything beneath these houseboats, so we're actually sitting fairly level. We're now tilted a little bit, but you notice it from things like cupboards staying open or doors all swinging in the same direction, things like that.
Het zou misschien wel helemaal in de zomer überhaupt geen water meer kunnen zijn, bijvoorbeeld.
It could be that one day there's hardly any water here at all during the summer, for example. But we live at the end of a river system here.
Dus Nederland krijgt het minste hoeveelheid water van alles wat er...
The Netherlands receives the smallest share of all the water that flows across Europe. We're at the very end of the chain. So you need to make agreements with the other countries where this water originates.
Dit water allemaal vandaan komt.
Water disappearing from rivers in the Netherlands in a way that it hasn't done before, leaving these houseboats high and dry, quite literally. All right, let's go north from the Netherlands to Norway for more fires. Yeah! No, we don't applaud that. We don't applaud fires, okay? We're losing our minds. What are we doing? No, more fires. I'm afraid we're not done with them. Norway on fire as well. Here's the New York Post from 6 hours ago. Oh, the climate really is just like collapsing right now. 100 homes here destroyed, at least, as of the posting of this time at the posting of this video, according to New York Post. Locals doing everything they can to fight these things. I don't know if they put it out yet. I gotta look further into it. I only saw this thing right before the stream started. Was just like horrified. Just like, Jesus Christ! All the way in Norway, you got these kind of fires happening, taking out like 100 homes. Ah, seems bad. But imagine living in Uganda, where we got another drought situation that's not just leaving some riverboat homes, whatever we're calling those things, on the flat bed of the river. No, we got a drought so bad. We're seeing crop failures, worst in decades, leaving vulnerable communities who are already struggling on the brink. Here's Al Jazeera from 11 hours ago.
Lucia Lomise is still grieving her husband. She says his death was linked to complications caused by droughts. She had planted sorghum. The planting season began in February, but the rains never came. Now her crops have withered and many have died.
Right now, people are burning charcoal to survive. I don't have the energy to do it. Most of my family members have left the village to go fend for themselves. I'm not the only one suffering from this drought.
Elijah Labor heads the Disaster Management Committee in the district. He says at least 16 people have died in recent weeks. Hungry residents come to this government office every other day, hoping to get something to eat. Labor says he has nothing to give them.
The situation is so alarming. More people are becoming malnourished, mostly the children, lactating mothers, the elderly, pregnant mothers, most of the disabled who cannot even move to look maybe for something at home.
Karamoja region is vast, dry, with an unforgiving terrain. Most communities here depend on farming and livestock for survival.
Yeah. And this is what I've been saying. This is the kind of, like, these are more examples. Like, we just keep seeing more and more of them. Which is effectively just... this is nothing I take any pleasure from. But it's just proving the point that I and other people have been making in the environmentalist communities, that climate change is going to affect the poorest people first, right? If you depend on subsistence, right, like farming, like agriculture, animals, you are fucked if that fails. You are fucked if the weather doesn't go your way, wipes out your crops one way or another, whether it's a flood or a drought. You're fucked because you don't have the capital, like in a rich country, right, to be able to, just like buy food, right? Because it's not even about making money, right? But it is, of course, to some degree. But like people, like farmers like this, they eat this is the only food they eat. Like they don't sell their, they don't sell their crop of barley or alfalfa and then go down to the Red Robin, right? Like they make food out of the food that they are growing. That's gone and there's nothing left, then they starve. And for those of us privileged enough to be living in Western countries where we can do these things, we need to be thinking about this, right? Like, but of course, it's not just people in other countries that are poor that are seeing it, right? It's also back in our own countries, which we've talked about as well, right? People can't, as Ben Shapiro have suggested in the past, just sell their home that's collapsing on a cliff due to erosion or whatever else, like being overtaken by a swamp because the ocean has decided to move in, right? Like you can't. Most people don't have the money to just call it, because you can't sell the property. It's worthless. It's under a swamp, on a falling cliff or wherever else. Like you got to just restart with whatever you got, and not everybody's a fucking millionaire like Ben Shapiro. And if you're not, you're left fucked. You become a refugee inside of your country, or you live in a neighborhood where the infrastructure is left to crumble or is not updated for the threat that we're facing, and so people in your community die. This is the world we're living in right now. And it's why we need radical solidarity more than we've perhaps ever needed it. Right? We got multiple wars, climate catastrophe, and a fascist government. We need it. We need it super freaking bad right now. It's a planetary. It's a planetary species, right? We have the technology now. Our decisions make something good or bad for somebody on the other side of the country, and we can do it in a half a second. And or, you know, of course, the cumulative decisions we made over the years. Like we just need a cumulative and group effort to solve all of this shit. And stop the reign of the people who have been bringing all of this about. Because to some degree, it really is just a small group of people. All right, let's just check in with China and Taiwan in the wake of Typhoon Bobby. People are trying to pick up the pieces. In case you missed it, Typhoon Bobby only grazed Taiwan, but still injured over 100 people on the island.
The strongest storm of the year has come and gone in Taiwan. Over 100 people were injured due to Typhoon Bobby, but so far there have been no recorded deaths. The storm brought intense gusts, pouring rain, and towering waves to Taiwan over the weekend. Bobby was initially categorized as a super typhoon as it approached the country, prompting many local authorities to cancel work and school both on Friday and Saturday. As the storm came close to Taiwan, its intensity tapered off slightly, but that didn't mean the public could rest easy. Thousands were evacuated as a safety measure, and safety supplies were doled out. Images of the typhoon blowing through cities and countryside across northern Taiwan flooded into social media. Up in the mountains, heavy rain caused landslides, bringing down...
This image is fucking crazy to me.
Countryside across northern Taiwan flooded into social media. Up in the mountains, heavy rain caused landslides, bringing down entire hillsides.
Yeah. And of course, some insane scenes on mainland China were captured. Millions were evacuated to prevent loss of life. Just wild scenes. Streets turned to rivers.
冰箱、冷藏柜、小白炸出来的，报废了。
And the aftermath was equally horrifying. Suffice to say, crazy freaking week, environmentally speaking, and this is only a fraction of the stories that we've talked about this week. This is the week ending report, though, so I'm doing a few of these for the second time. This one's not new, though. Oh, because the fact is Typhoon Bobby hit China Monday. But rains, heavy rains, consistent, long rains have lasted for like weeks now in much of China and Southeast Asia. And in Chongqing, this scene unfolded as a result of that rain-soaked ground. I don't know if you can see it, but this is an entire cliffside. Like, this town is built into a cliffside, and an entire cliff just came tumbling down in front of your eyes. No, Chongqing is more central China. It's not on the coast. It's just a persistent long range. It's just it's made this made the region unstable. And then you get something like this. There was no earthquake that I'm aware of. Fucking horrifying. The world is fighting a climate crisis. But it's only part of the world that's fighting it. Some of us are ushering it in, like Donald Trump and his sick billionaire allies. Fact is, China, Spain, two countries we were just talking about experiencing some of these horrifying events. Two of the countries that are making the most progress on decarbonizing their electrical grid.
The climate crisis is being acutely felt across 3 continents tonight. In Canada, wildfires continue to rage, casting smog across parts of the US. Texas has been hit by flooding. Fires are burning in Spain, while droughts across Europe have seen Greek, French and Hungarian governments taking action. For the second time this month, landslides have affected China. And at home, wildfires are still burning in the Cairngorms. Our technology and science editor, Siobhan Kennedy, has more.
It was early morning when the side of this mountain in southwest China gave way and came crashing down on the street below. And as the dust settled, the full scale of the huge landslide is revealed. Giant boulders have buried shops and residential buildings in the city of Chongqing, where rescuers have so far pulled 10 people trapped but alive from under the rubble, with many more feared dead. We don't know what caused the landslide, but it's monsoon season in China, and this region has seen extreme bouts of heavy rain, exacerbated, of course, by climate change, which has led to saturated soil and catastrophic mudslides. And in America, monsoon-like rains have battered Texas, with 2 so far killed and hundreds rescued, as the state's governor warned worse was to come.
We're facing record-shattering rainfall that leads to very dangerous flooding.
It wasn't flooding, but fierce fire that stopped this Canadian freight train literally in its tracks in Ontario. Amazingly, the drivers managed to stay calm as the inferno raged all around.
Oh yeah, look over there. You guys got a light now or what?
One of more than 800 wildfires currently burning across the country. And it's smoke from those Canadian wildfires that's rendered this famous US skyline almost unrecognisable. But that's the Empire State Building on the left, as New Yorkers, already roasting under temperatures above 90 degrees Fahrenheit, were told to stay indoors or wear masks if they had to go outside. The city's mayor said climate change was only making things worse.
I'll be honest with you, whether we're speaking about the heat, whether we're speaking about the air quality, or whether we're even speaking about the levels of rainwater and flooding in our city, I am concerned. And I'm concerned because what we see is that the climate crisis exacerbates so much of what our city is facing.
There was a similar acrid cloud blanketing Chicago, the capital in Washington, D.C., and in Michigan, where this bridge on the border connects the US and Canada, pollution levels were higher than anywhere else in the world.
Because we got to think about the people who have asthma and bad lungs.
You think you're okay, and the next thing you know, you can't breathe and you have to go to the hospital.
You can feel it a little bit in your breathing, and you just know that it's not good to breathe in all these toxins.
All of this, the flames, the floods, the fumes, all more evidence of the deadly effects of burning fossil fuels that heat the planet and, as we've seen in the Highlands of Scotland this week, scorch the earth, turning parched forests into tinder ready to ignite.
Yeah, and honestly, it's not nice to be able to point and say, look, here's the climate change, right? Like, I think most people aren't in it for the, for being able to like burn Republicans or whatever, right? Or like get a sick own. I think most people are just like genuinely concerned about the future of humanity and like life on the planet, because that's what we're literally facing right now. But I gotta say, there is a lot of evidence at this point that people are ignoring. And one can only hope that it'll eventually, somehow, it'll penetrate the thick skulls of the morons who have been pretending like climate change isn't a real thing. Perhaps that's blue sky thinking. Something we're running out of rapidly.
The charred remains a visible reminder of the challenge facing Andy Burnham as he enters Downing Street on Monday, with a priority, he says, to drive growth in every postcode. But can he achieve that?
Blue sky, not thinking. Although we are also running out of thinking. But mostly I was referring to the sky part. I guess we're running out of both blue sky and thinking. And blue sky thinking. Wow. It's a real dearth of optimism, space fams.
And reduce emissions at the same time.
What is completely false is what we've seen bandied about too much in these last few weeks, is the idea that climate commitment reduces growth, is in conflict with growth. It's completely the other way around. Strong climate investment in the things I've just described will drive growth forward. And without...
Hey, honestly, these guys need to shut up. Honestly, I don't care. And also, stop cutting your own hair, buddy. What's up with this? Don't talk to me about growth. We don't need growth. We need an economy that's not centered around growth. Okay? A growth-focused economy, to some degree, made sense in the context of, like, early industrial capitalism. At this point, we have global capitalism. We don't need to grow. We're on every part of the earth that we need to be, right? We don't need to be going anywhere else, really. We can do space, sure. Don't need to convince this guy, but growth is not important. The people who are continuing to obsess over growth have some sort of a sickness. It's like a neoliberal Keynesian sickness that they can't cure themselves of. But like, we need to frame our societies away from this sick fetish that we've had for so long, because the growth paradigm is to some degree the reason we have what we have now. The necessity for unbridled growth without the consideration for the ramifications or the necessity of said growth. It's a cancer, what we're describing. Right? What I've just described is a cancer. Growth for the sake of growth and nothing else. It's a fucking parasite, a cancer or something like that. I mean, we need a healthy economy. Unfortunately, do not have that. Like, there's nothing, and here's the thing people understand about the things that I like when I say stuff like this. Like, I'm not opposed to the concept of, like, growing is fine in and of itself. Like, devoid of context. There's like, I don't have something wrong with growth. It's just like how you do it. And to what end? Is it growth just to grow capital for like 3 guys? Like, are we devastating like the fucking rainforest so like 12 dudes can make $1 trillion? Like, that's not the growth that I want. Right? Like, I don't care about their bank accounts growing. I care about like humanity, the prosperity of humanity broadly growing. Like, like you know, like having some sort of a utopian future where people might have all like this is their basic needs met. One where we're not all just focused on winning against one another, but are somehow lifting each other up. Because, you know, people, like, you only have so much time on this planet, like each one of us individually, and there's no guarantee that our species continues to survive if we continue, certainly if we continue down the path that we are right now, but even outside of that. So we might as well just use this opportunity we've been granted to make the best of it. Now, it sounds ridiculous. Moon Costco. Yes, we'll have Moon Costco. That'll solve it. All right, we're skipping the space news. Let's go here to the United Kingdom. Big crazy news here in the UK. Keir Starmer out.
I stand believing, Prime Minister!
UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer left Downing Street on Wednesday to answer questions from UK lawmakers in Parliament for the last time. Prime Minister's Questions is a weekly ritual in British politics, where the leader answers questions from opposition party leaders and others on topics they don't know in advance, with often boisterous results. But Starmer's last session was a gentler affair, a mix of seriousness and political criticism, personal tributes and jokes, as he defended his record in government.
Yes. Feel sad to see Keir Starmer go in Parliament. Oh. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Keir. Yeah. Kevin Starmer. See, I've already forgotten his name. Kevin Starmer out. New guy. Now leading Labour. Decided earlier on Friday. Here at Labour Leadership 2026.
We are united, and we put the power that comes from that unity at the service of people and places who have been waiting too long for politics to let them hope again. And that's what we're going to do, everybody. We're going to give them hope back. This is a proud moment you have given me and my family today, and an emotional one. Tell people what we will do, rather than always going on about others. And if we do more of that, let's see if we can get the ear of the country as well, not just Makerfield. Let's take a problem-solving rather than a point-scoring approach. Let's have the courage to fix the big things that politics has neglected, like social care, and have the conviction to go out there together and argue for our plans. Britain took a series of wrong turns in the 1980s. Political power was centralised and economic power was privatised.
Now, I listened to this. I listened to some of the conference here itself. Andy out here trying to make a bunch of promises, although they're still a bit vague, but making claims like, we're gonna, actually, I'm struggling to remember the actual claims he made. He's going to put Britain first or something like that. Again, I'm trying to remember the exact things he said now. It's actually difficult because he's been doing this kind of weird dance. He's been saying sort of vague concepts of plans, but no actual plans. He's literally in here saying we're going to tell people what we're going to do, and then we're going to do it. But I'm still struggling to vocalize exactly what he plans to do. And I don't think it's my fault.
The country surrendered control of the essentials: housing, water, energy, transport, and left people exposed to higher costs. That in turn led to the concentration of more wealth and power in the hands of fewer people and fewer places.
Do you see what I mean? Like, all the stuff that he just said, those are, to some degree, I would say those are probably accurate assessments, diagnoses of the problem, but he's not actually saying what he's going to do to solve them.
We want an economy and a country that works for all people and places, which to me should always be at the very core of Labourism. Then it requires a new path to the one we've been on for the last 40 years. The government I lead will confidently lay that path out starting next week. And that is why this change today is the most significant change.
That's why it's so significant, because we still haven't figured out what we're going to do. That's what I got from that last sentence there. Was, I will tell you what my plans are next week, after me and my team figure out what those plans really are. He doesn't know what he's for. He's just for change. He's like the British Obama. Change. We're going to change. Hope and change. He literally started off with hope. Like, I mean, there's some similarities, I gotta say. Not saying a whole lot. What he will actually stand for is still yet to be seen. People are trying to figure it out. Here's Channel 4 News from 8 hours ago on the crowning of the new Labour leader, Mr. Andy Burnham.
There was no result to announce. No one had dared to take him on. Labour's bigwigs gathered for the formal announcement of an uncontested election.
We're here for a special conference. It feels like the sort of last day of term a bit today, doesn't it? Maybe we'll go and have a water fight later out the back if anyone's up for that.
Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood, like so many others, moved into Andy Burnham's orbit over recent months and could now be his choice for Chancellor.
There being no other eligibly nominated candidate, it is therefore my honour to declare that the duly elected leader of the Labour Party is Andy Burnham.
Thank you so much, friends. What a moment. I am ready. I am ready. Ready.
I'm ready, ready, ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready, Eddie, Eddie, Eddie. I'm ready. I'm ready. Ready, ready, ready. Andy Burnham's very ready. I'm sorry. I need to hear this. Is this gonna get me in trouble? Is this gonna give me? Am I gonna get shit for this?
I'm ready! 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 I'm ready!
Go SpongeBob!
Yep. Andy's as ready as SpongeBob was for his driver's test.
Lead and to build on the foundation laid by one person more than any other. Today we thank Keir for his...
By the way, spoiler alert, for those of you who haven't seen that SpongeBob episode, SpongeBob, as it turns out, he was not ready for his driver's test. He failed. He failed! He thought he was ready. He was saying he said ready many, a bunch of times. He got there, he got behind the wheel, and he panicked.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I'm not saying that's what's going to happen in the case of Andy Burnham. I'm not saying that's not what's going to happen either. I'm just drawing parallels. It's an allegory. It's like a... It's a... Whatever.
There, political tunes. Are you hoping that this change of leader means you move a little bit leftward on the dial, a bit more redistribution maybe than you had before?
I mean, I think, obviously, I'm from the left of the party. I think we're going to have to look at taxation, and, you know, Andy said that himself, like, there might be some people that have to pay a little bit more. We're in a difficult situation. And yeah, I mean, like, obviously we want that to be as fair as possible.
Are you hoping that you're going to get some positive news from your point of view on North Sea oil pretty soon?
Well, I think there are communities across Scotland that want to see a more balanced approach when it comes to oil and gas.
Has he tipped you the wink you're going to get that?
Well, look, I think it's clear that we are going to see a reset of some kind.
Andy's economically radical. He's not socially conservative in the sense that I am.
But he's in that direction a bit.
But his roots are family and community.
You wouldn't call him woke, would you?
I wouldn't call him woke, thank God.
He now wants...
Everybody seems to think that Andy's on their side in the Labour Party here at this coronation, as it were. But I'm wondering, whose side is Andy Burnham on? Now he's claiming to be a unifying. He's going to bring all of the Labour Party together. So maybe he's on nobody's side. It's not clear what fruit that will yield. Moving forward a little bit in this clip.
Lucy Powell talking to Gary there. Now, after taking over the leadership of the Labour Party, Andy Burnham's next very public step will be through the Downing Street door on Monday. But in his vow to be a...
That's the most British take in the chat. And yeah, that sounds about right.
Minister for all corners of the UK. He's also hoping to spend time at what has been described as a new number 10 in the north. Well, in the north is our North of England correspondent, Claire Fallon, joining us from Manchester. Claire.
Well, Jackie, those ambitious plans and promises we've been hearing from Andy Burnham about all of the things that he wants to change, as big and bold, you may well think, as those shiny towers stretching up now into the sky above Manchester, and seen as kind of symbolic of how this city has bucked the trend when it comes to growth and productivity. And you just have to look around you here to see how Manchester has changed from infrastructure and transport to industry and business and culture too, with big new venues that have gone up. A detail I should point out, actually, a lot of the groundwork for this stuff was put in decades before Andy Burnham became the mayor of Greater Manchester.
Suffice to say, Andy Burnham has been ground labor leader. A lot of questions surrounding what that will bring for the Labour Party. So got some time left to serve in the prime ministership. How much time is left, actually? I forget. How long is the British prime ministership? Is it 4 years? Like it's however, I forget. It's like it's whatever time between. Like how long are those between those elections? Like the big ones. Someone help me with this. I can't. This one is actually eluding me right now. His Gaza take was virtue signaling. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, everything I've heard from him is like it's almost indistinct. Like the positions that he, I hesitate to say, is taking are so indistinguishable because he's like made of like political what do you fucking call it? Oh my god, I can't think of words. It's just he's on both sides of every fucking issue. It sounds like it's very unclear where he's at on stuff. Like I hear him say, like identify issues, but then point to no solutions on things. You think he's to the left of Starmer? What is he though? He's not even like he's saying we'll release my policy platform next week after the team gets together. How will we know until then? His commitment to social housing is the one thing I'll give him credit to. Okay, cool. Q. I do that. Of course, there is another candidate. It'd be difficult to get this guy to the level at which Andy, you need a whole slew of other ministers in this party to get elected first for there to even be a road, like a path to that. But this next guy we got to talk about really quickly, of course, has a housing policy, an affordable housing policy. It's being taken more and more seriously as the days go by.
But if you want to lead this country, you should set out your plans to do so. We have. But one politician intends to spend the summer avoiding scrutiny, refusing to set out his plans. So does he not agree that what the country deserves is a televised debate between Nigel Farage and Count Binface?
Mr. Speaker, they intend to spend the summer arguing with the bin. My advice to everyone is put your vote in the bin.
But can I also pick up on a remark from the Leader of the Opposition about the by-election we're about to see in Clacton? I have to tell her I cannot back joke figures with ridiculous policies, which is why I'm supporting Count Binface.
Danny Kruger. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for his service? He's a good man, and I wish him very well for the future. But, Mr. Speaker, politics is not a joke. And every other party in this House, except Reform, has put forward as their candidate in the Clacton by-election a comedian with a dustbin on his head. Mr. Speaker, it might be, if they would listen, it might be that a man with his head full of rubbish is a fitting representative of the mainstream parties in this House. But the Prime Minister, I think the Prime Minister did endorse the bin man. But could he clarify that? If he won't put up a Labour candidate in Clacton, who does he actually want to win?
Mr. Speaker, I know that Reform believe in recycling politicians. I wonder if he really thought spending his summer arguing with a bin was what he had in mind when he defected to the benches up there.
With the costly fiasco of the Conservatives' Rwanda scheme long behind us and our relationship with our nearest neighbours and friends in France rebuilt, does the Prime Minister think that now is the time to establish a safe and legal route between Planet Sigma 9 and Clacton?
Yes, Binfei is getting more and more recognition in the highest of places. Now, having decided to face Farage in this bin extravaganza. Not sure what to call it. The democratic blowout here we're about to watch. He's taking it seriously. Okay? He is down by the sea. On sea, in fact. Yes. Look, by the Clacton Pier. Who's that? A Binface has appeared.
Hi, Count Beanface here, and I'm raring to go for the Clacton by-election. And my goodness me, there's no less than 34 candidates for this electoral feast. Gonna be epic. In fact, it's gonna be like Comic-Con up on that stage, but then I didn't let the genie out of the bottle. I haven't called this election. Somebody else has. Now here's a little factoid for you. This is my 8th election on planet Earth, and I understand there's a tradition for Clacton candidates 8th time lucky. So how about it? Here's to a positive campaign showing the very best of democracy. May the best life form win and make your votes count.
There you have it, people. Oh shit. Hold on. Wait. Nope. There you have it. Count Binface. Appealing to the local community of Clacton. I think that may have been the simulator. I don't believe that was actually Clacton. But more effort than Nigel Farage is putting in, it would seem. Making at least a virtual appearance in Clacton. All right, now to France. Earlier this week, celebrating Bastille Day with a big old parade. Look at all the French people So much Frenchness, it's out of control.
It's just too French.
Wow, that arch makes Trump's America 250 arch look like garbage. Like literal trash. When you see the real thing, it really makes fake knockoffs so much more noticeable. We've been staring at that piece of shit for like the last week. And seeing the real thing just... Wow. Anyway. Yep, giant military parade here in Paris. Yes, indeed. Putting to shame Trump's military parade 2 years in a row. Not that it should be a competition. Probably need less military parades when you think about it. Anyway, moving through the week.
This all is clearly...
I'm afraid we've happened upon the Middle East now, where things have been pretty weird for the last few days. With the beginning of the week starting off with Trump's declaration of a U.S. 20% fee for traversing the strait, because why don't we deserve a cut?
This all is clearly rooted in a lack of common understanding between the U.S. and Iran over what exactly the Strait of Hormuz is after that MOU went into effect. President Trump now saying this morning that the U.S. Will reimpose the blockade that had been on Iranian ports during the heat of the war. This had been one of the last remaining components of the memorandum that had remained intact. And so you can see how this agreement is now coming apart piece by piece. The president wrote on Truth Social that we are reinstating the Iranian blockade, so named because it is only stopping Iran's ships or customers from entering or leaving. And then he says that all other countries will have fair and open use of the strait. And then he goes on to say that the U.S. will be imposing a 20% fee on all cargo shipped. It's not clear who will be paying that fee, whether it's the shippers or whether it's countries who...
Yeah. Guardian of the Strait. Look, listen, we're guarding the strait so good. We've been doing it for a long time. Why don't we deserve a little cut? You know, like 20%. He's a sick man. He really is.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
People. And so we're just going to hit them very hard. And we're gonna keep the strait, and we'll probably run it. We'll become the guardian of the strait. Maybe we'll call it the guardian angel of the strait, and we should be reimbursed for that.
Even did you hear the Fox News anchor laugh? Even they couldn't keep it together. Guardians of the Strait, just like the galaxy, but a little smaller. We'll call ourselves the guardian angels of the strait. Maybe we'll have little jackets. Or like Pirates of the fucking Caribbean.
Accordingly, it is hereby announced that, following previous warnings, we will under no circumstances allow the United States to interfere in the management of the Strait of Hormuz, and we will not allow it to do so.
That was Iran's spokesperson for its military command on Monday. President Donald Trump called into Fox News Channel's Fox and Friends on the same day, saying the United States would probably take over the Strait of Hormuz.
We're going to keep the strait, and we'll probably run it. We'll become the guardian of the strait. Maybe we'll call it the guardian angel of the strait, and we should be reimbursed for that.
Hours later, Trump doubled down on his proposal to charge a reimbursement fee.
Diktat by tweet. The Hormuz Strait is open and will remain open. All caps. With or without Iran. We are reinstating the all caps Iranian blockade. So named because it is only stopping Iran ships or customers from entering or leaving. All other countries will have fair and open use of the strait. The USA will be, from this point forward, known as the, quote, guardian of the Hormuz Strait, quote unquote. But as such, and as a matter of all caps fairness, it will be reimbursed at the rate of 20% on all cargo shipped for any and all costs necessary to do the job of providing safety and security to do this very volatile section of this world. The process and formation will begin immediately. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Oh, he's a sick man. Why is he in charge of the country again? By the way, rest of the planet, real sorry about this one. I mean, I didn't vote for this, but I do feel slightly responsible. Somebody with an American citizenship. I feel like we could have done more. I feel like we could have done more to prevent this guy from taking power. Oh, God. What a weird week. Now, of course, we watched the clip yesterday of President Lula da Silva calling Donald Trump a literal pirate for suggesting this policy. Now, within like 36 hours, President of Iraq is at the White House with Donald Trump.
Well, thank you very much. We've had already a good meeting. We're going to decide to do a little lunch. It wasn't scheduled, but we are going to do it on the fly because we have a tremendous chemistry together.
Tremendous chemistry.
The Prime Minister of Iraq has been amazing. He won an election that a lot of people didn't anticipate could be won by anybody else other than another person who was not, in my opinion, a good person. Not good for America. I don't think good for Iraq. And I played a role in, I mean, it was very important to me to have somebody get in there that can do the job and do it well. And we have a fantastic champion, a new champion. And he won the election very soundly, very conclusively, and he wasn't favored. But by the time they got to know him, he ended up winning. And he's going to be there for a long time. So I just want to say it's a great honor to have the Prime Minister of Iraq with us. He's been a great fighter and he's been a great fan of America. We'll be discussing that a little bit with you, but they have tremendous oil reserves. They have tremendous potential wealth, and they have tremendous wealth, not only potential. But he's done in a short period of time, he's changed that country so much, especially toward their thinking about the United States. And we have partnerships. Chris was just saying we have tremendous oil partnerships all of a sudden being formed over the last short period of time, and I guess you're going to be announcing them this week or next week, but massive, among the largest. So they have done a fantastic job over the last very short period of time. But they have a great leader, the new prime minister. He's a great leader. I think he's going to be there for a long period of time. And it's great to have you at the White House. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And he's a young man. He's young and he's handsome, which I don't like. I'm not happy about that.
He's young and he's handsome. Let me touch his thigh. I don't like it. I don't like it. Let me touch him. Let me touch him with my hand. Oh my. I swear to God, this was one of these meetings where I was like, dude, Trump's mind is so warped and melted. First off, the first 2 minutes of this is him saying the same sentence like 7 times, and then he ends it with, "He's a beautiful, handsome guy. Look at him. I don't like it." And then he taps him on the thigh. The whole situation's fucking insane. Oh, God. Why is this guy in charge of our country? Oh God. He's such a fucking embarrassment. He literally said 4 things. This guy, he just got elected. The other guy was bad. But this guy, he loves America and oil. A lot of oil. And hopefully, he turned it around really fast. But he loves America and oil. And the other guy sucked. But this guy, great. And he turned things around really quick. Did I mention how fast he turned things around? Really great. I hope he's around for a long time. Cruising for the slice of Iraq. Yeah, seriously, though. Really handsome, though, which I don't like. Stop being so good looking. Now, one more clip from this meeting.
If you could explain your changing thinking on the Strait of Hormuz, applying a 20% fee.
I was called by different people, different countries, kings and emirs and all of the people that we all know and we all love. And
all the people we know.
Frankly, they've been very strong partners. And
I'm sorry. I know I'm harping on the same shit. I know we watched these clips already this week. But I can't help it, okay? When he says the sentence, I talked to all of the kings and the shahs and the emirs. You know, all of the people we know and love. just kind of lose it. Ah, yes, that's right. Everybody loves the Gulf. The Gulf monarchies, everybody's favorite. And so, please continue, sir. I'm sorry for interrupting you. So sorry. Yes, all of our favorites, the Shahs, all the kings. Everybody loves the kings.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
We'd love to do it a different way. We'd love to invest in the United States with billions and billions of dollars, because I don't think anybody should be able to charge a fee for the strait or for any other straight relationship in terms of other sections of the world. I don't think anybody should be really in that position.
I had to leave this in for both of those reasons.
That's too much, man!
That
_A_Mossad_agent gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Not a Mossad agent. Thank you for the gifted sub. Who is that? A gifted 17 subs in the channel. Huh. Anyway, thank you so much for the generosity. Definitely not a Mossad agent. Anyway, I just felt like this had to be left in here because it's just the absurdity of it all. First, the suggestion that everybody loves and admires the Shahs of the Gulf. And 2, Trump's sudden reversal on his Guardians of the Strait policy to actually the Gulf people, all of the ones we love, the kings, the shahs, the emirs. They told me they're going to invest. And I said, you know what? Actually, you're right. Nobody deserves it. Why would anybody? It shows you just how little checks and balances you have in the White House. Because, like, in any normal administration, like, somebody before the president would have gotten to the tweet button would have said, wait, sir, Mr. President, we're actively saying Iran is wrong. This is an international waterway. And we're saying that it's unfair for them to blockade it and to charge a fee. You can't go out there and say, we're going to start charging a fee or we're going to look massively, wildly hypocritical. And people are going to have a lot of questions about why we're doing this when we're simultaneously telling people that Iran's not allowed to do it. It's their waterway. If anybody has a right to this, it's them. And I feel like somebody actually did that, but like after the fact. And it was probably literally like the like the oh god, like the Emir of Oman or something like that. Be like, Mr. President, you must be kidding me. Oh god, he is an idiot. He has no idea what he's doing. And like within less than 24 hours, he reverses that fucking plan. It's crazy. But he's just a self-interested lunatic with no concept of how any of this stuff works. And that is what is so disturbing. He's the guy with his hand on the nuclear button. The ability to send troops on a whim across the globe. Now, this week we saw the re-entrance of Yemen into conflict. Not necessarily the broader conflict. But that could be coming very soon. Houthis in Saudi Arabia fighting once again.
These images show airstrikes on Yemen's Sana'a airport, which is currently under the control of the Houthis. The rebels blame Yemen's internationally recognized government and Saudi Arabia for the hits. The strikes aim to stop this Iranian plane from landing. It was returning from Tehran, having taken a Houthi delegation to the funeral of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
Yemen's legitimate government has tried all diplomatic and legal means to persuade the Iranian regime and the Houthi rebels in Sana'a to come to their senses and refrain from violating Yemeni airspace with Iranian aircraft. This violation is not the first of its kind. Our patience has run out.
The Houthis say they responded by targeting an airport in the south of Saudi Arabia, and the rebel group has warned airlines to avoid Saudi airspace.
Yeah. And fact is, this week, the concept of the possibility of Yemen closing the Red Sea shipping route while you've got a double blockade in the Strait of Hormuz became a very real possibility. Here's Reuters from Wednesday.
Tehran has warned it could throttle global energy markets beyond its immediate shores. One area it could threaten through its allies is the vital Red Sea route. Here's how that could play out. Tehran has again declared the Strait of Hormuz closed to maritime traffic as Iran and the U.S. trade strikes. The crucial waterway between Iran and Oman was effectively shut for months earlier this year amid the conflict, causing the worst shocks to global energy markets in history. Saudi Arabia responded by diverting more than 70% of its normal daily crude exports from Gulf ports to the Red Sea port of Yanbu. Tankers there could sail south between the Horn of Africa and the coast of Yemen through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait.
It's also one of the main alternatives of the Strait of Hormuz.
Petros Katinas is a research fellow with the Royal United Services Institute in Brussels.
Oil flows through Bab el-Mandeb reportedly rose to around 5.4 million barrels per day in the first quarter of 2026, as producers and traders sought alternative routes during the Hormuz disruption. It's already...
Now, no, I don't think this story has, but we talked about it yesterday. Because Iran's IRGC put out a message telling Yemen to be prepared, telling the Houthis to prepare to shut down the strait if the United States does the things that Trump has been threatening, like attacking civilian infrastructure, you know, bridges, power plants. And in a show of solidarity and anger, whatever else you want to throw in here, honestly, Houthis and Houthi supporters took to the streets of Yemen. I mean, you're talking like, I don't even know, 100,000? A shit ton of people here in mass, showing support for the Houthis as these tensions continue to escalate.
بثقتنا العظمى بالله سنجاهد أعداء الله لا هدنه من بعد اليوم ولا هدنه من بعد اليوم حربا وحصارا بحساب.
Well, there you go. Houthis saying they're ready to retaliate. People in Yemen seemingly supporting them. Damn it, you gotta get your atlas out now. It's like the Horn of Africa. Slightly west. Yeah. Now, I just want to take our attention to Gaza for a little bit. Because, of course, Israel was supposed to be, for the last, 9 months, 10 months, observing a supposed ceasefire. Palestinians not getting a lot of talk right now, but some of the things that I've seen coming out of Gaza this week are utterly fucking horrifying. I don't know how we're not talking about them. And I don't know how this is the only place, I don't know how my stream is the only place I've seen this fucking clip. This is from 5 days ago. In Tel Al-Hawa. Oh. These are massive bombs that are being dropped. This is your tax dollars, America. Those are those 1,000, 2,000 pound bombs that we were supposed to stop giving them. That we went right back to giving them under Donald Trump. Being used on these, hard to call them, it's civilian rubble piles. Because of course people are living in these piles of rubble. They're not really neighborhoods anymore because there's no really truly livable structures, even though I know people are living in them. Just a hull of former neighborhoods filled with desperate people getting bombarded. I mean, this shit looks like Dresden or something, I imagine. Four people died in that airstrike, apparently. More airstrikes seen while people were trying to save those that were fucking hell. You see they didn't capture it, but there it is. Double tap. Now, I would just like to point out what this is. For those of you wondering, they haven't gotten into 3D printing over here. This is to create fuel. That's plastic shards that are being, like, reverse engineered into their basic elements, which happens to be petroleum, which can be turned into fuel. It's a horrifying industry. Super, super bad for the environment, for human health. But it's all they have to make. If you ever wonder how people are driving around still, it's that. It's not because Israel's letting oil and gasoline in all of a sudden. And 2 days ago, more strikes. Hitting different zones in Gaza.
Israeli airstrikes have hit central Gaza following a forced displacement order. A residential home was targeted in the Al-Maghazi area. Separately, 2 people were injured after a residential building came under attack in central Gaza's largest city, Deir al-Balah. Israeli forces have issued at least 4 forced displacement orders for parts of central Gaza within just 2 hours. Israel has continued to attack Gaza despite a U.S.-brokered ceasefire agreed between Israel and Hamas.
Yep. Shock of shocks, Israel continuing to not do not play by any of the rules. Israel's above the rules. They sign ceasefires they do not stick to. They do not abide by. Now, in the last... Where are we at? Yeah, all right. We are making progress through this freaking list. I started super late tonight, huh? Oh my god. Was it... Jesus, I started late. Let's go here now. In the last 48 hours, I mean, fighting between the United States and Iran has just continued at the pace it has been all week, which has been effectively something close to what we saw at the beginning of all of this. I think slightly less because both of us, Iran and the United States, have run out of a lot of munitions. But we're seeing a ton of missile strikes and attacks from both sides. Something that's turning into a forever war.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
The U.S. has struck Iran for a fifth consecutive day, targeting the capital Tehran and port cities, including Bandar Abbas, which is home to the headquarters of Iran's Navy. Earlier today, the U.S. fired on an oil tanker attempting to reach Kharg Island in the Strait of Hormuz. In retaliation, Iran attacked Bahrain, Kuwait, and Jordan. Iran's military warned that if President Trump follows through on his threat to strike civilian infrastructure, it would strike all infrastructure across the Gulf. At least 35 civilians have been killed by U.S. strikes in recent days, according to Iranian authorities.
For more, we go to Ali Vaya, senior advisor to the president of the International Crisis Group, where he's also Iran project director. His piece for the New York Times this week is headlined, "This is a Forever War in the Making." Ali, explain.
Good to see you, Amy. So what I meant by saying that this is a forever war in the making is that Iran and the U.S. Had a ceasefire agreement on April 8th. It took them almost another 2 months to reach a memorandum of understanding, which was really a basic formula for ending the war and reopening the Strait of Hormuz. They decided in that page-and-a-half document, which only has 14 paragraphs, to address the essential, which was ending the war, and defer all the substantial issues about how to resolve the nuclear standoff or provide Iran with more substantive sanctions relief. So this was really the minimal that they could do, and it took them more than 2 months to negotiate it. But then in implementation, that MOU has almost fallen apart in less than 3 weeks. So if even a minimal understanding is not going to work between Iran and the US, it means that no floor would basically be able to bear the weight of this animosity. And that means that we are going to end up in cyclical cycles of violence. It might be limited tit for tats, it might be all-out confrontations. But if we cannot resolve this diplomatically, then there is only one formula that remains, which is...
I mean, this should have been stopped long ago. But Congress has allowed this to continue. Like, honestly, I kind of hate the term forever war. Because no war ever lasts forever, right? And we need to wrap this thing up, right? And I prefer not to call this thing a forever war yet, or hopefully ever, because we've seen how the rest of these supposed forever wars have gone, and it's been bad, right? And like, I don't like object just purely based upon like some like semantics argument. I guess for me, it's just about mindset, right? And I feel like when we call it a forever war, the more we call it a forever war, the more that we almost accept the inevitability, which I still refuse to do. Like, this is a choice. And actually, we don't have to agree. There is a third option, actually, in my opinion. There's not just diplomacy, there's just surrender. The United States can just surrender and walk away from this thing. And you know, try and figure out how to pick up the pieces, economically speaking, in the near future. But like, I do feel like to some degree, like, people are making the argument that it's now almost a necessity because of Iran's insistence to charge a straight toll. But like, this is an unintended consequence that cannot be solved by the war, right? And if it can't be solved by diplomacy, like, war is not the solution, in my opinion, right? Like, that is just something we're all gonna have to somehow live with. And I mean, honestly, it's like, it's, you know, it's Donald Trump and the United States, I hate to say it, that need to now see consequences for that decision, right? Like, Trump made this decision for all of us, whether we like it or not. And like, we are the ones who are technically should be bearing the consequences of the war that he has started. And it's like he refuses to accept his own culpability. We've watched it, right? Like, over and over again, like from the beginning to the end, where it's been, why is it NATO here helping? Actually, we don't need NATO. And like, this sort of like back and forth, like this sort of careening policy of his, it's had negative fucking consequences that cannot be undone by war. And we should try with diplomacy, but the baseline doesn't have to be this military presence that we now have, right? Of this continued conflict, right? Like, in this sort of quixotic attempt to keep the strait open and also simultaneously maintain dominance. Because like, that's the other thing, is like, as long as we're there, Trump is still trying to like maintain dominance and do all these other sorts of fucking like deluded things that have already been proven to be false. Like, Iran has proven that the United States cannot win this war already in like 5 months. And he can't grapple with that. There's a bunch of people that are struggling to grapple with that fact, but that's where it's at. Like, without like serious fucking like consequences that I don't even want to get into right now, but we all to some degree, I think, understand. Like, Trump cannot ever win this thing. The United States cannot win this thing without going, I'm not gonna, but without like taking this to the quote unquote like nuclear option, without like a massive ground invasion of some sort, or, you know, like vast war crimes. Like, there's no way. And like, the fact is, like, even all of that, that's a protracted, long-term, that's the forever war, right? Like, right now we're still out in the coast, like right now we're still on boats and at bases in neighboring countries, but there's no boots on the ground. That is literally the only way to actually do what any, like, it's just like, we cannot think in the forever war concept, because then we just get to inevitability, blah blah blah, and boots on the ground. That's exactly where I don't want us. And look where we landed. All right. Let's go here to the last 24 hours. It's bridge and power plant day, everybody. That's right. United States is now officially committing war crimes expressly laid out by the government ahead of time. Iran has been simultaneously attacking countries across the Gulf last 24 hours. Here's CNN.
Vital resources are coming under fire in Kuwait today. Iran struck a power and desalination plant there, prompting urgent public warnings from the government. Those warnings were to conserve water and electricity even as temperatures soar into the mid-40s on the Celsius scale. Iran also says it targeted US assets in Oman, Jordan and elsewhere, and it is threatening the ports of its Gulf neighbors. This all coming after an escalation in US attacks, including strikes on bridges in the south of Iran in what was a sixth straight night of bombing. CNN's Nick Robertson joining us today from Jerusalem. And Nick, 30 days after the, very, what felt like historic signing of that MOU, it does seem as if things have escalated in a way that makes it feel very uncomfortable in region. What do you make of these developments and where we are at?
I think, obviously, we're on an escalatory military cycle. I think that because neither side has said we're outrightly scrapping the MOU sort of remains marginalized completely on the sidelines of these military operations, but it's still a document that's intact, and one can possibly see a time where either side can recommend going back to that, having decided that through the military means at the moment they're not getting where they want to. So I think on the diplomatic front, that document, although it's no use to anyone at the moment, can be again useful in the future because it is the blueprint for the way out of the current situation. But if you just look at the range of these...
The MOU is the blueprint for the future, is it? Honestly, I find that fascinating. Is it the blueprint? Because where did it get us? We're gonna base it on the failed MOU. That's not making any sense.
Military bases and assets in the region. Clearly, last night it hit a civilian facility in Kuwait that is a huge vulnerability for all Gulf countries. The desalination and power plants that go with them, that provide the AC, that provide the clean water that people drink. For most of the Gulf countries, these are absolutely essential and indispensable. So they're a massive pressure point. So Iran's ratcheted up to that level. If you look at what the United States is doing and understand how militaries work, they won't just be throwing their munitions around, we'll put some here, we'll put some there. They'll be thinking of what are we planning on doing next week? Where do we think we might be in a week's time or 2 weeks' time? So we'll have operations that shape us towards that. Number one, making sure that the Strait of Hormuz is going to be safe for the travel of vessels, which...
You see what I mean? Like, everyone is obsessed with the United States keeping the strait open. We're not. The strait's not open right now. You fucking moron. The United States is keeping it closed. Like, why is everybody living in a fucking alternate reality all the time? Like, what's the deal? Like, I know I do it as a fucking bit. But, like, at least I'm accepting of the real facts on the ground on Earth. What are we talking about? Like, the United States is not keeping the strait open. It's not open right now. It's closed. How is anything that we're doing keeping it open? It's a fucking delusion. Honestly, everything the United States is doing in the region is what's keeping the Strait closed and threatening to like close the Red Sea too. Let's not forget all the weapons Saudi Arabia is using against the Houthis, also paid for by America.
Cycle of escalation.
Let's discuss this and more with CNN senior military analyst, the former NATO Supreme Allied Commander, retired Admiral James Stavridis. Admiral, thanks very much for joining us. Many of these bridges in Iran that were targeted by the U.S. were on routes connected to the city of Bandar Abbas, which is home to an Iranian military naval base, as you well know. What does that signal to you about the U.S. strategy that's unfolding right now?
Two things. Well, first, it is going to attempt to cut off.
I think it is disgusting. You know, it really disgusts me that this is the framing we get from CNN. Well, Blitzer's here like, hey, James Stavridis, former admiral, former NATO Supreme Allied Commander. Tell me what the importance is of striking a civilian target because it happens to be near a military base. Like, we wouldn't talk about this if you know, the Golden Gate Bridge was fucking blasted. That's near a military base, you know? But like CNN's like, oh, tell me about the significance. It's near a military base.
What does that signal to you about the U.S. strategy that's unfolding right now?
Two things. Well, first, it is going to attempt to cut off, to kill the assets that could be used to close the Strait of Hormuz. I've been to Bandar Abbas before the revolution. Obviously, it's a very important naval.
You see what I mean? They rush to just immediately justify these fucking war crimes for the Trump administration. It's disgusting. It is fucking disgusting. I've been there, says James Stavridis. I've been there. It's a big naval. They have a port there, so it's a military target.
For the Iranians, and cutting it off has high military utility. So point one, go after the places where the Iranians have weapons systems that help them close the strait.
This is wild.
Point two, in general,
This is gross. Like, it grosses me out that like some huge portion of America is like taking this in uncritically, or at least I don't know exactly how many people. I couldn't, but it's got to be like millions. Just like with Fox News, there's a bunch of people who mindlessly listen to CNN too. They're called liberals. And this is some liberal-brained fucking nonsense right here. And it's like, dude, what? We're talking about a bridge that normal people use on the regular that leads to an entire city. Like, hold on. $769,000 people in Bandar Abbas. Nearly 1 million residents, and you're telling me what? Those are all. Those are all. They're all on the IRGC. It sickens me that CNN is this complicit in this kind of shit, but they really are. They love the military-industrial complex. It's why they trot out guys like Stavridis all the time. Fucking John Bolton and all these other fucking war hawks. Dude, fuck these guys. Fuck these guys. All right, let's keep talking about these the civilian infrastructure that's getting targeted here in Iran. Global news from 11 hours ago.
a bridge in southern Iran, in the immediate aftermath of what Iranian media say was one of a series of US airstrikes on bridges in the south of the country close to the Strait of Hormuz. State media also claim a train station and airport were hit and that several people were killed. The US military did not confirm it hit civilian use targets like bridges, but it did say its targets included military logistics infrastructures. Iran's response included hitting civilian infrastructure of US Gulf allies. Kuwait's government said Iranian strikes hit a desalination plant and a power plant.
The Secretary General remains deeply concerned by the continuing military escalation between Iran and the United States of America. He's particularly concerned about attacks on civilian infrastructure in Iran and across the region.
US troops boarded a tanker in the Gulf of Oman at the entrance to the Strait of Hormuz.
Look at us pirating the strait. Arg, matey. It's America here. We're here for President Trump's cut of the booty. 20%. Or you're gonna walk the plank. All right, this is from 16 hours ago. New York Post with a compilation of footage of U.S. forces supposedly pounding Iranian infrastructure in the latest wave of attacks.
دشمن متجاوز آمریکایی ساعتی پیش به مناطقی در جنوب و جنوب شرق کشور حمله کرد. ایستگاه انشاب
This is an Iranian media broadcast. Sorry, I should have gotten the volume ready for this. By the way, I mean, there it is. Look, bridge gone. Also, don't forget, beginning of the week, Sunday, we hit a water pumping facility in Iran. These are all like war crimes. Each one of these fucking attacks. We're literally intentionally targeting civilian infrastructure. Trump said it. He made it clear. These aren't accidents. Bridge day and power plant day. How many times did he say that? It's bridge day. It's power plant day. He's doing it. I can't believe it's happening. Here we are. The invading American enemy attacked areas in the south and southeast of the country hours ago. The Bandar Abbas railway junction station is among the areas targeted in the enemy's air attack. 2 fellow citizens were injured in the strike. The station is located 10 kilometers west of Bandar Abbas and is where the railway branches off toward the passenger railways Shahid Port and Bandar Abbas. The sound of 4 explosions was also heard along the southeastern corridor of Kashim. 2 bridges near the village of Kahuristan and the Shur River in Bandar Kamir County, Hormozgan province, were also struck, and the driver of a private vehicle was murdered. Local sources say the sound of the 3 explosions was heard around Iran Shah Airport in Sistan. At least 1 projectile from the American enemy struck Iran Shah Airport, and the sound of at least 6 consecutive explosions were also heard in Hamidiyah County. in Kazakhstan. Well, there you go. Reposted by New York Post. I think that was a Iranian media report regarding these U.S. strikes on Iranian civilian infrastructure. Now, what's fascinating is, in the wake of these strikes, the United States, the Trump administration, is trying to deny hitting Iranian infrastructure.
What now?
What you talking about?
Hello, I'm Ben Thompson. This is the Iran War Today, our daily briefing bringing you up to date with all you need to know on the US war with Iran. So let's start with some of today's key developments. US ally Kuwait says several of its troops have been injured in Iranian drone attacks as conflict between Washington and Tehran continues to escalate over the Strait of Hormuz. Iran accuses the United States of hitting at least 5.
Am I the only? I mean, Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch, all caps. Praise be to Allah. President Donald J. Trump. That was April 5th. Remember that? I mean, now we're about to pretend that we're going to pretend that, what? Power plant and bridge day, never heard of it. He would never target civilian infrastructure. That's a crime.
Its bridges and other infrastructure, including a railway station and an airport. As the region's oil exporters search for alternative routes for shipping, concern shifts to the Middle East's other big choke point, the mouth of the Red Sea. With Tehran sending waves of drones and missiles across its borders into neighbouring countries, we assess the impact it's having on people's daily lives. Well, Kuwait's army says that Iranian drone strikes have injured several soldiers.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to get us to the spot. Looking for it here. Am I losing my fucking mind right now?
A railway station and an airport. Here's my colleague Mark Lowen with more of the details.
The US launched another series of attacks on Iran for the 6th night in a row. In the Strait of Hormuz, where global energy supplies are again choked off, US Marines boarded a tanker. A control tower at Rehashed port in the Iranian city of Chabahar has been struck again, and footage now appears to show it's completely collapsed. Iranian state media said at least 5 bridges had been hit in the south. Several people were reported killed in attacks on bridges in and around the port of Bandar Khamir. BBC Verify has located one of the bridges targeted as Kahuristan Bridge. We have video here. An airport was reportedly hit further east in Iran Shah. And Iranian state media spoke of 2 explosions in the city of Bushehr, home to Iran's only civilian nuclear plant.
Sorry, the volume super low? I'll bring it back a little bit. I'm sorry.
Port of Bandar Khamir. BBC Verify has located one of the bridges targeted as Kahuristan Bridge. We have video here. An airport was reportedly hit further east in Iran Shah. And Iranian state TV spoke of 2 explosions in the city of Bushehr, home to Iran's only civilian nuclear plant. Iran has hit back. Jordan said it shot down 3 Iranian missiles, reporting no casualties or damage. Kuwait saw missile and drone attacks, which Iran said targeted US military infrastructure there. But Kuwait says a power plant and water desalination station were damaged. Strikes were also reported in Bahrain and Qatar, where a child was injured by falling debris. Iran's Revolutionary Guards
Okay, here. Just gonna read this. This is from 15 hours ago out of BBC. U.S. denies Iranian claims that it hit civilian infrastructure in latest attacks. The U.S. has denied the Iranian accusations that it hit their civilian infrastructure in the latest wave of airstrikes since peace talks collapsed. Iran state media and provincial authorities said bridges, a train station, and an airport were hit. BBC Verify has confirmed an attack on a bridge in Hormozgan province. But a White House spokesperson told the BBC the U.S. had carried out strikes exclusively on military targets, including military logistics infrastructure. President Trump has, of course, threatened to hit Iranian bridges and power stations to force Tehran to return to talks. Fact is we are doing it, right? We're doing it, but we're pretending they're military targets. That's the thing. We're doing in Israel. We're trying to do Israel stuff right now. Running around claiming civilian shit is actually military shit. Under international law, attacking civilians or civilian areas is illegal. However, in certain circumstances, civilian objects like a bridge or a power plant lose their protection if they are used to support the enemy's war effort. Yeah, but we don't allow that. We don't allow that in the cases in which people is a majority civilian use. Like having a tank like go over a bridge one time or being used the West was literally giving shit to Russia about this for years and like trying to pretend like just because the US and Israel are doing these things that it's not not that is wild to me. It's wild. Like it's hard for me to tell, but it seems like the West is just gonna give Donald Trump a pass. Like broadly speaking, like CNN's doing it, BBC is doing it. They're like, actually, this might be justified for president to do power plant, and I can barely say the word power plant and bridge day. Maybe fine, according to CNN and BBC. I mean, that's basically the vibes. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? That's the vibes they're giving. If not, they're not like explicitly doing it. It's at least vibes, and that's disturbing to me. These are clear war crimes. Attacking power plants, attacking civilian infrastructure. We've been talking about that in Ukraine for years. As war crimes, as civilian, we said the word civilian I don't know how many times with regard to that stuff, and all of a sudden Trump does it and it's fine. Israel does it, it's fine. It's crazy. Oh. Now Iran has been posting some fascinating banners lately. Their banner game has been pretty wild. Let's be real. As you can see, an image of Trump, Bibi Netanyahu, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth. Some sort of Red Sea. You will drown in the sea of the Iranian nation's revenge, says the poster. You can see Trump drowning in some sort of red cloth. Another ominous one. This one, who is the next one? Question mark, hashtag Lindsey Graham. D and T capitalized, strangely. And D with a little swoop at the end of it. It's interesting. Iran continuing to send messages with billboards. Now, back in Israel, it's a shakeup in the government. Big shakeup as Israel's parliamentary dissolutions kicked off an electoral campaign.
Voting for the chamber's dissolution, members of Israeli parliament on Friday paved the way for October elections. It's a rare milestone in a country where fragile coalitions collapse early, marking the first time since 1988 that a Knesset has completed its legally mandated full 4-year term.
We are completing a 4-year term. We passed 9 budgets and hundreds of bills. God willing, we'll complete another 4 years as you continue to lead the state of Israel.
It comes after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's hardline coalition passed a number of controversial bills in marathon sessions earlier this week, including legislation connected to his attempts to overhaul the judiciary and weaken the role of the Attorney General, but also a bill to freeze the arrest of Jewish ultra-Orthodox religious students who refused to enlist in the army. Denounced by the opposition, the move is seen as an attempt by Netanyahu to get ultra-Orthodox parties on board in a future coalition.
Yeah. Elections being kicked off here as Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud party has served its full 4-year term. Elections now will be underway. But of course, Benjamin Netanyahu's got a lot of internal stuff to deal with. Still facing trial for corruption charges. Sadly, doing the genocide, I don't think, is going to be the thing that prevents him from coming back to office. Honestly, Israeli internal politics are quite disturbing to me. But one thing that gave me like a brief glimpse of satisfaction regarding Benjamin Netanyahu was this second to last clip of the evening. By the way, great job for making it this far. And that was this, which I found to be both funny and weirdly cathartic, almost, I guess you might call it. I'm not sure what it means. That's the thing that I'm still trying to weigh. I'm not sure if it's because Trump knows that Benjamin Netanyahu is now in a position where he's losing power, and he's backing another horse, or if, well, you'll see. I won't belabor the point.
Israeli officials claimed the Monday meeting with President Donald Trump was locked in. In reality, Netanyahu was trying to force a meeting that the White House never actually confirmed. American news outlet Axios is quoting a U.S. official as saying, Our impression was that Bibi was trying to will a meeting into existence. But Trump was already furious. Netanyahu had publicly blasted Trump's plans to sell F-35 fighter jets to Turkey, a move seen in Washington as crossing a diplomatic red line.
Turkey is a massive concern across the anti-Israeli political spectrum, with some viewing it as the next major enemy. Its growing soft power and regional influence worry Israel, which rejects any competitor sharing regional dominance, especially when it comes to Syria.
With an Israeli election looming on October 27th, Netanyahu desperately wanted a White House photo op to bolster his campaign. Instead, Trump's focus is shifting.
So, like I said, I don't know what to make of this. I think that rightly so. Because I don't think Trump is going to suddenly stop supporting Israel. But don't think that the thought didn't at all cross my mind. But I think, if anything, Trump is switching horses mid-race here. Right? He's a politically minded man, if nothing else. And I think he knows full well Benjamin Netanyahu and his power are suddenly waning because he is out of office and now he has to fight to get back in. He needs Trump. And so I don't know what kind of wheeling and dealing Trump is, but I just get the sense that maybe he's looking to get Benjamin Netanyahu on board with something. I don't know what. That's the thing I've been trying to get my mind wrapped around. It's very difficult to know what the president wants to fucking do. Or sometimes it's difficult when it's not obvious. There's not an obvious Trump W, right? Because it's very easy, when you can point out a clearly narcissistic, self-involved reason for Trump doing something, like money, right? In this case, where's the money? I can't quite find it. And I think to some degree, I think he's, I know that he's mad that this war hasn't gone the way that he wanted to. So I don't know if he's just trying to punish Benjamin Netanyahu or what. But, I mean, Miriam Adelson's gotta want him to back somebody in this race. That's the thing I keep thinking is, who does Miriam want him to back? I don't know.
Netanyahu wanted this trip to boost his standing for the elections, but Trump is proving he has other close friends in the region, namely Turkey and Saudi Arabia.
Tensions between the two countries have now burst open, with Trump publicly reminding Netanyahu who is footing the bill for Israel's defense.
If it weren't for Donald Trump, and Bibi Netanyahu worked well with me, but he will tell you, we're the ones with the guns, we're the ones with the whole deal. We're the ones with the B-2 bombers, etc. If it weren't for Donald Trump, Israel would have been eviscerated.
Adding fuel to fire, Vice President J.D. Vance recently accused Netanyahu's government of trying to undermine U.S. policy, while back channels suggest Trump is already looking past the current prime minister.
Already looking past the current prime minister. Fascinating. So who do you figure? Is Ehud Barak one of the people looking? I can't remember who it is that's trying to take the prime minister job. Either way. Wait, what else? I was about to say something else and I can't remember what it was. Oh, I just want to go back. Because I believe that Trump truly believes. Trump was sold the WMDs, and he still believes it. Is everybody following me on this? He did this believing that they were 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon, and he actually believed that then, and still believes that now, and no one's trying. Because here's the thing: nobody Nobody around Trump is going to try and convince him otherwise. Otherwise, then what? Oh my God, I can't even imagine. Like having to try and navigate that minefield. Oh yeah, sorry sir, we lied to you. There wasn't actually a nuclear weapon coming in 2 weeks. We assumed that you were smart enough to know that that's a premise we've been using for like decades. You know, good luck with that. Good luck with that one. And so I think he genuinely is operating under the assumption that there was actually the nuclear threat. They're like, and like, there's no way BB's gonna try and convince him otherwise, that he lied to him, or Jared Kushner, or whomever else, Pete Hegseth. I don't know who told him. But none of these guys are gonna go after the fact and be like, hey, that was a fucking lie. He just comes out in the way he talks about it. He's just like, look, Israel would be gone. Like when he says stuff like that, I'm like, wait, do you really believe Israel would be gone right now? Like Israel wouldn't be gone, okay? The whole thing, it's all gone. All right. Jeez, one last clip. Let's go here. Kyle Kalinske. With big news. Wow, 170,000 views in 9 hours. Breaking. Trump hiding U.S. casualties.
What's up, y'all? Hope everybody out there is having a great day. Forgive me if it looks a little bit misty or foggy here. I'm currently coming at you from the apocalypse. For those of you who don't know, there are these massive wildfires in the northwest of Canada right now. And all of that wildfire smoke is coming directly at my ass here in Virginia, okay? We have air quality that's among the worst in the world right now. It said unhealthy at one point, and then I looked a little later on in the day.
Hey, hold on. We don't need all this. We don't need Kyle talking about the air quality.
Casualties in the Middle East the other day. So
God damn it, Kyle. What's happening?
you have to do is you could also sign up for free, and then what'll happen is...
And now I have no sound. What is going on? What in the shit is happening? What the fuck?
So definitely check that out. But like I said, I got a lot of stuff to get to. So let me start with this, y'all. This is kind of crazy, but there's now rumors floating around online that there were U.S. casualties the other day. There were U.S. casualties in the Middle East the other day. So I told you the U.S. and Iran have been going back and forth. This war has spiraled out of control. It's escalated. I'm going to get to some updates on that in a second, because now Trump has lost his goddamn mind, and he's purposefully targeting civilian infrastructure over and over and over. It's actually disgusting to see what's happening. But there were reports the other day, some rumors, that the U.S. took military casualties in an Iranian attack on a command center in Syria. And there were talks of potential medical evacuations. Now, the U.S. came out and denied any military casualties. However, 4 days ago, I believe it was, there was another U.S. service member who was killed. And I kid you not, guys, I heard absolutely nothing about this.
Yeah, and if it weren't for Kyle, I wouldn't have either. But here it is. Here's a report from some random, I think it's like Alabama? WSFA 12. U.S. military death in Iran war rises to 14 after Navy pilot death this month. The U.S. military's official tally of deaths in the Iran war has risen to 14 service members with the death of a Navy pilot in a helicopter crash in early July in the Arabian Sea. This was published July 13th, so Monday. Number of wounded troops from the conflict also has grown to more than 400 as of Monday. Captain Tim Hawkins, spokesman for the U.S. Central Command, said the majority of them suffered traumatic brain injuries. Jesus Christ. 400 traumatic brain injuries? That sounds bad. The Navy initially described the July 1st crash as an emergency landing and said that there was no indication the emergency was caused by hostile action. The remaining 3 sailors aboard the helicopter were rescued shortly after the mishap. Pentagon's war casualty count added 1 non-hostile death in July, its first death recorded since 13 service members were killed in separate incidents in March at the beginning of the war.
Until I started researching before this show right now. Like, I typed it in and I realized, oh shit, hold on. Now there's 14 casualties. I thought there were 13. And it was from 4 days ago, another one was added, and we heard nothing about it. They are trying to brush that bitch under the rug like nobody's business, bro. They don't want you talking about it. They don't want you knowing about it. They don't want you thinking about it. They don't want more information to get out there, so the public turns even more against the war. It's already at a 30% approval rating, this stupid illegal war, okay? But this will make people turn on them even faster. So they're really burying it. But like I said, the speculation, the rumors are there's even more U.S. service members who were killed in an Iranian attack on a command center in Syria. So we'll see over time whether or not that's true. But like I said, this war has spiraled out of control. So as of right now, Pentagon officials are estimating that the Iran war has already cost $100 billion, y'all. $100 billion. That already is 4 times the original estimate when they said it was going to be $25 billion. So we're already 4 times higher than what they said.
Yep, this thing is costing a great deal of money and a rising number of American lives. Quite disturbing. Unfortunately, this is one of fucking Kyle's backyard takes, which means he doesn't have access doing the clips. So I can't sit here and listen to this whole thing Kyle's got to say. But suffice to say, that is honestly something we should be talking about. And Kyle's 100% right. It's kind of shocking that the fact that another American service member died and we just kind of went right by it. It happened on Monday. We just read the story. And somehow we're just talking about it now, here Friday night, Saturday morning. It's not Friday anymore, anywhere on the planet. Jesus Christ. Whew. How did that happen? The thing I've been thinking most about this is the old loyalty pledge, right? I don't think it's a coincidence that it's like some random local media station doing this. I think it's possible. I think it's possible they are trying to repress information about this war, about what it's costing, whether it's in American lives, casualties, or otherwise. That's exactly why they started the loyalty pledge, so that they could funnel information through a filter that prevented any sort of embarrassing and or important information from getting through to the people. Oh, fascinating. Iran is claiming that 2 oil tankers have hit sea mines in the
I think
southern
simultaneously
Hormuz
to the conflict
Strait.
that we're witnessing and the issue of the blockade or open.
And then the officials had to evacuate the hospital at least for 1 day. So there are constant threats now, and on the educational sector, the officials are saying nearly.
Anyways, this is the this is the Al Jazeera live stream. Sorry, I should have given you heads up. I'm tired. I don't know why I'm so tired today, but I'm tired. But this is the Al Jazeera live stream. Breaking news: explosions reported in several Iranian cities, including Bushehr, Avaz, Yazd, and Keshem Island. So wait for the next slide.
500,000 students, particularly high school students, are being affected because so many of the final exams, due to the security reasons, ongoing bombs, so they are being postponed again and again. However, when we talk to the people, particularly in the southern part of the country, they're saying that the worst thing is to live under a constant fear of being bombed.
Yeah, Russell Soda joining us from Tehran. Thank you. Laura, we'll come to you for some final thoughts. Of course, it's not just Kuwait that was hit by Iran. The breadth of the damage done in other countries as well. Talk us through that.
Has had Kuwait an airbase, and that's in Bahrain countries, but they have the only way out of
this. There are more of their drinking water. The facility. People rely on desalination plants for most of their drinking water. The facilities turn seawater into fresh water. There are more than 400 desalination plants along Gulf shores. They collectively produce 40% of the world's desalinated water. Bahrain is fully reliant on this type of water for its residential needs, while Kuwait uses desalination for 90% of its people's needs. All right, to discuss the developments, these latest developments, let's be joined by a guest now. In the studio is Zaidun Al-Kanani. He is the founding director of the Arab Perspectives Institute and a non-resident fellow at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs. And from Berlin is Ali Fatollah Nejad. He's the director of the Center for Middle East and Global Order think tank and is the author of Iran in an Emerging New World Order.
Hold on, I'm skipping ahead because I saw a fucking headline pop up here. Where was it? Yeah. Whatever. We'll talk. I can't. I can't sit here. I can't sit here and pan back and forth between the. This is why I always just make these really fast because I can't. Too much. But there's your weekending report, Space Bams. Felt like I did 2 weekending reports in a row. We still miss shit. It's been a stupid week. But we still got the weekend. Before we have to do another week. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W., Schmeckley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatists, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Jokey, Skills, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D-Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Wheeling Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslight Docracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, Frizzla, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Cell, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Akios, Emily S, Hakate, Trevor, Sweet Chewy Forever, Rogue Gerb, and Tracy Eva. That's right, all of these people have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month. Any Earth currency, of course, accepted.